Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku became the Underworld Hero? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It was storming in the middle of the city. The roaring claps of thunder and bright flashes of lightning filled the air. Heavy rain pounded against the pavement, creating a ghost town atmosphere with no cars, no bystanders, and no heroes in sight. The only figure was a boy sprinting down the drenched road, wearing teal pants and a matching shirt, both emblazoned with the number. He was breathing heavily, his feet sore from the rough ground, and he felt a sharp pain in his side. Fear drove him to run faster, glancing back as he turned into a nearby alleyway, his vision blurred by rain and tears. In his haste, he collided with a metal pole and fell unconscious beside a dumpster, the rain continuing to pour over him. When the storm passed, the city of Mustafar transformed into a beautiful day. The streets were bustling with people walking along the still wet pathways, the sun shining brightly as clouds disappeared. The boy slowly regained consciousness, a large purple mark on his forehead. He groaned in pain, clutching his side and head, drawing curious glances from passers-by who quickly averted their eyes, except for two men who approached. The first man had a red mohawk, piercings adorning his face, and wore a white tank top with the words, "Forget the world." His baggy jeans had chains hanging from the pockets, and he wielded a wooden baseball bat. The second man was large and muscular, bald, dressed in a denim jacket over a white t-shirt, and wore brass knuckles. The mohawked man laughed menacingly. "Hey, look what we have here." The boy backed away, trying to distance himself from the thugs. The second man chuckled, cracking his knuckles. "This kid must be having a rough day." Trapped against a wall, the mohawked thug seized the opportunity, grabbing the boy by the collar and pinning him. The boy yelped from the force, struggling to escape, but the thug threw him to the ground. As he crawled away, the thugs dragged him back, and the mohawked man picked him up again, throwing him against the wall. The boy fell hard, shattering a glass bottle, and a shard grazed his chest, staining his shirt. The thug lifted him once more, and the boy winced as the thugs began to strike him. Despite the pain, he began to laugh, a sound that confused the thugs. "What's wrong with this kid?" one of them exclaimed. The bald thug pointed at the boy's chest, where two strange symbols were branded. One resembled a backward F with an extra line, while the other, more ominous, was a pattern of 8 arrows radiating from a central circle, a symbol associated with one of the most feared anomalies. "Is this kid an assassin of Eliphas?" the leader shouted in disbelief. "Let's take him out and get out of here," the big guy grunted. The mohawked thug pulled out a switchblade, ready to strike. But as he lunged forward, the boy's eyes glowed red, and a white liquid splashed onto the thug's hand, causing him to recoil in pain. "What the?" he shouted, looking toward the source of the liquid. A frightened girl stood at the end of the alley, her hand raised defiantly, dressed in a school uniform. Despite her fear, she stood tall. "Leave him alone," she demanded. The mohawked thug snapped his fingers, pointing at her. The boy looked at her in awe, feeling a sense of calm wash over him for the first time. "Kill her," the thug ordered. "With pleasure," the bald thug replied, his arms transforming into a metallic form as he charged at the girl. She stood her ground, but as he approached, he tripped over nothing and collided with a trash can. Realizing the boy's quirk, the mohawked thug attempted to stab him again, but missed and hit the wall instead, breaking his knife and injuring his hand. He backed away, cursing in frustration. Just then, a metal pipe fell from above, striking the thug on the head. Dazed, they both stood up, glaring at the kids who had bested them. "Just take them out," the leader shouted. The thugs charged at the children. The boy's eyes glowed red again, and as they ran toward him, he smiled. The mohawked thug suddenly found himself wrapped in bandages from above. Meanwhile, the bald thug swung at the girl, but instead hit something solid. Looking up, he saw a massive figure with a friendly smile and piercing blue eyes. "I'm sorry," he squeaked. The figure chuckled and flicked the bald thug away, sending him crashing into the wall. The pink girl stared in amazement at the newcomer, while the boy's expression remained neutral as his eyes returned to normal. The giant man knelt before the girl. "Thank you, young." He paused, waiting for her name. "Mina Ishido, Mr. All Might, sir," she exclaimed, clapping her hands in excitement. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she spoke with the #1 hero of Japan. "Thank you very much for your help, young Ishido. You have done a great service and helped this young man immensely. You would make a wonderful hero someday." Her smile widened, and she began to tremble with joy. However, her expression quickly shifted to concern as she glanced at the boy. "What on earth are these bandages made of?" The leader struggled against his restraints. Suddenly, a shadow leaped down from the roof and landed beside the boy. The man was tall and slender, with pale skin, long black hair cascading to his shoulders, and a scraggly beard. His eyes were half-closed and bloodshot. "The cloth is made from a steel wire alloy woven with carbon nanofibers," he yawned. "Looks like you're having some bad luck, huh?" The boy's voice was nervous, with a slight stutter, but he tried to sound confident. "Oh, just leave me alone," the thug growled. The boy let out a small chuckle while scratching his arm, which bore signs of injury. Police cars began to block the entrance to the alley, and an ambulance arrived to tend to the boy's wounds. About an hour later, the heroes were speaking with witnesses. The weary man and All Might approached the boy. "What is your name?" the man asked, but the boy remained silent. "I know you can speak, now talk." Still no response. The smiling hero pushed the other man aside and knelt to the boy's level. "My name is All Might, and this is Shota Aizawa, also known as Erase Your Head. What is your name?" The boy looked up at All Might with a raised eyebrow, then glanced toward the girl. Aizawa noticed this and pulled All Might aside. "He's not talking, he keeps looking at the girl. Maybe he'll talk to her." "She did save him," All Might suggested with a smile. Aizawa face-bombed, exasperated. "We don't even know this kid, he might be dangerous." The mark on his chest indicates a connection to Eliphas, the one who destroyed the city of Melbourne and caused so much chaos. "We won't know unless we try. We're here to protect if anything happens. He's just a kid," All Might asserted confidently. Aizawa groaned in defeat. "Fine." They walked over to Mina, who was answering questions from a female police officer. "Young Ishido, we have a task for you. Take this paper and ask all the questions on it to the young boy over there. Don't worry about him hurting you, we're here," All Might announced. Mina looked toward the boy sitting on the edge of the ambulance's open back doors, where a female medic was treating his wounds. He looked exhausted, and when their eyes met he quickly looked away, a blush creeping onto his face. "I don't think you need to worry about him hurting anyone, and of course I'll help, sir," she replied, her own cheeks slightly flushed. Aizawa rolled his eyes at both All Might and the young girl's enthusiasm. Mina approached the boy, who was fidgeting with the bandages on his arm. The pro-heroes stepped back slightly, remaining close enough to intervene if necessary. Mina sat down in front of the boy, ready to begin her questions. A warm smile spread across her face. "Hi, my name is Mina Ishido. What's yours?" "I don't have a name. I'm just a number." 9. His voice was timid, almost a whisper, revealing his nervousness around new people, a stark contrast to the confident, cheerful girl before him. "How old are you?" "I don't know. Actually, I'm 11. The boy looked away, shaking slightly. Something seemed to trigger his memory of his age, but Mina decided not to press further. "I'm 11 too. That's so cool." Mina giggled, her excitement infectious. The boy managed a smile in response, and Mina felt her cheeks flush at the innocence of his expression. It was hard to reconcile that smile with the trauma he had clearly endured. Yet somehow, it made her heart flutter. "Where are you from?" They wouldn't tell us much about our lives, just our birth date. It was June 28th, no year. Ortha called me an Aussie brat, so I guess I'm from Australia. He stuttered slightly. "You know geography." "Great," Aizawa remarked, his tone dripping with sarcasm, though there was a hint of genuine surprise. "They gave us a basic education: languages, math, psychology, geography, and more. They also made us take their little exams," he explained, impressing Aizawa even more. Basic education? Mina groaned. Exams? All Might echoed, his eyebrows raised in disbelief. Wait, US? What do you mean us? Aizawa interjected, his voice rising. I'm 9 out of 10 kids. I'm not called 9 for no reason, he replied, scratching the back of his head. Do you know where they are? I escaped. I'm now a liability, a source of information. They are going to move the operation away. At first, we were based in Australia, but then something happened, and we moved to an abandoned asylum in Kamino. The three of them exchanged concerned glances. The boy spoke with newfound confidence, no longer nervous or stuttering. But I don't think Ortha is foolish. He wouldn't want their reputation ruined, yet a simple child managed to leave the facility. They treated us like objects, only used to get results. They gave us numbers instead of names, didn't tell us our ages, and stifled our emotions. Only pain and fear. Yet he was harder on the 2 biological children of the boss than the rest of us. He claimed it was to make us stronger. We were seen as weapons to be used against the world. Why tell us this? All Might asked, his expression serious. Because I'm a liability. He's going to send someone after me. I outsmarted him. He failed to turn me into his assassin, and now he wants to eliminate me. They all looked at him in surprise. The boy, who had been locked away his entire life, spoke with the confidence of someone who had lived among others. His tone was intelligent and professional, a stark contrast to the shy demeanor he had just moments ago. We need to go to that facility now. We have to save the others and put an end to his operation, Aizawa insisted. There's no point. Like I said, he's not foolish, he'll move. I've been running for about a week, so they've had time to relocate. We still have to try. That's what a hero does, All Might declared, placing his hands on his hips. Aizawa pointed at the boy. All right, kid, you're with us. Let's get moving. The boy rolled his eyes but then looked at Mina, his smile brightening as he waved at her. Goodbye, Mina. I hope to see you again, he said, waving back with a smile. As they parted ways, her heart raced with anticipation. A few hours later, they arrived at the abandoned asylum. As they entered, the atmosphere was heavy with remnants of the past, rusted chains in cells, remnants of old equipment, and charred drawings on the walls. Darn it! Aizawa exclaimed, slamming his fist on a table. We'll catch him next time he shows up. But right now, what do we do about the kid? All Might suggested, placing a reassuring hand on Aizawa's shoulder. There's nothing anyone can do. I'm just going to end up dead anyway, the boy said, appearing suddenly. Both heroes jumped back, slightly startled. Tell me, kid, what's your quirk? Aizawa inquired. Well, every time I activate it, my eyes turn red, and the person I look at experiences a streak of bad luck for a while. They sensed he was withholding something but decided to let him speak when he was ready. The boy fought back tears as he surveyed the eerie surroundings, fear evident in his trembling voice. Sounds like your quirk has a similar process to erasers, All Might mused, stroking his chin. Aizawa, you should personally train him. He'll need a guardian, and since you seem to have some free time, why not? Aizawa sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. I won't refuse, but I'm not calling you 9, and I'm not your dad. I'm just your guardian. We'll figure out a name for you later. You'll be living at UA with me and the faculty. We'll get the paperwork sorted tomorrow. The boy shook with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. His smile was genuine, not from fear or pain, but pure happiness. He looked up at the weary man, ran to him, and hugged his waist. Thank you so much, sir. All right, kid. We start your training tomorrow at 4 a.m. and again at 5 p.m. I have a request, though, sir, the boy said, wiping his tears as he looked up at his guardian. Aizawa raised an eyebrow, signaling he was listening. Can Mina be there when we choose a name for me? The tired man nodded reluctantly, glancing at the smiling blonde. All Might's expression shifted to a sly smirk. Thank you. I really want her there. 3 years later, the sky was overcast, drained of color. Rain poured down onto the streets as a figure sat on a rooftop, unfazed by the downpour, gazing down at an abandoned building. Dressed in a black leather trench coat that reached his thighs, black combat pants, and boots, he wore a combat glove on one hand and a cloth similar to Aizawa's on the other. Black sunglasses shielded his eyes, and a slim mechanical face mask covered part of his face. A combat knife was strapped to his left leg, and a Colt M1911 pistol with rubber bullets rested on the right. A katana was secured to his back. Suddenly, a burner phone rang. "Hey boss. Ready?" the figure asked. "It's time to make our deal." "Don't be late," came a thick Russian accent. "Don't intend to." With that, the call ended. He tossed the phone backward, hitting a man bound in duct tape and rope. He leaped from the rooftop to the street and entered the building, which was shrouded in darkness except for a desk illuminated by a single light. As he approached the desk and sat on it, the sounds of guns ping filled the air, green lasers aimed at him. From the shadows emerged a large, bald man in a blue and gray striped suit, his expression furious. "How dare you disrupt my operation? You've been a thorn in my side for too long, Omen," he growled, his voice thick with a Russian accent. "I thought this was just our date. I didn't know you had guests." "I'm hurt, Drugov," Omen quipped. "I grow tired of the games." "Drugov roared." The giant man slammed his fist onto the table, shattering it. Omen pressed a button on his earpiece, retracting his face mask to reveal a young boy with a scar running from his forehead down past his right eye to his cheek, and messy brown hair framing his face. His piercing black eyes glinted with mischief. "Same," Mason replied with a smirk. Drugov's men pulled their triggers, but only clicks echoed in the room the guns jammed. Mason lowered his glasses slightly, the red glow in his eyes fading back to black. He winked at Drugov. The bald man lunged to punch the young boy, but Mason deftly dodged, vaulting over Drugov's head. He pulled a grenade from his coat pocket, yanked the pins, and leaped out the window, tossing them inside. The building erupted in an explosion as Mason landed on his back on the wet sidewalk, donning his face mask again as he entered the public eye. Concerned onlookers gazed at the vigilante. "They're alive, just hurt and unconscious," he sighed. "You won't escape me, boy," a voice bellowed from the smoke. Omen looked up to see Drugov emerging, surprisingly unscathed. "Oh no!" Drugov landed and struck Omen in the sternum, sending him flying, possibly with broken ribs. Omen slowed down as he crashed into a mall, skidding across the floor until he collided with a pillar. He glanced around, noticing people staring at him, and to his left, a familiar pink girl and her friends watched in shock. "I will kill you, Omen," Drugov declared, advancing menacingly until he slipped on some rubble, causing laughter to ripple through the crowd. Omen could feel the glare from the pink girl. "How dare you make a fool of me?" Drugov shouted. Omen picked himself up, ready for a fight. The massive bald man charged, screaming. He threw a right hook, but Omen dodged and kicked him in the ribs. Drugov retaliated with a hammer fist, but Omen was too quick, landing a punch to his throat. Drugov clutched his neck, stumbling back and tripping over a beer can, crashing to the ground. Omen rushed forward and stomped on Drugov's head, knocking him out instantly. Amidst the chaos of police arriving, Omen slipped away. A certain pink girl stood with her arms crossed, tapping her fingers on her forearm, while a girl with medium-length orange hair wrapped an arm around her, offering comfort. "What's up, Ishido? Didn't enjoy the show?" "Come on, that Omen guy is pretty impressive," the girl exclaimed, clearly captivated by the masked vigilante. "Hold that thought, Nora. I need to speak with someone," Ishido replied, her tone tense. While walking, he noticed a plume of smoke rising in the sky. He rushed toward it, pushing through the crowd. In the chaos, he spotted a scrawny kid with green hair sprinting toward a sludge monster in the center of the commotion. He was about to give chase but hesitated. "Let's see how this goes," Omen murmured to himself. The kid dashed forward to save a blond boy trapped in the creature's grasp. The sludge villain noticed the kid's approach and swung at him, but the boy cleverly threw his bag, hitting the monster in the eye and stunning it. Seizing the moment, the kid began clawing at the sludge. The creature lifted one of its gooey arms, preparing to slam it down on the boy. A sudden gust of wind pushed Omen forward slightly, and he looked up to see All Might blocking the attack and saving the children. Show off, Omen scoffed. All Might grabbed both boys and pulled them back just as he punched the sludge villain. Detroit's smosh, the hero declared proudly. The force of the wind knocked a few people off their feet. As the wind settled, the weather shifted from sunny to rainy. After the incident, the cleanup began, accompanied by harsh words directed at the heroic kid. You fool! Do you have a death wish? The wood-styled hero growled at the young man. There was absolutely no reason for you to put yourself in danger like that. The big-fisted man slammed his fist on a nearby box, emphasizing his point. Omen approached the two pros. It may have been reckless, but it was the right thing to do. I didn't see either of you doing anything about it, he grunted, his voice deep and robotic. The pros exchanged glances before walking away to speak with another hero, Empty Lady. Omen sat down beside the kid and stared off into space before speaking again. You did well, buddy. You're already on the path to becoming a hero. And remember, sometimes being a hero means doing something foolish. Don't let them get to you. He stood up and started to walk away, only to be surrounded by police and heroes. A girl with creamy blonde hair, purple eyes, and a skin-tight purple suit stepped forward, pointing at Omen. Omen, you are hereby under arrest. Again. Please come quietly and don't make this difficult, she said, almost slipping up. I wouldn't dream of it. I wouldn't want to hurt you and your lovely face, lady, but unfortunately I can't come with you. I need to speak with the big man. Also, nice save, he said playfully, teasing the young hero. The masked vigilante gestured toward a building where All Might stood, watching the scene unfold. The pros sighed and allowed him to continue on his way. As he passed Empty Lady, he blew her a kiss. She gritted her teeth in frustration but couldn't hide her blush. He climbed onto the roof where All Might stood, his muscular form partially obscured by smoke as he transformed back to his skeletal state. Mason retracted his mask and removed his glasses, tucking the mask into a barely visible earpiece. He approached the skeletal hero and followed All Might's gaze. The hero was watching the green-haired kid, who walked with his head down, appearing tense and distraught. Mason looked at All Might, noticing the disappointment etched on his face. The hero's fists were clenched, and he took deep breaths, a large fist-shaped dent in the wall beside him. I crushed that boy's dream, he muttered. Mason was taken aback. He never expected the symbol of peace to feel that way. He put on his glasses and scanned the boy. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Blood type, quirk, and age, 14. From what I've seen, he has the potential to be a fantastic hero. He may be scrawny, but with training he can become great. I know it's not my place, but as your successor, I believe he will be one of the greatest heroes. All Might placed a hand on the vigilante's shoulder. I know he will. That's why he will be the next holder of One for All. This is where I need your help. Mason groaned, having heard this speech repeatedly. I need your help training him. I want you to help him surpass everyone. Most importantly, as a friend, I want you to become a hero too. Mason shot up, annoyance flashing across his face as he glared at the skeletal hero. I can already hear the headlines. None of them will be good. I don't want to put my home in a bad light. People don't have to know about Omen or Eliphas if that's what you're worried about. Mason, you will make a great hero. You are smart and strong, one of the best detectives I know, second only to Tsukachi. I just need you to try. He extended his hand as a proposal to become a hero. Mason rolled his eyes but began to take the scrawny man's hand. After that speech, how can I refuse? Plus, it gets the others off my back, and I get to help people officially. He grasped the hand, which transformed into a huge, muscular one. Mason's eyes widened as he realized what was about to happen. The hero took off running, dragging Mason along as his body struggled to keep up with the sheer speed. They suddenly came to a halt, and Mason was thrown into a fence post. All Might skidded to a stop in the middle of the road. I am here! The kid screamed in fright. Mason got up from the broken fence, his mask and glasses still on, keeping his identity hidden. All Might? Why you here? And Omen? How did you get rid of the reporters? The kid shouted in shock. I stand for justice, not for sound bites. Because I am all Mig, all might coughed up blood, reverting back to his scrawny form. Midoriya stared in shock, then turned to Omen. All Might, Omen is right there. Don't worry, he knows. But anyway, young man, I've come to thank you and to discuss your earlier question. If you hadn't shared anything about your life, I would have been at a loss. So thank you. No, don't, it was my fault. I got in your way and wasted your energy, the kid said, avoiding eye contact. I'm not done. You told me you were quirkless, so when I saw a timid, powerless boy trying to save a life, it inspired me to act too. The boy's green eyes finally met All Might's. Every hero has a story about how they became great. Most share one thing in common. Their bodies moved before they had time to think, almost instinctively. Midoriya looked up at All Might, his eyes beginning to shine. He bowed his head as tears formed, clutching his chest and hunching forward, tears streaming down his face. And today, that's what happened to you. He fell to his knees, tears falling to the ground. I deem you worthy of power. My quirk is yours to inherit. He raised his head with a confused expression, tilting it slightly. Wait, what do you mean inherit? Midoriya asked. You should see your face. Don't worry, I'm not forcing this upon you. All Might stepped closer, raising his hand dramatically. It's your choice. Do you want to inherit my awesome power or what? He coughed, a small amount of blood escaping his lips. Mason, who had been silent until now, wondered why he was even there. Having lost interest in the dramatic exchange, Mason approached them and removed his mask and glasses. Long story short, the power won for all is a gift that is passed down to become stronger. Midoriya stared at him in shock. Omen, you don't have your mask on. Don't worry. By the way, the name's Mason. Anyway, I'll be off. I'll see you at UA Midoriya. Chapter End. My name is James. When I was 10, I lost my family and found myself abandoned in the Australian outback. Picture a kid in the middle of the desert, wrapped up, with the sun beating down and no water in sight. I was taken in by some cruel individuals who used their quirks to torment me. I don't need to mention their names or quirks since I dealt with them myself when I was 12. It was the first time I felt free. The exhilaration of that moment was incredible. I wanted others like me to experience that same feeling, so I took on the mantle of copy. I saved many people, but the authorities always tried to apprehend me. Even the heroes were after me, especially one named. Hands up, copy. We can do this the easy way or the hard way, commanded the hero known as Captain Boomerang. Seriously? We already know how this ends. I beat you, I leave, and you chase after me, James replied, sitting on the ledge of a building, exasperated. He put down the pencil he had been writing with. Copy wore a dark and edgy costume consisting of a black undershirt and pants, complemented by a stylish long black coat with white accents. A sword was sheathed on his back, and his armor fit seamlessly onto his coat. His black boots had striking metal accents that matched his armor, and he wore an ordinary black belt. Captain Boomerang was dressed in a blue coat, black pants, and boots, with a boomerang strapped to his back. James, come on, kid. I don't want to fight, but I will, he warned. James stood up, holding the pencil like a knife, and looked at the hero with cold eyes. His pale blue gaze pierced through the darkness of the night, his short blonde hair fluttering in the chilly Melbourne winter wind. The scars on his face added an intimidating edge to his glare. He threw the pencil at the hero, who dodged it effortlessly. James took off running, but then felt a sharp pain in his shin as a boomerang struck him. He fell to the ground, clutching his leg. Kid, someone has an offer for you. Cute. James growled, his eyes glowing blue and gold, illuminating his face. Nothing happened until the pencil returned, flying back towards them and striking the hero in the shoulder. Name, Captain Boomerang. Quirk, anything he throws comes back to him. If he uses it too much, he gets dizzy. A few hours after the excitement, Mason started to walk back to his place at UA. He had his headphones on, blasting some music. He looked up to see Mina about 5 meters away, looking at him with a serious expression. Oh no! I'm in trouble, he squeaked. Mason, let's chat, Ashido said, her tone firm. Oh. She walked up to him and playfully tugged at his shirt collar, but instead of pulling him along, she wrapped him in a hug. I'm confused on so many levels right now, Ashido. He felt a slight blush creeping up, though it wasn't very noticeable. She rested her head against his chest, feeling the rhythm of his heartbeat. You know how I worry about you being Omen. I've saved you twice, I don't want to make it 3 times. She gently cupped his face, her fingers brushing against the scar on his cheek and the bandage on his arm. Just remember, you're my best friend. I don't want to see you get hurt, okay? Got it, Ashido. I really need to get going, he replied, taking a step back. You know, I want to go to UA to become a hero. When that happens, I'll have to bring you along, she warned. I look forward to it. He smiled and gave her a playful salute before walking down the street, leaving her to her thoughts. He pressed a button on his earpiece, and both glasses and a mask formed on his face. See you, Ashido, the vigilante Omen said. Name, James Ark. Quirk, James can copy anyone's quirk, though it is significantly weaker than the original and can be tiring. He can replicate all sorts of quirks, including mutations, but it manifests as a transformation. Each time he acquires a new quirk, he experiences disorientation for a while. If he overuses his quirk, he begins to crash and suffers from migraines. Cat placed a hand on his shoulder and pulled out the pencil. A strange purple gas began to fill the surrounding area. What is happening? He said groggily. James fell to the floor with a thud. From the shadows where the gas was emanating, a tall woman with striking sky-blue eyes emerged. Her spiky dark purple hair was layered, with the longest strands reaching below her waist. Her chin-length bangs were split into 3 sections, 2 swept to the sides, while 1 fell diagonally across her face. A small beauty mark adorned her left cheek. She wore a sleek white bodysuit and thigh-high stockings. Thanks, Midnight. When does Nizu get here? He asked, not looking at the hero and staring blankly ahead. In 10 minutes. Let's get him back, the woman replied with a smirk. When James wakes up, he finds himself strapped to a chair. He struggles to break free, trying different quirks, but nothing works. Eventually, a migraine sets in, and he stops trying. After sitting in silence for a solid 15 minutes, the door swings open, and Midnight enters with a peculiar creature that resembles a mix of a bear, dog, and rat. What on earth? James exclaims, startled. In response, he receives a sharp slap on the arm from a whip. Watch your language, young man. Midnight warns. Hello, Mr. Nizu begins, but James interrupts. James is fine, he snaps back. My apologies, James, Nizu replies. I'm Nizu, the principal of UA. I've been following your work for some time, along with many other vigilante kids. I'd like you to come with us to you. James raises an eyebrow and bursts into laughter. Why would I do that? So you won't end up arrested and locked away for a long time, Nizu says with an unsettling smile. You have great talents, and I don't want to see them wasted. We already have Omen, Kraken, Ace, Cheetah, and Creature. Great. But why should I care? What do you want with us? What I want from everyone else is to help them become better and teach the next generation to be heroes. What I want from you is to put an end to the senseless violence. It's that or a lifetime in prison. Your choice, James. Nizu warns. A young man with black hair and green eyes stands before a large door guarded by 2 armed men. He wears a black tuxedo with a green tie, black dress shoes, and sunglasses. His eyes match his emerald tie, and his combed-over undercut hairstyle complements his tux. The door swings open, revealing a woman with aqua hair and mismatched eyes, one red, the other blue. Daniel, your father is ready, she smiles at him. Daniel looks up and returns the smile as he steps into the room. The room is vast and empty, with only a desk at the far end near a wall of windows. A man with gray hair and green eyes stands gazing out the window, dressed in a similar gray tuxedo. He sits down in a leather chair and pours himself a glass of whiskey. Thank you, Coco. I hope he wasn't too much trouble. Oh, not at all, Davy. He was just playing his game when I asked him to wait by your office, she replies. You may leave now, he orders. Coco nods quickly before exiting. Daniel glances back to see more guards standing outside the door as she leaves. He takes a seat in front of his father, who regards him with a cold stare. Daniel, do you know why I summoned you? Not a clue, Daniel replies, trying to maintain his composure. The man rises from his chair and looks out the window. This new vigilante, Kraken, is becoming a real thorn in my side. He's disrupted many of my operations, and it's infuriating. I want to crush him. It could be a female. Just saying, Daniel adds, earning a furious glare from his father. Daniel smirks awkwardly. Suddenly, a whip emerges from Daniel's wrist, slithering to the floor and wrapping around his father's ankle. His quirk is almost like ours. The people named him a vigilante, and what a fitting name for this one. Davy Jones and his pet, the Kraken Davy and his son, the Kraken, he exclaims. Davy turns around, throwing his glass at Daniel. He dodges the glass and clenches his fist. The whip crackles with bright blue electricity, causing his father to scream in pain as he collapses to the floor. From the corner of his eye, Daniel sees a black tendril approaching. He swiftly dodges and lashes out with his whip, avoiding two more tendrils that come for him. A girl with brown hair and mismatched eyes, one black and the other gold, emerges. She wears a black leather coat, and black tendrils extend from her back. Hello, Daniel. My name is. I apologize for intruding on family matters. I'll leave you both to discuss this. See you soon, Kraken. With that, she transforms into an inky black ooze and vanishes. Suddenly, the door is kicked down as police storm in, accompanied by a mouse, rat, dog, and a woman in a skin-tight bodysuit. All the guards behind the door are unconscious, and Davy lies motionless. Daniel approaches the two heroes, who discuss a significant opportunity they hope he will accept. Well, thank you for the help. I'll go to UA. It'll be good to stop hiding who I am. The assistance was nothing, my boy. We still need to talk with Copy, then we will leave. Meet us at the airport at 4 a.m., Niza comments, a hint of hesitation in his voice regarding Copy's methods. Got it, and good luck with Copy. He's a tough one, don't expect him to go quietly. See you both later, Daniel replies as he walks out of the office. A boy with black spiky undercut hair yawns and stretches at the giant entrance. This young man is called Mason. He is wearing a black hoodie with red patches on the sleeves and a bomber plane printed on the front with the word Essendon above it, black jeans, black and red Adidas shoes, and black fingerless wool gloves. He walks with other students to find out where he's supposed to go. As he's about to enter the school, he sees his green-haired friend having an awkward conversation with a girl. Mason chuckles as he walks past them. He makes it to the auditorium where the presentation is about to take place, sits down, rests his head on the desk, and closes his eyes. And you have been sleeping through the entire presentation. Mason's eyes shoot open as he jarks back into his seat. He looks around to see everyone staring at him, including a student standing up with blue hair, blue eyes, glasses, and impressively shaped eyebrows. He glances to his left and sees his good friend, Mina, grinning at him with her head resting on her hands. Sorry, my bad. I was hoping someone would wake me up when it was about to start. He snaps his head and glares at Ashido, who continues to grin and sticks her tongue out playfully. Alright. Mason, please stop sleeping. Anyway, examinee 7111, thanks for calling in your request. The fourth villain type is worth 0 points. That guy is just an obstacle. There is one in every battle center. Think of it as something you have to avoid, the pro hero present Mike explains. Mason looks down at the card in front of him, noting that his test location is Battle Center V. He notices Ashido has her card at Battle Center B and looks puzzled. There were only 7 locations. You must be getting special treatment. Yeah, but I'm probably not the only one. After the introduction is complete, everyone heads off to their locations. Mason changes into his vigilante suit and sneaks off to Battle Center V, putting on his glasses and mask. On his way, he runs into a familiar friend. This young man wears a dark purple cloak, navy blue robes, and a black face mask. Griff, you son of a gun. Yo, is that you, Maze? So you're one of the others? Glad to know it's you, mate. Same here. We're here, by the way. Play nice and try not to make any smart remarks if you can help it. I'll try, Mason smirks. As soon as he reaches the meeting point with Griffin, also known as Ace, he sees the rest of the Vigilantes and one of his guardians, the principal. Mason activates the mask on his face, slipping into the persona of Omen. I didn't know I was going to a convention. Watch your mouth. A guy in a black hood and mask approaches, trying to intimidate Omen. Another guy with a black gas mask chuckles at the unfolding situation. Ace shoots a glare at Omen. Heh, calm down, copy, he's only joking, Kraken attempts to say in a British accent, failing miserably. So why are we all here? Ace sighs. Ace walks up to Nizu. The girl next to him is wearing a black leather suit, a black cloak, and a cat mask, with her dull blonde hair sticking out. Behind Nizu, a girl with golden blonde hair and a masquerade mask looks professional in brown and green robes, adorned with a star necklace. Mason smiles from beneath his mask and scans the secret Vigilantes. Name, Brianna aka Creature. Blood type B+. Quirk, she has the ability to connect with animals, but she only uses that side after a mistake. Age, 15. Named Griffin AKs. Blood type O+. Quirk, he can use magic. Age, 15. Name Olivia Igichita. Blood type I. Quirk, she can grow incredibly sharp nails at will and possesses feline agility. Age, 15. Name James Ige Copy. Blood type B. Quirk, he can copy people's quirks just by looking at them. Age, 15. Name Daniel Ige Kraken. Blood type The. Quirk, he has tentacles or whips that extend from his wrists. At full power, they act like a laser whip. At lower power, they can electrocute and drain energy from a target, gaining knowledge of their quirk. At no power, they are just regular whips. Age, 15. So why the masks? Let me guess, privacy? Omen says with a cheeky grin. Yes and no. This is a program I designed. There is no test. You have all already proven to be potential pros and don't need to take any tests. This is just an introduction. You 6 will be split into pairs. Each pair will take care of and teach a class what you know, but you won't be stuck with that class. You'll still attend regular classes and follow the curriculum. You're here to introduce yourselves to one another, Nizu explains. Mason is the first to remove his mask and reveal himself. My name is Mason Kiyamezawa, and my quirk is Omen. Also, I already know everyone, so I gotta go. Have fun with the intros. See you at school. Bye, Griff. See you, Ace, Griffin replies with a sigh. Mason lives in UA in a big house built for him by Cementos. A few days later, it's time to go to classes. Mr. Aizawa informs Mason that he is in Class 1A. He walks to school in his uniform, puts on his headphones, and starts listening to music. I wonder who I've got. Mason arrived at his class early, finding it empty, so he decided to take a quick nap. He was stirred awake by a heated argument. Looking over, he noticed a blonde guy with striking red eyes in a dispute with the same person who had scolded him for dozing off. This individual was seated behind the blonde in the back. This is going to be a long 3 years, Mason muttered to himself. Did you say something, you jerk, eh? The loud blonde shouted. I recognize you. You're the one who slept through the exam explanation. I hope you don't sleep in class, the guy with glasses said as he approached Mason. Don't worry, I won't. I'm Mason, by the way, Mason replied, standing up and extending his hand. I'm Tenya Ida said, shaking Mason's hand. Mason smiled kindly and turned to see Midoriya, Daniel, and James entering the room. James took a seat next to Mason, followed closely by Daniel. The 3 exchanged glances before settling into silence until the teacher arrived. It took you 9 seconds to stop talking. If you're here just to make friends, you might as well leave, Aizawa said as he appeared, wrapped in a yellow sleeping bag. He held up UA gym uniforms. Put these on and meet me outside. With that, Aizawa left, prompting the students to change. While changing, a guy with yellow hair and a black bolt streak glanced over at Mason, who had his shirt off. Kaminari noticed the numerous scars on Mason's back, varying in length and shape. As Mason stretched his right arm, he inadvertently revealed a brand on his side. After a while, the class gathered outside. Everyone's jaws dropped in surprise, except for Mason. "A quirk assessment test?" they exclaimed in unison, causing Mason to smirk. "But what about orientation? We're going to miss it." Uraraka protested. "If you really want to make it to the big leagues, there's no time for pointless ceremonies. Here at UA, we're not bound by tradition. That means I can run my class however I see fit. Now, Bakugu, throw this using your quirk," Aizawa instructed, handing the ball to the blonde kid from earlier. As Bakugu prepared to throw, Mason's eyes glimmered with a hint of red. "Die!" Bakugu shouted, but the ball fell straight to his feet, igniting his frustration. The class erupted in laughter while Aizawa shot a glare at Mason. "Go again." "Since someone wanted to play this game, Mason, you're up next." "Darn it!" Bakugu exclaims as he steps up again, launching the ball with impressive force. Aizawa holds up the distance monitor, revealing a remarkable 705.2 meters. He looks at Mason and gestures for him to come forward. Dismisses it and shares a small chuckle with Ishido. He had previously encountered the pink-haired girl during a workout session with the dark-haired boy and All Might. Mason throws the ball with great force, sending it a considerable distance. Aizawa informs the class that it traveled 50 meters. Impressive. Even without his quirk, Mason achieved a solid score. Bakugu glares at Mason with intense focus, causing Mason to feel uneasy under the weight of that gaze. "I want to try. This looks like a blast." Ishido exclaims. "This isn't meant to be fun, Ishido." "Fine, if you score the lowest, you will be expelled." As this news was revealed, the entire class was left in shock. In shock, except for Mason and a girl with a black spiky ponytail. "You can't send one of us home," Uraraka starts. "He's the teacher. He decides what happens in his class." Mason interrupts. "But it isn't fair," she pouts. "Do you think natural disasters are fair? Power-hungry villains? Catastrophic incidents that wipe out cities? The world is unfair." "Well said. Let's just get going," Aizawa yawns. Mason scores. Test 1 50-meter dash 4 seconds. Test 2 grip strength 42.0. Test 3 standing long jump 8 feet. Test 4 repeated side steps 1000. Test 5 ball throw 50 m. Test 6 sit-ups 120. Test 7 seated toe touch 10. Test 8 long distance run 9 m. James scores. Test 1 50-meter dash 4.12 seconds. Test 2 grip strength 69. Test 3 standing long jump cleared. Test 4 repeated side steps 799. Test 5 ball throw 503.2 m. Test 6 sit-ups 400. Test 7 seated toe touch 100. Test 8 long distance run 100 m. Daniel scores. Test 1 50-meter dash 5.01 seconds. Test 2 grip strength 43.0. Test 3 standing long jump cleared. Test 4 repeated side steps 150. Test 5 ball throw 802.1 m. Test 6 sit-ups 120. Test 7 seated toe touch 29. Test 8 long distance run 9 m. Mason decided not to use his quirks for the remainder of the tests, which put him at a slight disadvantage, but he was following Mr. Aizawa's instructions. During the ball throw, James utilized Bakugu's explosive quirk to launch the ball, which only fueled Bakugu's frustration. Daniel cleverly fashioned a slingshot with his whips, impressing Aizawa in the process. Uraraka, the chestnut-haired girl chatting with Midoriya, achieved an impressive infinity score. Next was Midoriya himself. He glanced at his friend with dark eyes, who gave him an encouraging thumbs up. He threw the ball, but it didn't travel far. Aizawa's hair stood on end, indicating he was using his quirk. Mason approached Aizawa, who raised an eyebrow at him and gestured for him to wait. Midoriya launched the ball with remarkable force, and Mason noticed the bruised finger he had sustained. He looked at the monitor Aizawa was focused on and smiled when he saw the score of 705. Mr. Aizawa, you see I'm still standing, Midoriya groaned. Mason smiled back at Midoriya, impressed, and his teacher shared the sentiment. Mason winked at Midoriya and gave him a thumbs up. Bakugo, visibly fuming, stomped toward Midoriya, shouting, "Stupid Deku, how did you?" In an instant, Bakugo found himself on the ground, bandages in his mouth and 2 whips wrapped around his legs. Mason had a knee pressed against his back and another on his right hand. James held Bakugo down with a hand on his back and his boot on his left hand, while Daniel tightly gripped the whips encircling Bakugo's legs. Mason tightened the bandages around Bakugo's face. Aizawa wore a slight smile. "Get off him. I think he may think twice before trying to pounce now." The class stared in shock at how quickly the 3 had subdued Bakugo. Ashido was the only one unfazed. She simply smirked. "Alright, time to give you your results. I ranked you from best to worst. I'll just pull up the list. It's quicker to read it than to go through it." A holographic list appeared, displaying 2 tables, one labeled Final Results and the other V Results. Mason felt a twinge of concern about the list reserved for the 3, but it seemed no one else noticed. They were too focused on their own rankings. Final Results. 1 Momo Yaoyorozu. 2 Endi Shoto Todoroki. 3 Ardi Katsuki Bakugo. 4 Tenya Ida. 5 Fumikage Tokoyami. 6 Mizo Shoji. 7 Mashireo Ojiro. 8 Eijiro Kirishima. 9 Mina Ishido. 10 Hachiko Uraraka. 11 Koji Koda. 12 Rikido Sato. 13 Siu Ajui. 14 Yuga Oyama. 15 Kantasiro. 16 Denki Kaminari. 17 Kyokajiro. 18 Toru Hagakure. 19 Minoru Mineta. 20 Tezuka Midoriya. V Results. 1st Themes. 2nd Griffin. 3rd Daniel. 5th Olivia. 5th 6th Mason. Also, no one is going home, it was just a logical deception, he said, making the results disappear before anyone could notice the other list. Everyone except the girl with the ponytail and Mason looked stunned. "Mason and I can't be the only ones who realized he was joking," Yaoyorozu remarked. "It was just a way to motivate us to work even harder," Mason shrugged, casting a glare at Aizawa. James approached Mason and playfully punched him in the arm. "Why didn't you say anything?" Mason rubbed his arm. "I wasn't sure if he would actually do it. He saw potential in the class, so he didn't expel anyone." James nodded in understanding and walked to the back. "Hey Mr. Aizawa, do we study old villains in class? Maybe like that guy Eliphas or the Yakuza?" Kaminari says, casting a glance at Mason. At the mention of the name, Mason's eyes shift from their usual black to a fiery red, glowing like embers. He clenches his fists tightly. Aizawa notices Mason and sees a few tears welling up in his eyes. No one else seems to notice the boy except for the teacher, who looks at the pink-haired girl beside him. She feels uneasy under his gaze until she hears Mason's breathing become shaky. She rushes over to him, trying to calm him down. James and Daniel observe this and quietly move closer to shield the two. While we could touch on similar topics, Eliphas isn't appropriate for school. We still don't have a complete story on him. He wasn't even supposed to appear in the media, Aizawa says, attempting to ease the tension. But shouldn't we be prepared for everything? Ida asks. They're right. To grow stronger, we need to know about these things to be better prepared. Mason's voice breaks through, shaky but determined. Tear streaks mark his face, yet he manages a smile despite the tension. Kaminari notices and looks down, feeling guilty. That's enough for today. TM. Coming through the door like a hero. All Might announces. Fangirling intensifies. Mason mumbles as everyone around him erupts in excitement for the #1 hero. James jolts awake, having dozed off. Mason leans over to him. Dude, you good? The boy yawns and shakes his head. Living in a cheap apartment is rough. Daniel, who was also napping, suddenly wakes up and scolds both boys. I'm in the same building. Now be quiet. Why don't you guys come live with me at the house on campus? They're cozy, spacious, and free. I could even get Griff, Bree, and Liv to join us. They probably have the same issues with their accommodations, Mason suggests. The two exchange glances and smile. You had me at cozy. You had me at live. Boys, why are you still here? All Might asks. The boys look around and realize everyone else has left. All Might stands there, still smiling. We were discussing living arrangements. What should we do? Mason asks. The hero lowers his head. Get into your costumes and meet me at ground beta. Wait, our vigilante costumes? Daniel exclaims, slamming his desk. Yes. It's time for your friends to know your secret. The three boys exchange worried looks, feeling the pressure. Mason glares at the symbol of peace, causing him to sweat. Look, boys. You're already ahead of the class, and they need role models to look up to and catch up with. If it helps them reach their goals, I'm all for it, Daniel shrugs. Sounds good. James gives a lazy thumbs up. All right, boys, let's get out there, Mason says, standing up from his desk. The three of them change into their costumes. Daniel wears an armored black coat with purple accents, dark gray combat pants held up by a black and purple belt, and black combat boots. His gloves cover only his pinky, ring, and middle fingers. The coat features an armored hood, and he sports a gas mask with tape forming an X over the mouth area. James, with his hood up, dons a silver metal face mask. All Might stands in front of the class explaining the rules as they draw teams from a lottery. Ida raises his hand and stands at attention. Sir, what about James, Mason, and Daniel? If they face another two, that would give their opponents a huge disadvantage. But that would mean one team has to fight twice. That wouldn't be fair. Ida argues. All Might grumbles. The class looks around and realizes 3 members are missing. Speaking of them, where are they? Jiro asks. You're the one who can locate people. You tell me, Jiro. They all look up towards the robotic voice. The class sees the 3 vigilantes standing near a building, and the students get into fighting stances, except for Ashido and Midoriya. Settle down. Class, you were wondering where they have been. The hero walks over to the 3 vigilantes and places a hand on Kraken and Copy's shoulders. Ashido and Midoriya join them to greet the trio. Everyone is slack-jawed. These young men are your classmates. First is Kraken, also known as Daniel. Daniel removes his mask and clips it to his belt, flashing a cheeky smile and a wink at everyone. Next is Copy, also known as James. James simply nods in acknowledgement. And last is Omen, also known as Mason. The worst at keeping his identity secret. Midoriya chuckles. All Might covers his mouth to suppress a laugh. And got saved twice. Ashido giggles. All Might turns away, trying not to burst into laughter as Ashido and Midoriya snicker to themselves. The mask and glasses retract, and Mason glares at them, reminiscent of Aizawa. He glances at Ashido and her costume, feeling his face heat up as the mask closes around him. All Might suppresses his laughter. And these boys will be fighting me. The 3 freeze, all color draining from their faces. They know they can't defeat the number 1 hero. Even if they have experience, don't you think they'll still go down? Kirishima comments. That's why I will hold back and use weights to limit myself. All Might announces as he begins to put on the weights. Color rushes back into James' face, his pale blue eyes narrowing as he strides over to the hero. No, I don't want you to hold back. Come at us with everything you've got. The pro smirks at the young blonde's boldness. If you say so, he replies, tossing the weights aside. Mason and Daniel somehow become even more flushed, falling back onto the pavement. James realizes what he's done and sheepishly returns to the other 2, joining them on the ground. That will be the last battle. I want you to help me monitor the fight and step in when needed. All 3 boys raise their fists in a lackluster celebration. They all start to watch the monitor as the hero team begins to enter the building. As the 2 sneak around slowly and methodically, Daniel becomes more intrigued, sitting straight in the swivel chair. Then Bakugo ambushes the 2 by jumping out from behind a corner, attempting to surprise Midoriya, who dodges and pushes Uraraka out of the way. Half of Bakugo's mask is already damaged, He almost got the jump on him. The invisible girl, Hagakure, exclaims. Sneak attack Bakugo? What kind of person pulls cheap tricks like that? Kirishima growls. It's a viable strategy. He's playing the part of a villain. All Might defends. The pink girl points to the screen, jumping for joy. It didn't work. Midoriya dodged it. Ishido smiles. Bakugo charges at Midoriya and tries to throw a right hook. Midoriya grabs onto his arm, twists himself around, and throws Bakugo to the ground. Mason smiles while looking at the screen. The blonde boy starts to get up as Midoriya yells at him. Kaken, you always use a big right hook to start a fight. I know because I've watched you for years. I analyzed every amazing hero, even you. I wanted to learn everything I could about them. It was all in the notebook you burned and threw away. Midoriya's voice becomes more determined and confident. He stands tall as Bakugo watches. You can call me Deku, but I'm not the same hopeless and defenseless kid anymore. You hear me? I've changed. From now on, you is the name of a hero. By this point, James, Daniel, and Mason are smiling wide, their eyes glued to the monitor. Bakugo stands up. Deku! His voice is rough and full of anger. You're shaking in your boots, you're so scared. But you want to fight me anyway. That's why I hate you. The intensity in his voice makes the three boys tense up. No one else seems to know what's happening, but All Might gestures for them to calm down and sit. Ida tries to communicate with Bakugo, but he brushes him off. Hey, who's Bakugo talking to? I'm not hearing anything. Can we get sound? Kirishima asks. He's got a communications device in his ear to talk with his partner. All Might answers. So there is a 15-minute time limit, and the heroes have no idea what floor it's on? Ishido lifts her head and looks toward the pro. You'd be correct, young Ishido. He smiles. So the heroes are clearly at a disadvantage here. A big one. The black-eyed boy swings his chair to look at the class, his eyes locking onto Ishido's golden irises. Heroes need to outwit villains all the time. Heroes are always going to be at a disadvantage, especially with a ticking bomb. We need to be quick on our feet and even quicker to the punch. All together. All Might smiles. Let's hear a plus ultra. Everyone cheers. The three boys groan and slam their heads on the table. He's on the move. Oyama says. Everyone looks toward the screen to see Bakugo exploding toward Midoriya and kicking him. Midoriya blocks the kick while Uraraka runs to find the bomb. Midoriya uses the capture tape almost as a weapon, similar to Aizawa. He dodges another attack from Bakugo, this time even more impressively. He kicked first. He's switching things up to not look predictable, James observes, sounding impressed. Bakugo readies his gauntlets, but Midoriya starts to flee. The blonde boy gives chase but loses his opponent. He shakes with frustration and screams out to Midoriya. As the main fight slows down, we look over to Ida and Uraraka. Ida is definitely playing the villain, even monologuing. Bakugo finds Midoriya, and they begin a face-off. Since you're such a stalker, you probably know how my quirk works. I secrete a flammable substance from the palms of my hands to make it explode. Imagine what I can do with a lot of it. He pulls back on his gauntlet, and a small pin appears. That's right, these things aren't just for show. They've been storing my sweat for one massive blast. The three boys stand up, tense. He's gone too far, sir. Daniel exclaims. The pro looks at the screen and pulls out a small mic. Young Bakugo. Don't do it, you'll hurt him. He'll be fine as long as he dodges. Bakugo's sadistic smile makes James growl with anger. The boy pulls the pin, and a cylinder of explosive blasts shoots from his gauntlet straight toward Midoriya. The hallway is too narrow to dodge the massive blast. Midoriya gets caught in it. Daniel presses on an earpiece that allows him to hear and talk with the participants. Midoriya! Come in! Midoriya! Daniel yells. Mason leans back in his chair, bouncing his leg up and down, stressed out. As the smoke clears, Midoriya is on the ground but sits up, not overly injured by the blast. The real fight just began. Kirishima looks worriedly over to All Might. Sir, isn't this getting out of hand? That Bakugu is acting crazy, he's going to hurt him. Not so. James swipes the mic from All Might. If Bakugu uses that stored-up sweat again, I will personally make sure he regrets it. That doesn't faze Bakugu, he just ignores it. All Might grabs the mic back. I will stop the fight, and your team will lose if you use it again. The destruction of your base is a poor strategy for both teams, he says. Bakugu blasts toward Midoriya and goes hand-to-hand with him. Midoriya loses his footing and can't dodge, so he goes for a counterattack, but Bakugu switches his pattern, blasting Midoriya from behind. As the class continues to discuss Bakugu's actions, the three boys get ready to step in. They look to All Might, who is trembling. Midoriya starts to flee once more. He's running again. Ashido says. Not very manly. Kirishima mumbles. He's not running. He's gaining distance. He needs to think of something, and just that little bit of space can make a huge difference in a fight, Mason says, spinning in his chair. They stand head-to-head for the final clash. Why won't you use your quirk against me? Still think you can win without it? Bakugu rages. That's not it, Midoriya grumbles. You've been hiding your true power for years. What's the deal with that, Deku? Did you think you were better than me this entire time? Is that what you think? You idiot. You've always been stronger, Kakin. I know you're better than me. Can't you see? That's why I want to beat you. Because you're amazing, he yells. You're even more of an idiot than I realized. Come at me. The two dash toward each other. The three boys sit down, knowing this needs to happen. All Might would have stopped it if not. Midoriya activates his quirk to punch his opponent. They are going to hurt each other. Sir? Guys? Kirishima exclaimed. Just as the pro was about to call off the fight, Daniel cleverly snatched the microphone with his whip and handed it to James. The class was taken by surprise, but Mason quickly pointed toward the screen. Space gives you time to think. Why do you think he chose this particular spot? Uraraka, now. Midoriya commanded. Right. Uraraka responded. She grasped a support pillar as Midoriya unleashed a powerful punch, sending a gust of wind that shook the building. Uraraka activated her quirk, making the pillar weightless. With a swift motion, she sent debris flying toward Ida while leaping toward the bomb, herself now free from gravity. She caught the bomb in her arms, signaling victory for the heroes. Midoriya stood protectively in front of Bakugu, his right arm injured and his left arm singed. James slowly brought the microphone to his mouth, a grin spreading across his face. The hero team wins. Midoriya collapsed to the floor, unconscious. Uraraka felt a wave of nausea wash over her, and Ida rushed to her side, gently patting her back to comfort her. What a strange way to end. The losing team is mostly unscathed, while the winners are both on the ground. That's how it goes sometimes. Just look at my precious face, James shrugged. Can't come out of a fight like that unscathed, unfortunately, Mason remarked, gesturing to the scar over his eye. Some bots assist Midoriya on his way to the infirmary while the uninjured participants regroup in the room. Despite the results, the battle's MVP is young Ida. All Might announces. The class looks puzzled. Shouldn't it be one of the winners? Sue the frog girl. Good question. James replies with a hint of frustration. Yaoyorozu raises her hand. I know. Ida embraced this challenge and adapted to his role. Bakugo wouldn't understand because of his clouded judgment and grudge against Midoriya. It was reckless to attempt a large-scale attack indoors. It could have been disastrous. Similarly, Midoriya's strategy was poorly thought out, considering the damage he took. Uraraka let her guard down mid-battle. Ida was the only one prepared and ready. The pro looks at the three boys, who wear disapproving expressions. What is it, boys? Ida may have been the MVP of the simulated scenario, and I don't disagree with that, James states. But in a real situation, Midoriya would be the MVP. Between self-preservation and a bomb going off, what do you do? Ida was moving the bomb so the heroes couldn't touch it. Midoriya was pinned but still managed to secure the win, Daniel adds. All eyes turn to Mason, who is deep in thought. It's a hero's job to risk themselves for the greater good. I agree with both Yao and Dan. Sometimes, the only way to achieve something is to risk it all. On that note, let's get back to the fights. All Might smiles. Those fights were truly something. Now it's time for the big match. Are you ready, boys? All Might exclaims. The boys collectively shake their heads in panic. Good. Yaoyorozu, Jiro, Ishido, and Ida take over the monitoring. I'll be the villain. The four of them head off to the area while the three wait 5 minutes for All Might to prepare. Once Yaoyorozu begins the match, the boys spring into action. James sprints around the back, Daniel zips up to the roof, and Mason keeps watch at the front. Mason reaches behind him and pulls out a flashbang, removing the pin and releasing the lever. He counts to 3 before opening the door and tossing it inside. A loud bang echoes as Mason slams the door shut. Daniel uses his whips to pull Mason up to the roof, switching their positions. Kaminari watches the screen in confusion. What was the point of that? Since Mason is the weakest of the 3, he's trying to divert attention from the heavy hitters, Yaoyorozu explains. Yeah, but how do we know he's the weakest? We haven't seen his quirk at all. Kaminari grumbles, while Ishido giggles, being one of the few who knows. Mason opens the door to the roof and enters the building, moving quietly on the top floor. Not hearing any fighting below makes him uneasy. He hears footsteps in the hallway ahead and pulls out another flashbang, tossing it toward the sounds. All Might turns the corner just as the flashbang flies toward him, shielding his eyes as the flash goes off. Mason dashes toward All Might, assuming he can't see. But as he runs past, the pro's grin widens. Suddenly, All Might extends his arm and knocks Mason down with a swift move. Mason slides across the ground, damaging part of his mask and glasses. Nevertheless, he stands up as the pro approaches, chuckling. I expected to fight young Daniel. Do you think I would go for the weakest? Always go for the lone person. The pro hero charges ahead, preparing to deliver a powerful punch. The student smirks at his teacher, narrowly avoiding the blow, causing his irises to briefly turn red. All Might's fist gets stuck in the wall, and he looks at Mason with admiration. The student's eyes quickly revert back to black as he confidently walks past the struggling hero. A bit of bad luck there. The hero exerts immense force to free his fist from the wall. In a swift motion, he rushes toward Mason, grabbing him and slamming him onto the ground, causing it to crack and sending them tumbling down to the next level. Mason lies amidst the debris before being flung into the wall. As Mason tries to rise, the hero charges forward to deliver a final blow, but James intervenes, using Midoriya's one-for-all quirk to punch All Might in the face. Meanwhile, Daniel unleashes his whips with full energy, glowing in a bright blue hue and slicing through everything in their path. Daniel releases his whips as a sweet-voiced woman calls out to Mason, "To win, you'll need to use your full power. Go beyond, my son." Mason stands up and sees that the other two are engaged in a fight with All Might. Despite feeling weak, he feels a surge of energy and launches himself at All Might, delivering a swift kick to his face. A sudden commotion arises as all eyes turn to Mason, whose right leg is smoldering. Ishido appears to be the only one concerned, while the rest remain focused on the formidable force before them. James, go find the bomb. Daniel and I will handle him. The blonde boy nods and speeds off. Why would he take the strongest out of the fight? Ida asks. Time. James can use a speed quirk to zoom around and find the bomb. Those two will be fighting, but not as long as it would take for them to search. Ishido explains. All Might gets up and charges at Daniel, who jumps up and wraps his whips around the pro's wrists. They aren't at full power, so it merely electrocutes him. Mason jumps up and spin kicks All Might in the ribs. The pro recoils from the impact and attempts to punch while his hands are tied. When he connects with Mason, the boy turns into smoke. The smoke swirls around All Might, and when it clears, Mason knees the pro in the spine. All Might, recovering from the impact, jumps up and twists, sending Daniel crashing into the wall. He grabs Mason by the face and punches him in the ribs. A loud cracking sound echoes through the empty halls, and those listening can feel the tension. Mason cries out in pain, Not from the blow but from the burning sensation spreading from the mark left on him. It feels excruciating. All Might looks at the mark as it burns through Mason's clothing, revealing glowing red veins. Hot red chains slither around both of All Might's arms, stopping at his wrists. The mark stopped glowing and he ceased his cries. Hero's team wins. Yayarozu announced to everyone. James laid down next to the bomb, exhausted. Hey, he found it. Mason lost consciousness in the pro's arms. Sometime later, they all reunited in the moderating room, except for Midoriya and Mason. Now, who was the MVP for that match? All three of Team Vijay, Daniel said with a smug tone. Everyone looked at the green-eyed boy with confusion. But, also, why Vijay? That's so random, James grumbled. We needed an MVP. Use your brain, you muppet. Anyway, the reason is that we couldn't have won without each other's help. James found the bomb, and Mason and I held you off long enough, Daniel smirked. You are correct, young Daniel. You all played a vital part in the match, even if you weren't acknowledged as much. Anyway, that's a wrap. You have made me proud. What an excellent day of training. All Might said with a smile before sprinting towards the infirmary. When he arrived, Mason was already up and relaxing, enjoying a Vegemite and cheese sandwich. Why didn't you both think to stop them? It's Midoriya's second day, and he's already a regular patient. The pro-hero recovery girl scolded. Name a more iconic duo, heh, Mason snickered. He received stern looks from both the nurse and his teacher. You're right, I'm sorry. As they talked, Mason stared off into space, trying to figure out who that woman was. He dozed back off to sleep, waiting for Midoriya. After he got up, the two boys headed down the halls to class. Everyone was so excited to see Midoriya, it made Mason smile. He'll be the one to save everyone. A singular bright light shone down in the small cell room. Inside was a small bed, where a young girl with bright emerald green eyes and light brown hair lay. She wore a teal uniform, the same as the boy sitting in front of her, whom she was bandaging. He had dark brown hair and black irises, and she was carefully wrapping his right eye. You've got to stop aggravating him, 9, the girl said, tugging on the bandages. The young boy, known as 9, boasted, I can handle his hits, 6. However, the girl swiftly responded by playfully smacking the back of his head, causing him to yelp in surprise. He turned back, rubbing the back of his head, while she smirked and ruffled his hair. Can't take that hit, though. I can take his hits, mother, he said mockingly. I understand what you meant, Mason. The boy began to feel anxious as he heard the girl calling his name. Mason quickly jumped out of bed and noticed his pink friend waiting for him at the foot of the bed. Mason? She yelled. She was already in her school uniform. He looked at his digital clock. It was 5:30 a.m. How are you in my room, Ashido? She became flustered and scratched her cheek. Well, I wanted to have an early day to exercise, which I did. I finished and came down here to grab something from lunch rush, then Mr. Aizawa gave me a key to the dorm. James and Daniel let me in and then went out to do something. I heard you yelling and came up here to see. Mason tried to process her explanation, but only one thing stuck out. Aizawa just gave you an extra key? He gave it to me ages ago, she shrugged, a bright blush on her cheeks. A year ago, Ashido had been guided to the UA house by Mr. Aizawa. So why ask to see him on his day off? Her face turned red, but it was too dark to see. Just here to hang out. Play some video games, maybe. Had enough of just training with him, so I thought we could chill. Fair enough. Seeing as you are his best friend, I can trust you with this spare key that got made. I must have miscounted the staff. He flicked the key over to Ashido, who fumbled to catch it. She looked up to see him smirking. Thanks, Mr. Aizawa, she exclaimed. His smirk faded as he sighed. I know you like my son and he constantly talks about you. Do something, Ashido, it'll make him happy. Also, don't say I called him son, it'll get to his head. Aizawa turned back and started walking away, hands in his pockets. Fair enough, Mason shrugged. He got up and got ready for the day while Ashido was in the common area watching some TV. The green-eyed boy returned with a bag of groceries, wearing his school uniform. "Hey, Ashido, what are you watching?" She turned back to see him unloading the shopping. "Just a documentary on Vigilantes." He gave an approving hum and started cooking bacon and eggs. She went back to watching the documentary when the blonde boy entered, sweating and wearing his hero costume. Daniel didn't make eye contact but knew what the boy had been up to. "Still doing vigilante work, huh?" "Naughty, naughty," Daniel teased. Not missing a beat, James flipped him the bird. "Leave me alone. Been housemates for only 8 hours, and you are already arguing," Griff and Mason said as they entered the room in their student uniforms, snickering at the two boys. "He invited you too, huh, Griff?" James asked, stripping off his gear. "I've been his friend for a few years now. Not as long as Ashido and him, but long enough," Griffin said, jumping onto the opposite couch. "Breakfast is ready, boys and girl," Daniel called out. Everyone gathered at the table while Daniel served the food. They all dug into the delicious bacon and egg sandwiches. The rest of the day was straightforward, just normal school activities. After school, Kirishima asked some of the boys to hang out. Daniel, James, Midoriya, Kaminari, Ciro, and Mason all accepted the offer. Ashido had the same idea and invited all the girls. They all went to the beach, where the girls splashed in the ocean water along with Midoriya, Ciro, Daniel, and James. Mason, Griffin, Kirishima, and Kaminari sat on the soft sand. "You boys going to come?" the energetic boy asked. "Later," Griffin smirked. The yellow-haired boy shrugged and ran to the ocean shore. The two boys on the beach then turned their heads to Mason, grinning cheekily. "So, you and Ashido?" Kirishima teased. The black-eyed boy blushed and tried to hide his face. What about Ashido and me?" "She has constantly talked about you ever since she and I met," Kiri replied. "You can't be this dense. She obviously has a thing for you, and you have a thing for her. As long as I have known you, you've always found a way to talk about her," Griffin said, lightly punching Mason on the shoulder. "You can't prove that," Mason replied, turning toward the girl and feeling a blush creep across his cheeks. They both glanced at his eyes and then at where he was looking. There she was, the girl in pink. "Then why do you keep staring?" Griffin teased, a mischievous grin on his face. Mason quickly turned to face Griffin and Kirishima. "Look, I want to, but I can't put her in danger. Come on, she's becoming a hero. She's strong and a perfect match for you. Plus, you trained with her for years," Griffin encouraged. Mason looked back at the girl, her eyes sparkling in the setting sun as she waved him over, laughing. He smiled and exchanged glances with the other boys. They all got up and dashed toward the water. Later, Ashido and Mason walked in the dark toward her house. "That was a fun day," she exclaimed. "Why it was," he replied. She turned to face him, blocking his path. "All right, you've been stuttering and timid this whole time. Come on, spill." He tried to deflect, but her persistence was undeniable. He swallowed hard, gathering his courage to speak. "Mina, you've done so much for me, and I never got to tell you how much I appreciate you. I really like you and would love to maybe go on a date with you one day." Her eyes lit up, and she tackled him in a hug, planting a quick kiss on his cheek as they both blushed. "Took you long enough. Of course, I'll go on a date with you. I've been thinking about it for a while now, you silly." "So, anime confessions do work?" he asked, grinning widely. "Not all the time," she giggled. After dropping her off and sharing another quick kiss, Mason began making his way back to the dorms. From a nearby building, a slender man with scraggly white hair, dressed in a black coat, watched with 2 scars running down his eyes. "I'll see you tomorrow, young Aizawa," he called out. In the observation room, All Might and 3 boys gathered around a large monitor, with the rest of the class standing behind them to watch. Ashido leaned against Mason's chair, resting her head on it, while Jiro placed her arms on top of James' chair. Team A, consisting of Midoriya and Uraraka, was set to face Team D, featuring Bakugo and Ida. Each team had 5 minutes to devise both a defensive and offensive strategy. "Well, boys, what do you think of the teams? Who will prevail?" All Might asked, placing a hand on Mason's shoulder. "Coincidental match or not?" Bakugo and Midoriya have a history, and this is a great opportunity for them to settle things, Mason began. Midoriya is clever, but his quirk can be quite damaging to him. It can hurt him just by using it, James noted. Bakugo will likely leave the defending to Ida while he focuses on his rivalry with Midoriya. If he were thinking clearly, he would have Ida take on Midoriya while he defends, Daniel argued. Bakugo is determined to beat Midoriya, so he won't do that. His best strategy is to take it slow and avoid unnecessary destruction, James countered. Midoriya knows Bakugo well. He can use that to his advantage. In this environment, he needs to minimize damage unless absolutely necessary, Mason stated. The class and All Might looked at the three boys with wide eyes, surprised by their insights. I meant, who do you think will win? All Might blinked. Don't know, the three boys replied in unison. Things can change in an instant. James added. As a new day began, the sun rose, and Izuku Midoriya approached the school gates, which were crowded with reporters. One reporter spotted him and called out, "Hey, can you tell us what it's like to work so closely with All Might?" Flustered, he searched for an escape. Sorry, I have to go to the nurse's office." "Yes, right away." He hurried away, leaving the reporters to interview other students from Class 1A. Some were nervous, while others were excited. Bakugo, irritated by their questions about the sludge villain, threatened them. They then approached the weary teacher, Aizawa, who looked like he had reached his limit. "Please, sir, can you get All Might for us? Also, you look a bit worn out, what's going on?" Aizawa remained unfazed by her comment. "All Might's not on campus today. Now please leave, you've disturbed my students enough." He waved them off and walked away, but the reporter called after him, "But my viewers want to know how he's adjusting to life as a teacher." Aizawa ignored her and continued on his way. The four vigilantes observed the scene. How does All Might get anything done with these reporters? James wondered. The green-eyed teen took a sip of coffee and shrugged. He's All Might, he finds a way. Suddenly, a loud blaring sound echoed from the entrance as metal pillars rose from the floor, blocking the way. "Too loud," Griffin said, covering his ears. "Good old UA defense system," the black-eyed teen chuckled. "Get to class." Aizawa yawned. The four students made their way to class. The news of All Might being hired as a faculty member at UA had taken the entire nation by surprise. Naturally, the media swarmed the school in search of a story. Everyone wanted to get a glimpse of All Might. As the entrance remained crowded with eager reporters, a man in a black hoodie observed them from across the street. "Great job on yesterday's combat training, everyone. I reviewed the video feeds and analyzed each team's performance. Bakugo, you have a lot of talent, so try not to sulk about your loss, all right?" Aizawa addressed the class. The blonde scoffed. "Whatever." Aizawa then turned his attention to Midoriya. "And Midoriya, it seems the only reason you won your match was due to injuring your arm again. You need to work harder. Don't keep using the excuse that you lack control over your quirk. It's getting old. You can't keep pushing your body to the limit during training." Midoriya initially looked upset, but Aizawa added, "Your quirk could be incredibly useful if you learn to manage it." This left Midoriya feeling encouraged. "Show a little urgency, okay?" "Right." Mason couldn't help but chuckle at Midoriya's enthusiasm. "Let's get down to business," Aizawa said, organizing the papers on his desk. "To defeat the Huns," Mason whispered. "Our first task will determine your future," Aizawa continued, causing everyone to tense up at his serious tone. "You all need to select a class representative." The tension eased as the students realized they could take a break from their intense training. "Pick me, everyone. I want to be the class rep." Kirishima shouted. Kaminari quickly raised his hand. "I'll take it." "Yeah, you'll need me," Jiro added shyly. "Someone with style would be best," Aoyama chimed in, sparkling with enthusiasm. The pink girl scooted in front of Aoyama. "I'm totally the right choice," she exclaimed, making Mason smile. In a typical classroom, being a representative might just mean extra work. But in the hero course, it was a chance to get noticed by agencies and prove leadership skills. "Silence, everyone please," Ida commanded, and the room quieted under his authoritative voice. The class representative's duty is to lead others. That's not something just anyone can do. You must earn the trust of every student in the classroom. Therefore, the most logical way to fill this position is democratically. We will hold an election to choose our leader. Is this really the best idea? The blonde, energetic teen asked. The frog girl perked up. We've only known each other for a few days. How do we know who we can trust? Besides, everyone will just vote for themselves, Kirishima added. Most likely. But that means whoever receives multiple votes must truly be the most suitable for the job. It's the best way, right, sir? Ida explained. Mason leaned back in his chair. Smart, he yawned. Do what you want, but decide before my nap is over, Aizawa said, wrapping himself in his yellow sleeping bag and lying down. Thank you for your trust. The papers were distributed, and after 30 minutes, the results were in. Midoriya came in first with 4 votes, Yaoyorozu had 3, and Jiro had 2. How did I get 4 votes? Midoriya exclaimed. Okay, you guys who voted for him? Bakugo growled. What, did you really think anyone would vote for you? Shiro joked. Uraraka was whistling nonchalantly while Ida looked frustrated. 0 votes. I feared this might happen, but I can't argue with the system I chose. So you voted for someone else, huh? Like what the other 3 did, Kirishima said, looking at the 3 boys who were chatting and hadn't noticed the stares. What? Daniel asked. Who did you boys vote for? Hagakure, the invisible girl, asked. Midoriya, Daniel smirked at Bakugo, who was visibly irritated. Yaoyorozu, Mason said, patting Ishido, who looked exhausted. James scratched his elbow. Jiro, he blushed. Mason chuckled, and James playfully smacked him on the head. With a small yelp, Mason fell off the desk he was sitting on. Aizawa rose with a stern expression. Everyone calm down. All right, the class rep is Midoriya, and our deputy is Yaoyorozu. Midoriya was shaking, while Yaoyorozu stood tall and composed. You both will do great. Aizawa gave them a thumbs up. During lunch in the cafeteria, Ishido was chatting with Mason. To summarize, a level 3 alarm blared, and reporters rushed in. It wasn't anything special, but Midoriya passed the class rep title to Ida for calming everyone down. A few days later, the students were informed they would be going on a trip for rescue training. The class boarded the bus, but to the new class rep's dismay, the bus's open layout disrupted his boarding strategy. Everyone was in their hero costumes except for Midoriya. Mason leaned on Ishido's shoulder, sleeping, while James sat next to Jiro, listening to music. Daniel was next to Midoriya, taking photos of Ishido and Mason. The bus's open layout ruined my boarding strategy, Ida huffed. All that for nothing, Ishido said, scratching Mason's head. Ida, you really need to relax, Kaminari chuckled. If we're pointing out the obvious, then there's something I want to say. About you, actually, Tsu pointed at Midoriya, who looked nervous and surprised. He pointed to himself. About me? What is it, Azui? She stared directly at him. Mason began to wake up and noticed Daniel taking photos. He raised his head as Ishido leaned on him, still awake but wanting to rest. I told you to call me Tsu, she said flatly. Oh, yeah, right. That power of yours. Isn't it a lot like All Might's? Midoriya and Daniel started to panic. In the chaos, Mason snatched Daniel's phone and deleted all the photos after sending them to himself, especially the last one. There are plenty of strength quirks in the world. It's just a common occurrence, he said, tossing the phone back to Daniel. Wait, you're forgetting All Might doesn't hurt himself. But that kind of strength enhancement is awesome. Kirishima added. The two began to calm down. Mason glanced at Midoriya and gave him a wink. Not like my hardening. I'm good in a fight, but it's really boring. The aspiring green hero leaned in to meet Kirishima's gaze. I think that's pretty neat, though. Your quirk is more than enough to go pro. The spiky redhead looked surprised yet excited at Midoriya's remark. Pro. Don't forget that heroes also have to worry about popular appeal. The sparkly teen perked up. My naval laser is both strong and cool. Perfect for a pro. As long as you don't accidentally hurt yourself, she said, still leaning on Mason. Her quick retort made Mason chuckle. You want to talk about strong and cool? That would be Todoroki, James, Daniel, Mason, and Bakugo. Kaminari chimed in. The frog girl lifted her head. But Bakugo is so unpredictable. He'd never be popular. This stressed Midoriya out as the explosive maniac stood up and yelled. What did you say, frog face? I see what you mean, the black-eyed boy smirked at the explosive maniac. Before anything significant could happen on the cramped bus, the exhausted hero intervened just as Bakugo's anger began to escalate. Settle down, we are here. Mason POV. Why do I feel off? It feels like my gut is sinking as if I forgot something. It could just be my anxiety. Mina noticed I seemed a bit off and walked up to me as we got off the bus. You doing all right, Mason? I looked into her eyes and felt more anxious. She usually calms me down easily, but something more was happening. The question is, what is it? Just a little anxious, that's all, I said, scratching my neck. She was about to press me harder until we reached the Pro Hero 13. Throughout my time as Aizawa's son, I had met various heroes, and they were one of them. It's nice to see you again, Mason, she waved. Nice to see you too, 13. Aizawa walked up to them and started whispering. They held up 3 fingers. I guessed All Might had taken his 3 hours of work and was resting. We headed inside. 13 was talking, but my gut was spinning, the sinking feeling worsened, and the mark was burning. Darn it. I swore not to hide anything as the burn coursed through me. The class looked at me as I clutched my chest. Suddenly, a purple portal swirled open, and a man's hand reached through. The portal grew bigger, revealing a man's face masked by a hand. The only thing visible were his blood-red eyes filled with hate and rage. As the portal expanded, criminals began pouring out of it. The most notable were the hand villain, the bird monster, and or the jest. Memories flooded back of all his experiments on me. My rage burned, and so did the mark. Is this a part of the training? I thought this was rescue training, Kirishima asked, slightly worried for Mason. This is not training, this is real. Those are real villains, Aizawa scowled. 13, get them out of here, he ordered. Aizawa sprinted down to confront the thugs. I stood frozen, staring at Jest, who smirked and walked into the portal, disappearing. Mason, Midoriya, stop analyzing and let's go. Ida snapped me out of my thoughts. I turned to run with the rest, but the purple portal blocked our exit. Hello, my name is Kurogyri. I have 2 messages. I can't let you all leave and... The portal focused on me. Young Mason, Eliphas, the Chaos Lord, and your mentor wanted to let you know he's back. I froze, feeling my classmates' eyes on me. The key mark and the mark of chaos began to burn. Tears streamed down my face as I remembered the horrors they all put me through. I could see some of my classmates getting angry and looking betrayed. The only ones who didn't were Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, Midoriya, and Mina. Torquil Eliphas won't be joining, so don't fret, young man. The Chaos Lord is still recovering. All my thoughts went blank. My vision blurred from the tears forming. I heard an explosion, and then the purple mist surrounded my vision. When it dissipated, I found myself in a dark forest. It seemed like night. I could see the lights of flashlights and faintly hear a voice. The voice came closer, and I recognized it as Jest. Name, or the Jest. Quirk, Sorcerer. Daniel POV. When I stepped out of the nether portal, I found myself in an apartment building, face to face with my dad's old assistant, Coco. Her intense gaze met mine, and she wore a sleek black suit dress. Coco, I scoffed. Mr. Jones, she replied coolly. It's Daniel. I corrected her. Coco smiled, and in that moment, I felt a surge of relief. I wasn't a Jones, which meant Mason wasn't a traitor. He had done so much without seeking any reward. Eliphas being a mentor to him meant nothing. I summoned the whips from my wrists, enveloped in light blue energy. It was time to unleash my full power. Coco took a sip of her coffee, a sinister smile spreading across her face as horns sprouted from her head. In an instant she was right in front of me, delivering a punch that sent me crashing into the wall. followed by a swift kick that propelled me through the wall and out of the building from the 13th floor. As I plummeted, I lashed out with my energy whips, wrapping them around a flagpole. The whips sliced through it, causing the pole to melt from the heat. I braced myself for impact, my back slamming against the hard ground. I coughed, tasting blood as I struggled to rise, only to be kicked into a nearby car, denting it and shattering the glass around me. "You messed up, Daniel," Coco taunted, strutting toward me as I lay on the cold ground. "No, you," I groaned in pain. Just then, the pole I had severed fell, striking her on the head. I fought to get up, cutting my hands on the glass, but when I finally stood, I sprinted away. Coco, recovering quickly, chased after me. "Get back here, Daniel," she screamed, closing the distance. She caught up and punched me again, sending me face-first into a brick wall. Grabbing me by the shoulders, she stabbed me in the side with the pole, pinning me to the wall. "I'm sorry, Daniel, but you betrayed the family," she sighed. Reaching into her blazer, she pulled out a kitchen knife and raised it above her head. "I'm sorry too," I replied as my light blue whips wrapped around her waist, slicing through with ease. The smell of burnt fabric filled the air. I remained pressed against the wall as Coco's top half fell to the ground, followed by her legs. "I'm so sorry, Coco." I sniffled, the sound of her knife clattering to the ground echoing in my ears, a painful reminder that I had lost the only person who truly cared for me back at the mansion, the one who had raised me. The rough orange dirt scattered as James was thrown back by the gust of wind from the knife. He quickly regained his footing, staring down at his younger brother. "I didn't abandon you. I was abandoned right here. Austin, please don't do this," James pleaded. Austin raised the large knife, which shimmered with a golden hue, flames erupting toward James. He dodged, narrowly escaping the fiery blasts. "Fight me, you coward!" Austin screamed, launching explosions toward James. He did his best to evade them but was caught in a secondary blast, rolling hard on the uneven ground. His outfit was torn, leaving his chest exposed and his pants ripped on one side. Lying on the dirt, he recalled the memories of abandonment, being driven to the middle of Australia and tossed from a moving car, only to be adopted by those who abused him for 4 long years before he fought. But anger surged within him as he clenched his fists. "Do you have any idea how hard it was without a brother, James? I suffered. I bet you abandoned us for a better life," Austin accused. James felt fury rise at Austin's words, struggling to calm himself as they echoed in his mind. Austin scoffed, pointing his knife at James for a final blow. The explosion lit up the sky, visible from Uluru to Alice Springs, shaking the ground all the way to Darwin. As the smoke cleared, both boys stood weakly, smoke rising from their bodies. "How dare you say that to me?" James shouted, his voice filled with emotion. "I would never abandon you." Then why didn't you remember me?" Austin stuttered, his voice weak. "I thought you were dead, Austin." "You've grown up so much, buddy," James sniffled, a smile breaking through as he pulled his brother into a tight embrace. Austin returned the hug, but the knife rose weakly. A sharp pain shot through James as Austin stabbed him in the back, the blade protruding from his chest. Austin's expression twisted into a maniacal grin as he laughed. James realized he had lost his brother, but the reality was far worse than he had imagined. A purple mist began to envelop the area around James. The laughter faded as Austin collapsed, unconscious. "I feel terrible for using her quirk," James muttered, his body transforming into a purple mist before vanishing. Rain poured down in the dark forest, the only light coming from occasional flashes of lightning as armed grunts searched for Mason, led by Ortha Jest. "Search the entire forest. Find him now," Ortha ordered, splitting the grunts into teams. "Why are we here?" one grunt questioned. "To capture the kid," another replied. "I know that, but why challenge him alone? He was trained as an assassin and experimented on to enhance his quirk," the first grunt retorted. "Dudley Vanbug, shut up," the leading grunt barked. "Yes, Pendlebury, sir," they yelped in unison. Suddenly, a pair of red eyes appeared in the darkness, startling the 3 grunts. They raised their rifles but only heard the sound of clicking. Confused, they checked their guns, realizing they were loaded. A thunderous crack drowned out their screams as Mason took down each squad non-lethally until he reached the last group, consisting of 3 larger grunts, with Jest among them. "Buddy, Lynch, have you heard from the rest of the team?" Ortha asked. "No, sir." Buddy replied. "Good." Ortha chuckled. "Boys, just wait until I get my hands back on that demon. I will break him down to nothing, and when he's nothing but a shell, I'll make him turn against the pink one." Mason felt a fire igniting within him, ready to unleash itself. If they wanted a demon, they would get one. He leaped from the tree, snapping a twig beneath him. The grunts quickly turned, weapons raised, but they were too slow. A large blade, jagged and fierce, glinted in the light. Its guard resembled a skull with a fiery red gem in the eye socket, while the grip was wrapped in brown leather, and a chain dangled from the pommel. The blade struck SDRPR's face, causing chaos. Mud mixed with the remnants of the attack. The blade flickered into embers as a uniquely designed kunai, also attached to a chain, flew toward Buddy, embedding itself in his chest. Mason seized the chain. "Get over here," he shouted, his voice distorted and menacing. He yanked the chain, pulling Buddy toward him, then clotheslined him before stabbing him repeatedly. The scene was chaotic. Mason dashed toward the last remaining grunt, Lynch. His body burned with energy, veins glowing a deep red that crept up to his eyes and bottom lip. He punched Lynch, sending him crashing into 2 trees. Consumed by pain and rage, Mason didn't care if Lynch was alive. He grabbed him and unleashed a flurry of blows until Lynch's face was unrecognizable. Mason caught sight of Ortha, grinning maniacally. He hurled Lynch at him, but Ortha dodged effortlessly. Now, it was just the 2 of them, locked in a tense standoff, one filled with rage, the other with smug confidence. Ortha raised his arms, unleashing purple orbs of fire that shot toward Mason. He dodged the blasts as they exploded behind him. Mason charged at Ortha, but Ortha summoned a staff, striking Mason back. The top of the staff was spherical, adorned with spikes. Ortha waved his hand, and burning purple chains wrapped around Mason, binding him. He struggled, but it was futile. Ortha raised his arms again, sending more purple orbs toward the trapped young man. Mason watched helplessly as the explosions engulfed him. "Good job, young man. You're getting stronger." "Not strong enough, though disappointing." Ortha taunted, striding confidently toward the smoke. "You are nothing. I was so afraid of you that I called you a demon. What a joke." He peered into the smoke, expecting stillness, but suddenly, a bloodied, bruised Mason burst forth. With a fierce grip, he seized Ortha by the throat and slammed him into a tree. Ortha kicked Mason off and attempted to punch him, but Mason caught his arm and tore it away. Ortha screamed, not in pain, but in fury. He tried to kick Mason, but Mason caught his leg and severed it with the blade he had used before. Mason then grabbed Ortha by the neck and forced him to the ground. Ortha looked into Mason's eyes and felt a chill of fear. Mason's expression was blank, devoid of emotion. Mason raised his hand, and black smoke coalesced into a handheld shotgun. He pointed it at Ortha's mouth, aiming to the side. "If you come near us again, I'll do worse. Consider this a parting gift," Mason warned, pulling the trigger. Mason staggered up from the muddy, bloodied ground and made his way toward the exit of the rainforest zone through a gate. The light blinded him as he emerged from the dark forest. Once his eyes adjusted, he spotted Aizawa incapacitated on the ground, while the villain with severed hands turned toward the shipwreck zone where Midoriya, Mineta, and Tsuyu were. Mason dashed toward them, jumping in front just as the hand villain grabbed his shoulder, but nothing happened. "You really are so cool," the villain said, turning to Aizawa and using his quirk. The monstrosity seized Aizawa's head and slammed it into the ground. Mason cried out in agony as his shoulder and neck began to feel as if they were decaying, until Midoriya leaped from the water to confront the villain. The impact sent a powerful gust of wind through the area. Although Midoriya's arm wasn't broken, he struck something even more formidable. The monstrosity stood tall, unfazed by the blow. Mason was thrown aside, still racked with pain. Midoriya stood frozen in fear until the doors to the USJ burst open. Mason looked up the stairs and smiled. They all saw hope in the darkness, the symbol of peace. All Might. Plus Ultra. All Might shouted, delivering a punch to the monstrosity known as a Nomo. The force sent the Nomo flying through the roof and into the sky. By this time, the teachers of UA had arrived, and the two remaining villains fled the scene. Daniel limped out with the help of Snipe, while James teleported himself out of the USJ, receiving treatment from the ambulances that had arrived with the police. The students gathered anxiously, waiting for news about everything that had happened. Tsuyu, growing impatient, approached the detective. "Detective, how is everyone's condition?" she inquired, glancing back at her worried classmates. "Thankfully, no one has life-threatening injuries. Aizawa will take a long time to recover fully and may face some permanent issues later on. 13 has severe lacerations across their back and upper arms, but they aren't in danger. All Might's injuries are also not life-threatening," Detective Tsukachi replied. He scanned the faces of the students, but they remained unsatisfied. "Izuku Midoriya will be fine after a trip to Recovery Girl. Daniel Jones will need more treatment after falling 10 stories and sustaining stab wounds. James Ark has a few burns and lacerations but will recover quickly. Mason Kiyamezawa will require the most attention, as he has sustained the most injuries." "I won't go into specifics," the detective informed them. Most of the class felt relieved by the updates on their classmates, but one thing still troubled them. Mason was now heavily connected with Eliphas. The next day, classes were cancelled to allow students to recover after the attack on the USJ. Some stayed home, some trained, and others checked on their injured classmates. In a hospital room with 3 beds, 2 teens were conscious while 1 lay unconscious. The pink-haired teen sat next to the unconscious black-haired boy in the far corner. Jiro, Uraraka, Ida, Yaoyorozu, and Kirishima conversed with the 2 conscious teens, James and Daniel. James and Daniel were shirtless, their wounds covered with bandages. James noticed Ashido's concern for the young man and felt a surge of curiosity. "Hey, Ashido, what's going on between you and this traitor? I know you two are dating, I just want some clarity," James exclaimed, his voice rising. Ashido turned sharply, shushing him. "Don't start that. Eliphas is someone I haven't met, but he's someone who hurt him. They are not connected at all." Ashido snapped, surprising everyone. The usually bubbly and cheerful girl had a fierce edge to her voice directed at James. "You heard him, he's a traitor." James shot back. "Come on, Ashido, if only you knew what he went through," she yelled, her outburst leaving everyone stunned. "He is not a traitor because of that JRK. He hated that guy." Daniel moved to the door of the room and shut it, dragging a chair in front of Ashido, who was on the other side of Mason, and looked at her intently. "I believe Ashido. Mason has been nothing but kind to all of us," Daniel stated. "But I'm curious about how you two met." He locked eyes with her, making her a bit uncomfortable. "Whatever is said in this room stays in this room," Kirishima declared with a reassuring smile and a hand on his chest. Ashido glanced around, and the others nodded in agreement. Ida, however, remained indifferent. "We should ask Mason first," Ida suggested. Everyone turned to him, realizing he was right. The door opened, and Midoriya and Midnight entered, shutting the door behind them. "How are they?" Midoriya asked. He noticed Daniel and James smiling at him, rolled his eyes, and walked over to Uraraka. "How is Mason?" he inquired. "He hasn't woken up yet," Yaoyorozu said, looking sadly at Mason. "Midnight, how did you find an assassin of Eliphas?" Midnight raised an eyebrow. "How do you all know about that?" she asked sternly. "One of the villains mentioned it," a weak voice said. They all turned to see Mason sitting up, still in pain but managing a smile. "I'm fine, guys." His grin reminded them of the first time he met the young pink Ashido years ago. "Mason, we're glad you're okay, but we're curious about your time with Eliphas." "From what I've heard, he's ruthless," Ida said directly. Mason raised an eyebrow, glancing at Midnight, who shook her head. "And the questions start flying," Mason chuckled lightly. "Ida, he just woke up," she huffed. No, it's cool. Lita, here's my story, Mason grinned. I don't remember much, but I was told I was supposedly Eliphas' son. I don't believe it at all, but it doesn't matter since I don't know any of my real parents. My first 3 years were normal, well, as normal as being a lab rat can be while being part of the Chaos Assassin program. The program was turning kids into skilled assassins and warriors. At that time in Australia, the #1 hero was getting too close, so he moved on and took more kids into the program. My 2 older siblings found a way out and saved a few others but couldn't rescue everyone. You have older siblings? Midnight exclaimed. Mason nodded, continuing his story. They tried to help us escape when we turned 6, but it didn't go as planned. We moved to an old asylum in Japan, where they hired more security, more trainers, and brought in new kids to replace us. They gave us numbers and treated us worse. At 11, I ran and ran. I escaped and was free for the first time in my life. I was genuinely happy. Mason smiled. You're forgetting one part though? Ashido interjected, causing Mason to slump slightly. He got jumped by thugs and was saved by yours truly, she said proudly, making Mason grumble at the memory. He also never had a real name, so I named him Mason. He turned red, embarrassed. She was the only one to give me a name I liked that wasn't Fuminsho or Yakubo, he mumbled. Yakubo was a great name. Midnight defended. The word means desire. If there's a god of desire, they can have it, Mason argued. Mason, are you okay? You seem to be overheating, Kirishima chimed in. They all looked at him, noticing the steam rising from beneath the bandages, which confused everyone. I have slight regeneration. Not overly powerful, just enough to heal minor injuries. Mason yawned with a shrug. So Ashido gave you your name, and Aizawa and Midnight adopted you? Daniel asked. They agreed for Aizawa to be Mason's legal guardian. Most of the staff looked after him, so were all his guardians, really. Anyway, Mason just used both mine and his name. But I don't know, Midnight replied. I like having more names away from Eliphas, Mason said with a raised eyebrow and a smirk. She smiled. Before I leave, Mason, you have to spend one more night here. They need to check on your overall health. If you get released tomorrow, you're required to go to school, she stated, turning to walk away. What? No rest for me? He said sarcastically. You've come back from worse, she deadpanned, rolling her eyes as she left the room. What's going on? Uraraka yelled, catching the attention of everyone. The entrance to Class 1A was crowded with people, blocking the students inside. Bakugo, frustrated, was ready to yell his way out of the room when he was stopped by a guy with purple hair. Mason, equally annoyed, stepped up beside Bakugo. Can you all stop crowding the halls? Some of us want to leave. Mason grumbled. I guess they all are this arrogant, the kid replied in a monotone voice. I'm sorry, am I being rude? He asked sarcastically. Here's my solution, stop crowding the hall, stop being pretentious, and get out of the way, Shinso. Mason snapped, drawing the attention of everyone around. So what's your deal? Shinso asked. Mason smirked but remained silent. The guy grew a bit nervous, which only made Mason smile wider. His eyes glowed a bright red as he pushed past the crowd. Now this really is war, he threatened, facing Mason. Mason continued walking, holding up a sign that read, Leave me alone, Shinso. I know what you do. 3 people walked past Mason, waving at him. Hey Griff, hey Bree, hey Liv. He glanced back and gave Shinso a dismissive gesture. While everyone looked annoyed at Mason, the Class 1A students were concerned for him. A few hours later, Mason was in his room, putting on his damaged hero costume. He jumped out of the window and dashed off the campus. I told you he was up to something, James whispered to Daniel from the dorm roof, both dressed in their own damaged hero costumes. We don't know what he's doing, Daniel replied. Let's follow him. He jumped off the roof and chased after Mason. They followed him to a large mansion filled with people and heavily guarded. Climbing onto the roof, they peered through a skylight to see people packing up. Daniel spotted a familiar girl entering through the doors. Why is she here? He questioned. Beats me, James whispered back. It was a rhetorical question. Daniel snapped. Listen. William, why are you taking so long? The girl said to a skinny man with black-purple hair, who looked almost skeletal, thinner than All Might in his normal form. He wore a purple suit and black motorcycle gloves. Well, that crazed Maniac 9 is still out there and is after the heads of the departments. He got the head of security, hurt the head of experiments, and eliminated all 3 of the battle testers, he argued. She seemed irritated and wrapped the man in the same black tendrils that had attacked Daniel. Do you dare question Lord Eliphas and Lord Titarax? She demanded. No, I would never. I just don't want that troublemaker 9 coming in and ruining my operation, he snapped back. Your operation? Who hired you, William? She yelled, causing him to look scared. That's what I thought. Get moving. She turned to the rest of the goons, who were watching the scene unfold. Get back to work. Suddenly, the doors were kicked down, and a figure walked in. The black trench coat billowed in the wind as the man entered, a katana on his back and an M1911 pistol at his side. He wore a black face mask and sunglasses that obscured his eyes. Hello there, the man said in a mechanical voice, then clicked the side of his mask. Oops, forgot to turn that off. His voice became clearer and less robotic. The goons raised their weapons, and William grabbed a knife. Hey now, I'm an ally, he said. Daniel and James felt a sinking feeling at the sound of Mason's voice claiming to be an ally to Eliphas. You're an ally? Do you think we're stupid, 9? William yelled. Hear him out, one of the goons said, signaling the others to lower their weapons. Mason walked up near the goon and William, sitting on a black weapons case. Come on, do you really think I could escape the facility alone? Eliphas let me go to spy on the heroes, he said convincingly, but she raised an eyebrow at the mention of Eliphas. Then why attack the operations? She asked. He stood up and circled them. I needed to be believable. Honestly, I'm tired of being out here. It's full of filth. When I heard you guys were meeting, I had to come back, he pleaded. Why don't I believe you? She asked, catching the attention of James and Daniel. Because you know me so well, Mia, Mason said, using her name, which revealed his deception. Before she could react, the M1911 was pointed at her jaw, and the katana was at William's throat. A little help here, he yelled up to the skylight. James and Daniel crashed through the glass and landed next to Mason, ready to defend against any goons that might attack. So you're not with Eliphas? James asked. Hell no. I wasn't brainwashed like the rest of them, Mason replied, glancing at the goon. All right, if you value your lives, drop the guns and walk away. Daniel shouted at the guards. Now you're interfering in my family affairs. Shame on you, Daniel, she mocked. Some guards dropped their weapons and walked away, while others kept their guns aimed at the 3 boys. Thanks for choosing the fun option. James grinned as he sprinted toward a group. Daniel shot whips from his wrists, wrapping them around 2 goons' heads, pulling them in and kicking them both. James exploded 3 goons before spinning around and kicking another guy in the head. He turned to the last goon, sprinted, and used Kirishima's quirk to harden his head, ramming it into the wall. They returned to Mason, who shoved William toward them. Take him and the others outside, he ordered. What are you going to do with her? Daniel asked, watching Mason grab metal HNDCFFS and secure them around her left wrist, then cuffing her right wrist to a pole. You might want to do what he says. It may get hot in here, she said with a smirk. James and Daniel took everyone outside before waiting near the mansion. Mason knelt in front of Mia, staring into her eyes. He retracted his glasses and mask, revealing his face to her. When you get back, tell him he's next, he threatened, his hair and arms igniting as the temperature rose significantly, causing the wood around them to catch fire. Mia laughed. I would check out the old facility. You may find something interesting, huh? Mason walked out of the burning mansion behind him. Let's turn them in, he said to the 2 boys. Hours later, the 3 of them were at the police station. They were in a dimly lit room with William, who was secured to the table, while Mason was restrained against the wall. William glanced at Mason and chuckled. That's a familiar sight, he remarked. Mason growled, his hair igniting and his eyes turning a deep crimson red as he attempted to charge at William. William laughed comfortably, underestimating Mason's frustration until the chair beneath him broke, causing him to hit his jaw against the table. "You demon!" he shouted, hearing Mason's muffled laughter in response. The door swung open, and a man with a dog-like head entered. "Nice to see you, Mason," the dog-headed man said. Mason, muffled and confused, struggled to communicate. "I'm trying to say I'm fine. Also, it's nice to meet both of you. My name is Kenji Tsuragami, the chief of police," he announced, turning to the two seated boys. "Now, William Miller, why do you think you're here?" "Don't know, boss. I was just dragged here by these thugs," William replied with a smirk. James slammed his fist on the table, leaving a dent. "Tell the truth." "James, sit down," Tsuragami ordered calmly. "Let's try this again." He approached Mason and began unlocking his chains. "You must be joking. He'll tear me apart," William squeaked. "And why's that?" Daniel asked, catching on to the chief's plan. "He's a demon," William shrieked. The sound of the locks clicking open made William increasingly anxious. "Have you ever heard the story of the Demon Reaper? He was deranged, and so is Mason." "I think we should just let Mason go," James suggested, smirking at the chief, who nodded in agreement. "Fine. I was hired to push 10 kids to their limits," William confessed. "I was supposed to put them through intense training, brainwashing, and mental challenges. The research would make these kids resilient and boost their pain tolerance. I succeeded with 9 of them, but that boy was always a challenge. He never listened and often defied my orders, even if it meant getting hurt." Mason chuckled softly beneath his mask. Tsuragami paused, turning to William with a piercing gaze. "What was this story about? The Demon Reaper?" "The Reaper is a fallen angel. No one knows his real name, so he became a Reaper. He was betrayed by his so-called father. He goes by many names: the Multiverse Demon, Demon Angel, and Abomination." Mason raised an eyebrow. "It's just a silly story, really." With a sudden motion, he broke free from his chains and slammed his hand on the table next to William, causing him to flinch. "Thanks for your cooperation, William. That has a nice ring to it. Reaper the Demon Hero. Enjoy your time in your cell. I'll make sure to find a special place for you," Mason taunted, leaving William visibly shaken. Hours later, James, Daniel, and Mason walked back to their dormitory in silence until they reached the door. "Mason, I'm sorry," James said, prompting Mason to look back at them. "I'm sorry we didn't trust you, and I'm sorry I was such a JRK about it. I wish I could have helped." James struggled to hold back tears, frustration evident on his face. Daniel, on the other hand, clenched his teeth. Mason turned to face them, letting out a sigh. "That's not acceptable. Your apologies aren't necessary." Both boys looked at Mason, who sat down on the steps with a smile. "I can't blame you for your conclusion. I'm the biological son of Eliphas, after all. He is the self-proclaimed Chaos Lord, and that's not a title to take lightly." "I could have helped," James yelled. Mason approached him, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. "You didn't know, James. I know that in another universe, if you had known, you would have jumped in without hesitation. But you didn't, and that's okay." Daniel could no longer hold back his emotions, tears streaming down his cheeks. "I could have done something. Mason, I'm really sorry. I knew what he was doing because I'm Davy Jones' son? Yeah, not a big secret to me. I read everyone's files, and I mean everyone," Mason interrupted. "They may have worked together in some ways, but not in that program, so don't blame yourself. It's no one's fault." James and Daniel still looked guilty. Mason stepped forward and pulled them both into a hug. "We're in this together. We may fight and argue, but that just means we're good friends, and friends stay loyal to each other. We would do anything for one another. Now, enough feeling sorry for ourselves. I'm exhausted, and we still have the sports festival in 2 weeks." Both boys nodded, following Mason into the dorms, where they settled in for a good night's sleep. In the bustling streets of Mustafar City, 2 teens from the prestigious UA school made their way to a small cafe. They ordered coffee and muffins, taking a seat at an outdoor table. The girl had a notebook filled with training instructions and song lyrics. She wore ripped denim jeans, a white top, and a long jacket draped over the chair. The boy had a notebook with workout instructions and a chocolate chip muffin. He was dressed in a white t-shirt and black tracksuit pants. James POV. I was surrounded by that strange purple mist. What was it doing? I tried to focus on the situation rather than that traitorous Mason. Was he? I didn't know. The mist dissipated, and I found myself in a familiar outback. The hot sun beat down on me. I turned around to see a young boy with blonde hair and blue eyes. He looked a bit like me. Who are you, kid? I asked. The boy sighed, raising his hand to show a picture of me with some people I had tried to forget. James, I know you don't remember me, but you left me behind. I was confused. I didn't recall much before I was 10. Yet when he started tearing up, it hit me hard. Austin. The name I had once forgotten came rushing back. The brother I lost. The boy smiled through his tears. He pulled out a knife, the blade shimmering and turning a purple hue. He pointed it at me, and a strong gust of wind rushed toward me. Name, Austin. Quirk, copy knife. He can copy powers and use his knife to HRSS them. The next day, everyone was in class, even the mummified Aizawa came to teach. James wore his school uniform perfectly, his undershirt was tucked in, and his blazer was buttoned up. Everything was in place, though bandages wrapped around his arms and a bit on his head were hidden by his short golden blonde hair, now with a white streak. Daniel took a more casual approach to his uniform. His undershirt was untucked, and his blazer was undone. He had no visible bandages since his injuries were mostly on his chest. His usually bright green eyes looked dull, and his dark hair, styled in a split fringe, now had a green streak. Mason was the complete opposite of James' neat appearance. His shirt was untucked, he wore no blazer, and the sleeves of his shirt were rolled up to his elbows. His tie was slightly undone, and the top button of his shirt was open. His arms were wrapped in bandages, and his neck and chest were also covered. The dark circles under his eyes made his black eyes look even darker, and he now had a red streak in his dark undercut hair. The wounds they each sustained cut deeper into their souls. They needed to become stronger if they hoped to train Midoriya and, more importantly, resolve their pasts. James needed to find his brother, Daniel needed to take down his father's enterprise, and Mason needed to erase his past. In a dark, damp warehouse, a bulky man sat on a throne that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. A girl with brown hair and mismatched eyes, one blue and the other greenish-brown, walked in and knelt before him. "Ortha failed, my lord," she reported. "I warned you we shouldn't have let him go. 9 has been eliminating all the—" "Are you questioning me, my girl?" he interrupted, his deep voice sending shivers down the spine of even the bravest. His calm tone belied a far more intimidating meaning. "No, my lord. I would never question you." She trembled. "Good." He rose from his chair, towering over her. His massive frame rivaled that of All Might. He wore crimson armor with golden trim, and his face bore scars and burns. Tubes entered his neck, and his gauntlets had silver claws stained with dried blood. He placed his giant hand on her head, stroking her hair. "It's time for the next stage in the plan. Inform the others, girl," he commanded. "Yes, Lord Titarax." She saluted and hurried away. "Let's show this world the true meaning of chaos," Titarax said with a sinister laugh. Chapter End. In another part of Mustafar, the vigilante known as Omen was thrown against a wall. Struggling to rise, he looked up to see a skinny young man in his early 20s, with short brown hair and striking blue eyes. The man stuck out his tongue, which was silver and pointed at the tip. It extended to about 15 feet and lashed out at Omen, who narrowly dodged the attack. As he moved, he quickly assessed the man. Name, Kinkavurio. Blood type, B+. Quirk, sharp tongue. Age, 23. Omen got to his feet just in time to evade another strike from Vurio. Mason, his ally, jumped and took cover behind a red car. "Man, women must hate you," Omen taunted in his deep, robotic voice. While hiding behind the car, he searched for a way out of this precarious situation. Peeking at the side view mirror, he caught a glimpse of the tongue. Despite its metallic sheen and ability to slice through steel, he noticed it was bleeding. It wasn't made of metal, it was flesh. Well, as normal as a 15-foot silver tongue could be. Or maybe they love you? Omen whispered, an idea forming in his mind. He grabbed the knife strapped to his left leg and prepared to make his move. Omen leaped over the car, taunting Vurio to attack. Vurio grinned and launched his tongue at the vigilante. Omen sidestepped the strike and plunged the knife into the fleshy silver tongue and the metal car. Vurio let out a pained cry as he stumbled toward the vehicle. Seizing the opportunity, Omen grabbed his head and slammed it into the car, rendering him unconscious. He withdrew the knife from both the vehicle and the tongue. Just then, the police arrived on the scene, and Omen picked up the purse Vurio had stolen from a woman with black hair, green eyes, and 2 cat ears. He approached her while the officers detained the young man. "Here's your purse, miss," Omen said. The woman smiled, her joy evident as she took the purse. She hugged Omen and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. "Thank you, Omen. You really are a hero." "It's now Reaper. I need to show people I'm changing," he replied. "It's a nice change, intimidating but nice." "See you around, hero," she called as she walked away. Mason smiled at being called a hero. He glanced back to see Vurio causing trouble for the police, swinging his tongue wildly. Mason was about to intervene when a man with the head of a ginger tabby cat got to it first. Mason approached the police with Vurio. "Hey, Vurio, cat got your tongue?" A few officers chuckled at the joke, including the cat cop. They managed to get the skinny man into a police car and placed a metal muzzle on him. The tabby cat cop walked up to the newly named vigilante, Reaper, and extended his hand. "It's nice to meet you, sir." Reaper shook his hand. "My name is Sansa Tamakawa. I just wanted to say thanks for your help, Reaper." "It was no problem, Tamakawa," the vigilante replied. As he turned to leave, he was blocked by some officers. "Oh, come on," he pouted. "Don't worry, sir, this isn't us arresting you," Tamakawa reassured him. "I was told by the chief to give you this." He handed Reaper a car-to-hero license. "This is only temporary. You can only do hero work in Mustafar, Kamino, and Hosu, though." Reaper gave the police a thumbs up as he exited the area. The sound of more chaos caught his attention, and he sprinted toward it. Back at the cafe, 2 teens compared training techniques and exercises. "So, Jairu, want me to get you another coffee?" James asked. "Yes, please," she replied, blushing slightly. He walked off to the counter to order another round. Jairu glanced at her phone as it chimed, a message from her friend Mina Ishido. "Pinky 9, Hi Jairu. Pungandusurgal, hey Ishido. What's up? Pinky 9, nothing much, girl. Just wondering how your date with James is going. Pungansho, how do you know about this? Pinky 9, I was supposed to meet Mace for a training session, but he's off doing vigilante work, so I went to the cafe and saw you with James. Punk_girl, I told you he is a problem. Pinky 9, he is not a problem. Punk_girl, just come over here then. Pinky 9, yay. She looked up from her phone and saw the pink girl walking over with a huge smile. Mina dragged a chair over to the table and sat down, beaming at Jairu. James returned with 2 more coffees and wasn't surprised by Ishido's presence. "Day, Ishido," he said with a friendly smile as he sat down. "Hey, James. Just waiting for my date to arrive," Ishido replied, glancing at Jairu's notes. Meanwhile, Reaper dashed away from a giant man with a minotaur quirk. "Oh no, oh no, oh no." "I'm sure he's fine," James shrugged. As Kyuka and James returned to their tasks, Ishido had a mischievous idea. "Hey, Jairu, nice top," she said with a smirk. Jairu looked surprised, while James seemed unfazed. Thanks," Jairu replied, confused. "I bet it would look even better on James' floor." Ishido giggled, causing both Jairu and James to blush. Did you just flirt with her for me?" James stuttered, taken aback by her boldness. "Absolutely," Ishido declared proudly. Meanwhile, Daniel was in a forest, panting heavily. Several training dummies lay charred or still smoldering around him. An elderly man with white hair and a beard approached, wearing a long brown hooded robe. "You did well, young man," the old man cheered. "Thanks, Master Obi," Daniel replied, bowing respectfully. The old man smirked and pulled a cylindrical object from his robe sleeve, pressing a red button that activated a blue light. "Now try against a real opponent." Daniel smiled as his whips buzzed with the same blue light. "Let's do this." Back in Mustafar, in a dark alley, the Minotaur man lay unconscious, bound in heavy chains with a broken horn nearby. Reaper stood there, clutching his left arm in pain. He was battered and bruised, with 2 wounds visible on his torso. He attempted to move his left arm but found it unresponsive, bent at an odd angle and bleeding beneath the bandages. As he stumbled out of the alley, he heard a crack, and steam began to rise from his arm. At the cafe, the group was laughing and chatting. Jairu was playfully flirting with James, who was reciprocating. Ashido watched the two, pleased to see them growing comfortable with each other. As it grew late, they decided to head home. When James returned to the dorms, he opened the door to a shocking sight. Mason lay on the couch shirtless. The right side of his neck, chest, and shoulder were discolored, and blood was seeping from his wounds. His left arm, untapped for the first time, looked charred and discolored, with bone protruding from the skin. "H.J. James." "Ouch." Mason winced, and James looked at him in horror, noticing the chaotic mark on his skin. It was the day of the sports festival, an exciting event for the students, the audience, and the professionals. Class 1A felt particularly confident after their encounters with real villains. However, some from classes A and B were concerned about the Vigilantes joining in, fearing it would create an unfair advantage. To address this, the 6 Vigilantes met with Principal Nizu, Mr. Aizawa, Midnight, and Present Mike to discuss the situation. The 6 sat before the teachers, and James glanced at Mason with concern, recalling his state from a few days prior. They hadn't spoken about that night at all. Principal Nizu stood up to address them. "You are probably wondering why we've called you here today. Before I continue, I ask that you remain quiet until I'm finished. Given your backgrounds, you have a clear advantage in the upcoming sports festival. Instead of disqualifying you, we have devised a way to include you." He paused, looking somewhat guilty, which confused the teens. "You will each have your own event." The group exchanged puzzled glances, except for Mason. "Won't that seem odd to people, sir?" Olivia asked. "That's why you will be introduced by your name, vigilante name, and any new hero name you may have," Nizu explained, causing irritation and anxiety among 5 of the 6. "What?" James exclaimed. "Are you serious?" Griffin burst out. "Ugh." Bree complained. "We'll all be shunned." Olivia fretted. "Is that really a good idea?" Daniel asked rationally. "Enough." Aizawa snapped, slamming the table in frustration. The group fell silent, begrudgingly ready to listen again. Nizu continued. "This is an opportunity to show the public that vigilantes can be heroes." The room fell silent. Mason stood up with a smile. "I'm in. It's a great chance to showcase our skills and demonstrate that we are all evolving into heroes," he said excitedly. The others began to relax. "Yeah, I'm in," Daniel agreed. Why not?" "Sure," Griffin added. "If you think it will be beneficial, I'm in," Olivia stated. "Fine," Bree said reluctantly. "All right." James huffed. "Wonderful. The event will be a one-on-one match just before the finals. When you're ready to present your new hero names, come find one of us. You are all dismissed until then." Niza beamed. "I have one question. What about uniforms?" Mason asked before leaving. "It'll make it more entertaining." "So yes, you can wear them." Nizu cheered. The 6 teens cheered as they left the room. James donned his hero costume, a sleek black undershirt and pants paired with a stylish long black coat featuring white accents. A sword was sheathed on his back, and his armor seamlessly integrated with his coat. His black boots sported intriguing metal accents that matched his armor, complemented by a simple black belt. He approached the stage set up by Cementos, facing Griffin, who was clad in a dark purple cloak and navy blue robes. James cracked his shoulders as Midnight stepped to the side of the stage to initiate the match. Griffin charged electricity in his arms and unleashed it toward James. He dodged and sprinted toward the magician. Mimicking Kirishima's quirk, James' arms turned rock solid as he aimed to punch Griffin, but the magician vanished in a puff of smoke. James turned to see Griffin smirking, a cloud of mist rising above him. With a snap of his fingers, daggers began to rain down on the blonde hero. James caught 2 daggers midair and attempted to evade the rest, sustaining a few minor cuts. He retaliated by throwing the daggers at Griffin, hitting both his shoulders. Staggering back, Griffin pulled out gunpowder from a pouch on his belt. He clapped his hands together, raised them to his mouth, and blew into his hands, creating a massive fireball that hurtled toward James. The explosion shocked the audience, with some spectators expressing concern over the escalating danger of the fight. Through the smoke, James emerged and delivered a swift kick to Griffin's arm. "He's skilled at long-range attacks, I need to stay close," James thought to himself. As Griffin tried to maintain distance, James relentlessly closed the gap. Griffin neared the edge of the arena, and with a powerful punch, James sent him teetering at the brink. "Not off, no." Purple energy swirled around Griffin's arms as he pointed them at the weary hero. The energy shot out, crackling as it struck James square in the chest, sending him crashing off the stage and into the wall, which cracked on impact. "Griffin Spades wins," Midnight announced, and the audience erupted in cheers. Griffin extended his hand to James, helping him up. They shook hands, much to Midnight's delight, who admired their display of sportsmanship. "That's your adoptive mother right there," Ashido teased an embarrassed Mason. "Yep, she is," Mason replied, covering his face. In the halls, Daniel congratulated Griffin on his victory over James. As he prepared for his own fight, his master entered. Daniel leaned back in his chair and saluted. "Hello, Master Kenobi." The master bowed and smiled. "You have come a long way, my boy. Now show it off to the world and become a great hero alongside your brothers." Daniel nodded, leaping off his chair, ready for action. "Welcome to the second round of the epic Vigilante showdown. Some of you were concerned about how intense the first fight was, and here's our response," Mike shouted. "They have been risking their lives for a while now and have adapted to the more dangerous aspects of hero work. So stop your complaining," Aizawa said lazily. "With that out of the way, let's introduce our contestants. On the right side, we have the laser whip-wielding warrior, Daniel Jones. Formerly known as Kraken, now called Revan," Mike announced, earning a wave of cheers. On the left side, we have the shy cat of the night, Olivia K. Previously known as Cheetah, now known as Luna. The crowd roared as both teens stepped onto the cement arena. "Let's get ready to rumble." Olivia emerged in her new outfit, looking agile in a black bodysuit with silver lightweight armor, complemented by a gray cloak and hood. Daniel approached, donning a striking mask with a long eye hole and a bold red design, flipping up his hood. Midnight signaled the start of the match, and both teens reacted instantly. Daniel swung his arms down, releasing his whips with a faint blue glow. Olivia's nails elongated and sharpened as she sprinted toward Daniel, slashing at him. He dodged and attempted to ensnare her with the whip, but she flipped behind him, striking his back and creating sparks. Daniel spun around, delivering a kick to Olivia's midsection that sent her tumbling. She quickly regained her footing and charged at him again, frustrated by his evasive maneuvers. Even when she landed hits, they seemed ineffective. Seizing her frustration, Daniel wrapped a whip around her ankle, cranking up the power to drain her energy and test the limits of her quirk. She cried out in pain and collapsed to the floor. As she struggled to rise, Midnight hesitated to call the match until she heard Daniel exclaim, "Oh no!" Olivia's claws began to glow with red energy, 3 black lines appearing on her cheeks, and her blue eyes transformed into a fierce red. "Go live. Show him what you've got." Bree cheered from the stands. Olivia charged at Daniel, slashing him across the chest, cutting through his tough armor. Using her agility, she darted around him, preventing him from counterattacking. When the moment was right, she kicked him in the back, propelling him out of the arena. Olivia K wins, Midnight declared, and the arena erupted in cheers as Olivia smiled and helped Daniel to his feet. What just happened there, Aizawa? Present Mike shouted, eager for an explanation. Daniel thrives in environments where he can use his surroundings to his advantage, unlike this stage with no objects to utilize against his opponent, Aizawa replied. When he used his quirk against Olivia, he realized that she could store energy and unleash it for powerful attacks, increased speed, and enhanced strength. He felt at a disadvantage in this fight, Aizawa explained. Mason made his way to the waiting room. As he rounded the corner, he spotted his opponent alongside a tall male. The guy had long brown hair, brown eyes, and a solid build. Mason noticed a long scar on the back of his neck, trailing down into his green plaid shirt. Hey there, Bree and mystery person, Mason announced his presence. Mason. Hi. I'd like you to meet my boyfriend, Lachi asked her, she said, pointing to the guy who smiled warmly at him. Nice to meet you, Mason, Lachi said cheerfully, extending his hand for a handshake. Mason shook his hand and noticed a white astronaut helmet nearby. Besides 13, there was another hero with a space theme, the Vigilante Astro. Mason looked into Lachi's eyes and smiled. Good catch, Myth. Have fun watching her take me on. He turned to Bree, smiling and waving. Good luck. Let's have fun out there. Once Mason was out of sight, Bree gestured toward the helmet while Lachi tried to reassure her, though he seemed to need reassurance himself. Mason noticed a strange man standing in the middle of the corridor. He wore a large black cloak, his face hidden in the shadows of the hood. A hand emerged from beneath the cloak, pointing at Mason. Stay on the path, the hooded man said before vanishing into the darkness. Mason sighed, whatever you say. It was time for the fight, but he was still taken aback by the encounter he just had. On the left side, we have the brand new animal, Brianna. Formerly known as Creature, now known as Nature. Mike introduced, and the crowd roared. On the right is the bad luck charm, Mason Kiyamezawa. Formerly known as Omen, now known as Reaper. The crowd cheered. Midnight, Aizawa, and the Class 1A students noticed something was off with Mason as he looked around anxiously. Bakugo, however, was too busy with his own antics to notice. Mason, in his hero costume, scratched at the bandages covering his left arm. Bree emerged in a brown and green druid-like outfit. Bree took a fighting stance as Mason glanced up at Midnight. Forget it. I quit. What? Midnight questioned. What? Bree said, offended. What? Shigaraki yelled, scratching his neck in frustration. I've lost anyway. I used the last of my bad luck on Kaminari and Mineta for tricking the girls into cheerleading costumes. It was hilarious but not the point. Also, I'm banned from the other one. That's why I fell over 6 times in a row. Mineta shouted from the stands, prompting Mason to stifle a. Why didn't you tell us it was a trick? Jaira yelled. If you get tricked by those two, you deserve the embarrassment. Can't deny it did look good on you all, Mason said, winking specifically at Mina. Midnight was the first to notice the shift in his attitude. Why even bother if I'm just going to get beaten? Mason said with a carefree smile before turning serious as he looked at Midnight. Plus, we don't know who's watching. Midnight understood his meaning and was about to call the match when a flash of brown and green sped past her, charging at Mason. Bree sprinted toward him, her legs moving like a cheetah, and leaped, preparing to kick him in the head. You are not getting out of this fight. You will not undermine my skill. No one will. Bree yelled, swinging her leg down toward him. Son of a... Mason caught her leg and tossed her back to the center of the arena. The crowd fell silent, the only sound coming from a pink-haired teen who was whispering, "Don't do it," repeatedly. Don't hold back, you hear me? Bree yelled. Mason straightened his stance, stepping closer to the center of the cement arena. Aizawa grabbed the microphone with his broken arms, not the announcer, but the mic he was using. Mason, don't you dare! Aizawa yelled, confusing everyone except Midnight, Ashido, and the rest of the UA staff. The black-eyed teen reached into his black trench coat and pulled out a flask labeled, "This is whiskey, not apple juice." I swear. He took a quick drink and returned it to his coat, smiling at Bree. He placed his hands in his pockets, his smile growing wider and more mischievous. Bree growled and charged at him, throwing a punch. He caught it in the palm of his hand, still smiling. First off, you tried to sucker punch me well, sucker kick me. Secondly, my bad luck is out of commission. Ashido gripped the railing tightly, realizing what he was about to do. Thirdly, if you want a fight you'll get. His once black eyes shifted to a deep red, the left one having a black scara with a red iris, while the right had a red iris with a white scara. Fourthly, if that's how you say it? Whatever. Fourthly, I'll play ball, but I think you should go back to your roots, he said with a wink. Sparks began to form around his arm, creating a chain from that hand to his free hand. He twisted her hand while tightening the chain around her wrist, then turned away, pulling down on the chain and throwing her over him to the ground. Bree staggered up, facing Mason. She felt pain but refused to show it. She was the one who asked for this. The chains he had created vanished into sparks as he scratched the scar near his eye. One other thing disappeared, his smile. Bree waited for him to attack, but he didn't. He was waiting for her to make the first move. She charged at him, but before she could reach him, he kicked her in the gut, sending her back. The sparks wrapped around his arms but didn't transform into anything. Mason raised an eyebrow and glanced toward the commentary box. Fine, I won't use it. Mason dashed toward Bree, delivering a swift kick to her side. She staggered back, preparing to defend against his onslaught. He leaped into the air, spinning as he kicked her across the arena. Undeterred, she sprang back up, determined to win. She aimed a punch at him, but he ducked and countered with a blow to her midsection. I find it ironic that you told me not to hold back while you seem to be holding back yourself, he taunted between strikes. I don't know what you're talking about, she shot back. Sure you don't. I thought Druid was Astro's girlfriend, not you. A grin spread across his face as he ducked and swept her feet out from under her. She hit the ground hard, feeling the weight of his foot pressing down on her chest. Struggling to rise, she felt the pressure increase, and just as she was about to concede, Mason couldn't let that happen. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a toy gun, pointing it at her. Bree panicked and slammed her hand on the ground, causing cracks to form in the concrete as vines erupted, ensnaring Mason. It was reminiscent of Kaminari's and Shiozaki's earlier battle. There it is, he said with a smile. Bree stood up, fueled by anger. But fire beats grass. In an instant, his body ignited, flames consuming the vines. Still holding the toy gun, he aimed it at her once more and pretended to pull the trigger. The crowd gasped, and Class 1A braced themselves for a new threat, only to be met with a burst of confetti instead of a bullet. Hee, sorry, I couldn't resist this joke. Always wanted to do it. But it shows how much my class trusts me, huh? He said, glancing up at Class 1A. Just needed to keep you in the fight longer. It's what you wanted. He continued, with our friends, James had the upper hand over Griff but managed to turn the tables. Liv had the advantage over Daniel, but with you and me, we were evenly matched. Until you revealed your quirk, I had no idea of its full extent. Meanwhile, only a few know the full scope of my abilities, and some of them are no longer around. He began to unwrap the bandages from his left arm. Rolling up the sleeves of his trench coat, he revealed scars and burns. Shall we continue? He suggested with a smirk. Bree gazed at the marks, concern evident on her face, but she nodded in agreement. All right then. He slammed his fists together, flames coursing through his body, giving him a radiant aura as his hair flickered with black and red fire. He charged forward, launching a fiery punch at her. She countered by raising vines from the ground, and with a flick of her wrist, she sent thorny vines hurtling toward him. The vines struck the left side of his body, and while the impact was fierce, he let out a laugh, wincing at the sensation. "Oh, that hurts," he chuckled, steam rising from the wound as it began to heal. This fight has gone on long enough. People want to see Todoroki and the angry Pomeranian fight, so let's wrap this up. As he gestured, chains appeared around his arms, each ending in jagged blades that shot toward her. I call these the Blades of Chaos. Or at least, that's what I was told. The blades struck the concrete floor, and he grinned, racing around her to ensnare her in the chains. Pulling them tight, she fell back, and he hurled each blade to opposite ends of the arena, tightening the chains further. Since Bree can't move, Mason wins. The crowd erupted in deafening cheers at the conclusion of the match. Above the stadium, a tall, striking woman with long, shiny brown hair and dark brown-red eyes watched. Dressed in a blue hoodie, black tracksuit pants, black boots, and a red scarf, she remarked, "Interesting performance." He knew they were watching and still fought. Foolish. Let's hope the next one is just as entertaining. With a snap of her fingers, she vanished. On the day of the sports festival, there was a rumor among the classes that the Vigilantes had been disqualified. It was a hectic day as the students raced, leading to the top 40 advancing to a cavalry battle. Midoriya finished first in the race and barely made it through the cavalry battle, making Mason very proud. During the break, Mason wandered around aimlessly, feeling bored and decided to take a walk. He stumbled upon the Class 1A girls in their cheerleading outfits walking his way. Leaning against the wall, he waited for them to pass. "Hey there, ladies. What are you up to?" he called out, catching their attention. Ashido, excited, rushed over and playfully tackled Mason to the ground. "What's up, good-looking?" she said, her cheeks turning a shade of pink as she hugged him tightly, snuggling into his chest. She suddenly noticed his hero costume, still battered and damaged from the USJ incident. "Why are you in your hero outfit?" she asked, tilting her head cutely. "Yeah, and why did you flake out on Ashido 7 days ago?" Hagakure chimed in. Mason looked at Ashido, a mix of confusion and embarrassment on his face. "First of all, you'll have to wait, and second, I went on a date with her 4 days ago. We didn't plan anything, but if we had, we would have gone with James and G." He stopped mid-sentence, noticing Ashido's guilty blush. Mason smirked and chuckled. Jairu, realizing what had happened, decided to intervene. "I'll leave you guys to whatever you're doing in those outfits. You all look great though." He began to walk away from the girls. The matches were intense, and everyone performed admirably. Midoriya managed to get Todoroki to use his fire, miraculously escaped Shinso's quirk, Bakugo had an epic showdown with Uraraka, and Ida left for some reason. Mason spotted him on his way out but chose not to question it. In the end, Todoroki and Bakugo were the final two, and everyone was eagerly anticipating the grand finale. Before we go on to our epic grand final, we've got a bit of an epic intermission. Present Mic's voice rang through the entire arena. This is a group of 6 students in a round-robin style fight. "I'll leave Mike to introduce them," Aizawa stated, still appearing somewhat disinterested. "All right. On the right side, we've got the blonde copycat, James Ark. Used to be known as Copy, now known as Bane." Mike introduced James, and the crowd cheered, albeit a bit confused. On the left is the magician on a mission, a mythical man, Griffin Spades, also known as Ace. The crowd roared with excitement once more. Yes, these 6 are vigilantes who came here to become heroes. Given their years of fighting experience, we thought it best to have them face off against each other, Aizawa explained. Now, without further delay, James versus Griffin. In a dark warehouse, Titarax sat upon his throne. It's almost time for Phase 4. Assist the League of Villains, track down Kaya Ray and Mongrel of Remnant, and eliminate the old subjects. Titarax's deep voice echoed ominously. A young woman with long gray hair tied into a ponytail approached him and bowed. "We will get it done, my lord." She had a strikingly beautiful face, but her demeanor was cold and calculating. Her dark golden eyes glowed in the dim light of the lair. Dressed in a white suit with yellow accents and black high heels, she commanded attention. "You heard the lord." 9 shadowy figures rose and rushed out the door. She turned to a massive man with a slight blush and a sweaty face. "Did you see how my 9 did out there, master? I think he's ready to come back. I really miss him and He'll return in time, Kyo. Then you can do whatever you wish with him." "We can't rush his progress," he interjected. She nodded and left him to his thoughts. "You are starting to show yourself out there, my boy," He isn't your actual son, though, Dark Lord. A hunched figure limped over, twitching slightly. It wore a collar with spikes and a metal rod down its spine. And why are you still using the name Eliphas? Titarax swiftly grabbed a weapon from his side and fired a blast, causing an explosion that filled the air with a shower of sparks. Don't start. What was the point of that performance out there? The bandage teacher exclaimed at his son. They were in Recovery Girl's room. Both of you crossed the line. He turned to the blonde girl, who was looking down during his lecture. Bree, you attacked an opponent who had given up and had no intention of fighting. Mason, you used a power that we need to keep sealed until you have better control over it. Mason raised an eyebrow at his surrogate father's words. I got her to stop holding back. One little mistake shouldn't make you limit yourself. Mason retorted. Bree clenched her fists and began to tremble. No one but Astro knows about that. How? She asked shakily, looking at Mason. Aizawa took a deep breath, understanding the gravity of the situation. You made a mistake that cost someone dearly. You didn't pull the trigger, Bree. Mason reassured the shaken girl. I almost lost my left arm because I wasn't careful. I had to limit myself and could only use my bad luck. Don't let a mistake control you. That was the point I was trying to make. What was your big mistake? Bree asked, sensing there was more. You glared at your class as if they offended you. My mistake was being born. I was born into the Eliphas name, and they found out during the USJ incident. They never said anything about it, but I know it was because of you. He looked at Aizawa. I know they were unsure of me from Kaminari's question on the first day, the looks I got from them, and during the fight, they were on guard the whole time. Even before I got on stage. His voice trembled as he struggled to finish his sentence. This was one of the first times Aizawa saw the boy upset about something like this. You are not a villain, Mason. They will realize that soon enough. You have 2 days off. Go spend it with whoever you want. Stay safe, both of you. Aizawa said as he walked out of the infirmary. That was something, Recovery Girl remarked, her eyes glued to her computer. The days off passed uneventfully. James, Griffin, Daniel, and Mason played video games the whole time. There wasn't much to report for the next few days at school. Midnight came in to help with hero name selections. Ida was suspicious. People chose their internships, and that was it. Aizawa pulled some strings so the Vigilante students could group up and work without the guidance of a pro. Finally, it was time for the internships. It was peaceful. The Vigilante teens trained with one another, patrolled together, and even stopped some minor crimes along the way. It was only when the 3 Vigilante classmates of 1A were patrolling the streets of Hosu City that things began to change. This is getting boring, James complained. No one said it was going to be fun, Daniel groaned. I'm bored, Mason yawned. Nothing ever happens in Hosu. The hero killer injured Ida's brother here, and we all know his pattern, Daniel pointed out. I see something more interesting, James said, pointing towards a figure jumping on the rooftops. James and Mason began to chase the mysterious person, much to Daniel's protest. The group ran, slid, and jumped from rooftop to catch up. The figure stopped ahead of them, waiting. Cautiously, they approached the mysterious figure. Upon closer inspection, they saw it was a young man wearing a blue jacket, a gray beanie, black cargo pants, black biker gloves, and a white astronaut helmet hanging from his belt. The young man had his back to them, and the only feature they could see was his long brown hair peeking out from under the beanie. James walked up to the guy and placed a hand on his shoulder. What are you doing up here? The blonde asked. Just the people I wanted to see, the guy replied, turning around. Mason instantly recognized him. Lachi? What are you doing here? Mason questioned. I need your help tracking the hero killer, he answered. You're the Vigilante Astro, the sharp star? Daniel exclaimed, starstruck. Keep it in your pants, James joked. Lachi held up his fist and moved his index, middle, and ring fingers forward. As he did, bright star-shaped objects appeared between his fingers. Sure am, buddy. I'm glad you're a fan because I'm a fan of all of you guys as well, he beamed. Great, now why are you tracking down Stain? Daniel asked, immediately regretting it as everyone looked at him like he was silly. Right? To put him away, he murmured, embarrassed. I hear he has 2 apprentices with him. We need to stop them before it becomes too big of a problem, Lachi explained. Know anything about his students? James inquired. Got nothing, Lachi replied. A good place to start would be that smoke plume, Daniel said, pointing to the middle of the city. A better place to look is to find where Midoriya is, Mason suggested. The group looked at him, confused, until he showed his phone. It was a message from Midoriya with his general location. All right, let's go, he said, running off, with the others following behind him. The 4 teens arrived at an alley where they saw a commotion involving 7 people. 2 individuals lay on the ground, while another 2 stood firmly in front of 3 others. Daniel stepped onto the ledge and leaned back, falling. Let's even the odds a bit, he yelled on his way down, using his whip to wrap around a fire escape and landing safely on the ground. Hello there, he greeted. The rest of the boys jumped down to find Stain, Austin, and a girl with short black hair, bright blue eyes, and a scar on her left cheek. The girl wore a sleeveless vest, a black top that showed her midriff, and black leggings. Her body was covered in tattoos. Her left arm glowed with red, gold, and green before a massive illustrated-looking dragon slammed into Mason, sending him crashing down to the end of the alley. Just needed him gone. Someone wanted to meet with him, the girl said. It was a solid 4 minutes before Mason's back slammed into the wall, cracking it. He looked to his left and saw a pile of thick metal wires and robotic eyes. I'm going to lay here for a bit, he said, resting his head against the cracked brick wall. All the boys got into a fighting stance as the girl bowed. My name is Kaya Ray. Nice to meet you all, she said with a grin. Austin is mine, James declared, his voice filled with intensity. I've got the new girl, Lachi stated confidently. I'll help the boys with Stain, Daniel sighed, preparing for the challenge ahead. The silent night was peaceful, the stars shining brightly in the dark blue sky, contrasting with the glow of burning buildings. Suddenly, a long brown-haired male was propelled from an alley, crashing into a building as a massive ink-like dragon roared. A woman emerged from the alley, laughing. Astro got up, looking a bit battered but ready to fight. Bright star-shaped objects appeared in his hands. The woman reached behind her, drawing a long, ornate sword and preparing herself. He threw the stars at her, but she skillfully blocked each one. Then, an impact of energy surged towards her, enveloping her in a glowing blue aura. She remained unscathed while Astro appeared fatigued from the effort. Nice try, but not good enough, she taunted, readying her ink sword. She dashed forward, slashing at Astro, who realized she wasn't aiming to deliver lethal blows. He halted, bracing himself just in case his instincts were wrong. Kaya paused. Not going to fight? Good, this is such a drag, she chuckled, placing the sword back on her back. Astro steadied himself, stars still in hand. Why? He asked. That's a broad question, but I know what you mean. We needed money and had a job to help the hero killer. To be honest, I can't stand him, so I don't really want to fight. Despite her words, Astro sensed her sincerity, and the stars in his hands faded away. He calmed down, realizing something. My friend Mongrel. He's down there having a chat with Reaper, she smiled. Before he could respond, a massive explosion from the sky sent 2 blonde boys crashing to the pavement, one looking unconscious while the other stretched and tied up his younger brother. At the other end of the alley, Mason sat talking to a random pile of wires. So then I got thrown by a dragon and now I'm here. Sounds rough, kid, a deep, raspy voice replied from above. Mason looked up to see a man wearing a balaclava with a skull design, sunglasses, a black wool hoodie, black combat pants, boots, and gloves, armed with an ACR assault rifle, an M9 handgun, and a sword shaped like a flame. He dropped down from the rooftops, pulling out the sword. Well, this is unexpected. Stain was suspended in the air, Ida kicking him in the ribs, Midoriya punching him in the face, Todoroki unleashing flames, and a battered Daniel delivering a low-powered shock. Stain was knocked out cold. Kaya seized the opportunity to escape as the others regrouped with the pros. Midoriya was captured by a Nomu, but Stain managed to defeat the creature and save him, delivering a chilling speech before collapsing, standing. From the corner of his eye, Endeavor spotted a man aiming a gun at Stain. He moved to intercept the assassin but then saw a kid use a flaming chain to throw the man into a building. The kid tried to regain his balance but fell, crashing onto the pavement below. Mason lay unconscious, slashed and battered, in front of the pros and his classmates. Mason's eyes slowly opened to see the boys looking somber. They explained how Endeavor received all the credit, Olivia had to leave school to assist her family, and how Lachi would take her place. If caught doing work, one would be drafted into UA. Mason was getting a checkup from the doctor. "You seem very healthy, Mr. Kiyamizawa. All your injuries healed up nicely." "Thanks, I drink milk," Mason replied. The doctor left, and Mason's thoughts turned to Mongrel. He had predicted Mason's movements in an instant. One thing was clear: Mongrel would be a significant challenge in the future. There was a noticeable scar on Mason's ear. "Mina's going to be furious with me," Mason sighed. "Yeah, she will," Midoriya chuckled lightly. "What happened there, anyway?" In the alley, Mason had been attacking Ghost, but he had evaded every strike and, in the end, shot Mason in the ear from a distance. Why couldn't he remember the fight? Why couldn't James and Lachi recall theirs either? A flash of a female figure on the rooftop appeared in his mind. Her eyes glowed red in the shadows beneath a long black cloak. "Who is she?" "Just a lucky shot," Mason said, brushing it off. "If you'll excuse me, Midoriya, I'm going to pass out. The day has already been overwhelming. I can't remember much." He sank into the hospital bed and fell asleep. "So you don't remember anything from that night?" a male officer asked Mason. Mason rubbed his eyes, looking exhausted. "Everything is a blur. I don't even recall encountering Stain. All I remember is my ear, and that's still hazy." He addressed the officer. "I only know what the others told me, and that's it. I'm sorry, I'm just as confused as anyone about this." This was true. Mason couldn't remember anything, and it wasn't just him. Lachi and James were in the same situation. All they remembered was patrolling, a meeting, a fight, and then waking up in the hospital. Lachi and James claimed they had handled their fights easily, but in reality, they were battered and bruised. Still, there were some victories that night. Stain and Austin were now in police custody, Lachi agreed to join UA, and Midoriya finally learned to control One for All's power. "So you can use it without injuring yourself now?" The room was empty, as the others were out or wandering the hospital. The only two present were Mason and Midoriya. The green-haired boy nodded with a determined smile. "That's good." Midoriya noticed Mason fiddling with the missing part of his right ear, lost in thought. "Kaya Ray," he muttered just loud enough for Midoriya to hear. "Do you know her?" Midoriya asked. "No. Yet her name and mongrels are the only things I can remember from that night," Mason replied, a hint of frustration in his voice as he ran his fingers through his hair, his eyes narrowing in exasperation. The next few days passed slowly as the group continued to recover, stopping a few muggings here and there. Eventually, it was time to return to their regular classes. Everyone was in the 1A classroom except for Mason. The noise level was rising as everyone talked about their internship experiences. James was trying to suppress the noise to ease the migraine he had developed. "All I did was guide evacuees and provide general support," Jiro said to her friends. "Still, that's awesome," Ashido exclaimed excitedly. The noise continued to escalate. Todoroki, Midoriya, Ida, and Daniel gathered around James' desk, discussing that night. He kept his head down, hoping to rest until the conversation shifted to Stain. James groaned, a clear signal for them to quiet down. He was frustrated that he couldn't remember anything, especially the fight with his brother, and he couldn't shake the worry about whether he had hurt him badly. He felt a gentle hand slide his golden hair. Looking up, he met the kind eyes of Jiro and Kirishima, who were concerned for him. He smiled at her and continued to rest. "All right, everybody, class is about to begin. Take your seats." "Ugh, come on," he whined. Everyone was in their costumes at the training ground. All Might explained the exercise to the class while Mason lay face down on the floor. Kirishima raised his hand. "Sir, what's going on with Mason and James?" he asked the number 1 hero. They watched as James staggered next to Mason and then just dropped. "I have no idea. Young Lachi has the same issue," All Might said proudly with a smirk, his voice intentionally loud as he looked at the boys. "Go away." James scowled. "Shut up or I will cry." Mason muttered, his voice muffled. "With that, these 2 boys will not be participating," All Might announced again. Mason lazily slapped his hand onto All Might's foot. "Thanks for that," he muttered. When the training began, it was Siro, Ashido, Ida, Ajru, and Midoriya's turn. Everyone started making bets before asking the Vigilantes for their opinions. "I wouldn't count Midoriya out just yet," Daniel said as they watched Midoriya speed around the course. "This is a good matchup. Siro has an advantage swinging around, and so does Ajru. Midoriya and Ida need to be careful with their footing, or they could lose their momentum. Ashido might make it if she wasn't wasting time trying to climb that thing," he explained. "What do you 2 think?" Kirishima teased, enjoying the boys' discomfort. "Won this." "I don't care," Mason huffed. "Thanks for that, genius," James yelled, immediately regretting his outburst. "Huh? Get wrecked." Mason chuckled at his friend's misfortune. After all the races, minus James and Mason, the class headed to the changing rooms. Mason lay face down on a bench in the middle of the room, still in full costume and wearing dark sunglasses. James was on his back, shirtless, with his left arm resting over his eyes. The body bore various scars on his stomach and chest, while his back was marked with similar patterns. "Don't even think about it, peeping would be criminal," Ida commanded. "Then you'll have to throw me in solitary confinement because you can't stop me," Mineta said determinedly, his eyes gleaming with mischief. He was about to rip down a poster when he noticed a hole and began to say things about the girls. Just as he was about to look through the hole, a chain wrapped around his head. He turned to see Mason glaring at him with glowing crimson eyes. "Don't even think about it," he warned the little troublemaker. Mineta glared, trying to turn his head back to the hole, but was suddenly flung backward into a locker with a loud crash. Everyone stared at Mason, even James, who looked up at him. "He asked for it," Mason said, lowering his head once more. The 6 Vigilantes waited outside the break room patiently. All Might had called them all up, including Midoriya, who was already inside. They were just waiting for the signal to enter. Mason held a bottle of water and 2 white tablets. "I can't believe Liv left," Bree said. "Well, she had to go back to her family," Griffin replied. "I hope she's all right," Daniel added. "She'll be fine," James interjected, also holding a bottle and tablets. "Why are we here? What does All Might need?" Lachi asked, wearing his new school uniform neatly. "Something important," Mason commented, wincing slightly as his migraine began to fade. "How's your head, Lachi?" "It was pounding at the start of the day, but it's okay now," Lachi replied, rubbing his left temple. "All right, everyone come in," All Might called from the hallway. They all walked in and took their seats. All Might began explaining the concepts of one for all and all for one, detailing the origins of quirks. To Mason, it didn't seem like the whole truth. "Sir, with all due respect, I don't think the luminescent baby was the first to have a quirk or a meta ability, possibly," Mason said respectfully. "How do you mean?" the slender Toshinori asked. "Well, many historical figures and religious stories could be explained through quirks. Moses parting the Red Sea could have been a water manipulation quirk. Jesus performed many miracles and was resurrected after the crucifixion, which might suggest a healing quirk. Thor controlled thunder and lightning. Heracles was known for his strength. Ra represented light. Mercury was associated with speed. Sun Wukong could simply be a monkey mutation quirk. Most of these examples come from a time when people were more faithful. They could all be accurate in nature, just not in the way they were documented. When the luminescent baby arrived, skepticism grew, and people became fearful of the unknown, ostracizing those who were different, like those with quirks. Nowadays, it's the opposite. That actually makes some sense, young man, Toshinori agreed. And don't worry, All Might, we've got your back along with Midoriya's. Mason smiled at the number one hero. The others nodded in agreement, smiling back at both of them. It was now exam time, normal school stuff. They scored well on their midterms, and everything seemed okay. With just 1 week left until the exams, Mason celebrated his birthday. Now it was time to buckle down and study hard. As Mason walked through the halls looking for Mr. Aizawa, he paused when he heard soft crying coming from around the corner. He peeked around to see Mina curled up in a ball, trying to hide. "Mina," he called softly. The sudden voice startled her, making her jump. She attempted to act cool and collected but failed miserably. Hey Mason," she stammered, her voice cracking. Despite her efforts to compose herself, tears continued to fall from her black and gold eyes. She looked into his dark irises and saw the concern etched on his face. "What's wrong?" he asked, his voice filled with worry. She smiled at him, wanting to downplay her distress, but when he touched her arm, the tears began to flow again as she gripped him tightly. I'm failing so badly that Mr. Aizawa said I couldn't become a hero and that he would expel me," she cried. "He said I could never become a hero." Her sobs grew louder, and her grip tightened. "I don't know who he's talking about," Mason said, sniffing as he tilted his head to look at her. "Mina, from what I've gathered, you are much closer to being a hero than anyone in the class. You may not be the strongest academically, but you can build on that. You're a great fighter, a quick thinker, a wonderful friend, and an amazing person. You've saved me twice. You gave me a name, a friend, and a life. I can't thank you enough for everything you've done. I love you to death, and when people ask who my favorite hero is, I tell them the same thing I did when I was younger. My one true hero is Mina Ashido. You just need to trust in yourself. You have to work hard to prove him wrong, train and study diligently this week, and please don't just train for robots. Prepare for everything that can happen." She looked up at him, tears still falling, but now they were tears of happiness. She jumped up and threw her arms around his neck. "I'm surprised you got through that," she joked. "Just as surprised as you means," he chuckled back. "I thought I might mess up at one point." "All right, I better go study," she said, wiping the tears from her eyes. "I'll see you tomorrow. Love you." As she left, Mason's expression shifted from sincere to angry. He glared into the shadows to his left. She needed the push. "It happens to the best heroes," came the tired voice of Aizawa from the shadows. "I don't doubt she'll be great. But I need her to realize she can be better. You could have approached it more gently. Suggest ways for her to improve, not break her down." "We're still kids," Mason huffed. "I don't want her to be unprepared. I've seen too many heroes go out, and I don't want that to happen to you." "Shirakumo and Siri. Those losses cut deeper than I realized. I'm sorry. I see too much of her in you." Mason froze. He could hear the sadness in Aizawa's voice. "She would have loved you." Mason spun around to face Aizawa, but he found that he was gone. "I wish I could have met her." The written exam was completed, and everyone felt confident. Now it was time for the practical, and everyone was gathered at the designated location except for one person, Mason. Of course he would be late for something so important, James thought. Just as Mr. Aizawa was about to speak, Mason arrived. Looking quite tired. "Sorry I'm late," he said groggily. "All right, since everyone is here, let's get started," Aizawa announced. Principal Nizu then appeared and explained the matchups, revealing that it would be teachers versus students. "Wait, what about Mason, Daniel, and James?" Ida asked. "Well, they'll be fighting all of us, of course." Nizu replied with an overly cheerful tone. "Great. Seriously? Go home, get some rest. This is ridiculous. I'll leave it to you to guess who said what. While you all have 30 minutes to win, they get an hour," Midnight smirked. "We're still in trouble. A whole 30 minutes more? Unbelievable. Whatever you choose. I'll make it easier then." "I won't participate," Nizu said with a cheeky smile and a chuckle. "I'll send you flying. I'm going to break your kneecaps. I'm going to do something drastic." No wrong answers. Except one. Somewhere in a dark, dense forest, Kyo stood proudly, tapping her foot on the brown dirt and her elbow with her middle finger. "How may I assist you, attractive one?" A deep British voice emerged from the shadows. Kyo, however, stood tall, not flinching at the sudden voice. Not even a flinch. Impressive. "So, tell me, beautiful, why did you call this meeting?" "I'm not interested in someone like you. I'm only focused on my own goals. Anyway, let's get to." "Oh, lady, we can't have that. I may be evil, but that's a line I wouldn't cross. Whatever you want, you won't get. While you're out, try to regain some dignity. I'm here on behalf of Shigaraki. We want the other half of our deal. Tell me something before I proceed." "What did you do with him?" he asked, his voice becoming increasingly glitchy. She chuckled to herself. "My job. I collected samples from them, and I had to restrain him." "You sick?" The man yelled, his frustration evident. Bright, glowing red eyes shone from the darkness, and black-clawed, bone-like arms erupted from the ground, ready to attack. "A deal is a deal. No matter what they have done, plus it's not our problem." A woman's voice emerged from the shadows, her bright amber eyes peering out. "Bring her the cages." Kyo smiled as she saw the glowing red eyes and heard the sounds of creatures approaching from the pitch-black sky, illuminated only by a broken moon. "Thanks for the Nomu, it did wonders. Now go back to Shigaraki and tell him we can continue this partnership. I think he'll be pleased with that. Tell your boss this will be a fruitful collaboration." Kyo smiled. "Next time, don't bring the prude. Shinikai, don't try to attack me again, you'll see what happens." She threatened as she walked away, men pouring out of a portal to collect the creatures. "The only time I'm going to go for Mason is when he rips your head off." Chapter end. It was time for the sixth match, the showdown between Ashido and Kaminari against Principal Nizu. In the control room, the pro-hero recovery girl watched alongside Midoriya, Azui, Ida, and Yaoyorozu. The two heroes in training raced through the arena, searching for their elusive opponent. They had only 30 minutes, yet the principal seemed to have vanished. Suddenly, Kaminari heard a noise and looked up just in time to see a pipe burst and debris begin to fall. They both took off running as the arena crumbled behind them, but Ashido abruptly stopped in her tracks. In the control room, Aizawa peeked in to observe the match. "Let's see how his training helped her," he mused with a yawn. "Why is she just standing still?" Ida exclaimed. Back on screen, Kaminari noticed Ashido had halted and started to turn back, but she signaled him to keep running. He obeyed, while she looked up at the falling debris. With determination, she raised her hands and unleashed a stream of acid to counter the falling rubble, shaping her hands to shoot the acid further. As the debris crashed around her, everyone in the control room held their breath, worried for her safety. But soon, they saw her emerge from the pile of wreckage, her bodysuit transforming from purple and green to black and gray, with a matching mask covering her mouth and nose, reminiscent of Mason's mask but uniquely patterned. A smile crept onto Aizawa's face, and a soft chuckle escaped him as he continued to watch. The rest of the control room erupted in cheers, thrilled to see their friend ready to win. Ashido scanned her surroundings from the height of the wreckage and spotted a crane with a wrecking ball. She figured that was where the principal was hiding. Time was of the essence, and she needed to reach him and secure the cuffs. Without hesitation, she made her way down to the crane, climbing the scaffolding from behind. Peeking in, she saw Principal Nizu laughing heartily while sipping his tea, occasionally spilling it as he chuckled. She quietly opened the door, preparing the cuffs in her hand, waiting for the right moment to strike. As Nizu set down his cup, Ashido burst in and swiftly slapped the cuffs on his wrists. The principal was taken by surprise, but he also felt a sense of pride. "Team Ashido and Kaminari have passed the exam," the announcement echoed. The control room erupted in cheers for their friend's success. The test was over, and she had triumphed. As they exited the arena, the colors returned to her bodysuit and mask. At the gates, Mason leaned against the sign with a smile. "Seems like you've taught her a lot during the training week, my boy," Nizu praised. "All I did was give her tips on strategy and some fighting techniques. The rest was all her. Also, The gear, Mason replied. He glanced at Ishido. Why do you still have the mask on? He asked with a teasing smirk. Oh, just trying to get used to it, she said, her voice faltering. She rambled on as Kaminari and Nizu walked away, leaving the two of them alone. That's good. It was quite expensive to make, and Inheritor Industry was generous to supply me with my tech and now you with yours. Mine was upgraded, thanks to my fight with that guy in Hosu, he said, beaming as he walked behind her. But I can tell when you're not being truthful, Mina. He pressed a button on the mechanism, and her mask retracted, revealing her face. A small cut marred the left side of her mouth, a reminder of her battle. He examined the cut closely. I'm surprised you came out with just that. Come on, let's get that cleaned up in Recovery Girl's room. Is she in the control room? Are we going there first? She asked. I know how to handle it. That's not what I meant. I can enter the room without her. I just need to explain what I used. In a dimly lit bar, a slim man with pale skin sat on a bar stool while another man behind the counter cleaned the table. The seated man had messy grayish-blue hair of varying lengths, with the longest clumps reaching his shoulders and hanging over his face in uneven waves. He wore a black long-sleeved shirt, black pants that cut off around the ankle, and red shoes with black laces. The man behind the counter was composed of a dark purple mist, save for his glowing yellow eyes. He wore an elegant suit with a tie and a metal brace that extended from his collarbone to just below his eyes. Suddenly, a giant blue and pink portal opened in the bar. Kyo emerged with two companions, a man and a woman. The girl had short black hair, bright blue eyes, and a scar on her left cheek. She wore a sleeveless vest over a black top that revealed her midriff, paired with black leggings adorned with various tattoos. Her blue eyes shimmered with a pink hue as they stepped out of the portal. The man wore a balaclava with a skull design, sunglasses, a black hoodie featuring a patch of a feral dog, black combat pants, boots, and gloves. An L96A1 sniper rifle was strapped to his back, alongside a unique sword. His tinted sunglasses concealed his eyes. Did you get what I asked for? Shigaraki's raspy voice broke the silence. Yes, we did. They also requested another trade for 2 more Nomu, Kyo replied. It wasn't entirely smooth, but we managed. They even gave us extra for the trouble. There's no way to order them, so we just need to throw them in and hope for the best, the deep-voiced man said. I'm aware of that, mongrel, Shigaraki replied. You never gave me a name, so I'm basing it on the patch on your clothes. Plus, your friend also mentioned it. Burn the past, he says. Kaya giggled as she walked toward the bar. Strawberry sunrise, with a cute umbrella, she said to Kurojairi, glancing at her friend to see his reaction. Well, now that's out of the way, we have new allies. I'll introduce you to them, Shigaraki said with a grimace. Meanwhile, Shota Aizawa was on his way to the meeting room. The exams were on break before the longest and most challenging test for the 3 vigilante boys. Aizawa opened the door to find the rest of the staff, with Present Mike cowering in the corner, still covered in bugs. At the end of the table sat a tall man with short, messy brown hair, dressed in dark purple suit pants, a matching vest, a black tie, shoes, gloves, and a white undershirt. He turned to Aizawa as he entered. Aizawa felt a chill run down his spine upon seeing the man's face, which was sickly pale with a large stitched scar down his right cheek and dark voids where his eyes should be, replaced by purple orbs. Ah, hello, Mr. Aizawa. I'm a big fan, the man said in a deep, slightly robotic voice with a hint of an accent. My name is Michael Wolf. I'm the CEO of Inheritor Industry. Don't worry about my appearance. My quirk prevents me from dying, and I've dealt with my fair share of ghastly events. He's the one we acquired the bots from, especially the ones meant to train Mason to fight the other 9, Nizu grinned. While Daniel and James handle us, we'll split him off to fight the replicas of the 9 based on his description of their quirks, Nizu explained. They are state-of-the-art. It will challenge him while also not resembling them. He won't know you are testing him, Michael added, clearly proud of his work. Ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce you to the adapts? Mina sat on the bed while Mason tended to her wounds. She had several cuts from shrapnel, and her shirt was off to allow him to clean the injuries, some deeper than expected. She felt a bit embarrassed, knowing the only thing covering her chest was her bra. Mason appeared focused as he worked, though inside he was a bundle of nerves being so close to her. He just needed to concentrate on patching her up. She would come out with a few scars but would be fine. Are we done now? She asked, blushing. Almost. Just need to clean and patch this one. Is that all right? He asked, referring to a small cut on her rib area. She nodded, and he took a gauze to clean the wound. Her face heated up. She didn't have to ask how he knew what to do, he practically lived at UA. She remembered the deep scar running down his face and how he had burned his arm just to help her. All done. Those will heal nicely, though the cut on your chin will leave a scar, he said with a smile, scratching his left cheek. She put on a shirt, still blushing. Thanks. She noticed a hint of pink on his face as well. Hey Mace? Good luck out there. The trio consisting of Daniel, James, and Mason walked into the arena, which resembled a devastated city, filled with fire and debris. The teacher stood before them, and a loudspeaker announced, "Match begin." Immediately, Cementos slammed his hands on the concrete floor, causing it to rise rapidly and separate Mason from the other two. No! Mason shouted in frustration. Mason, hold on. We've got a problem, James said, his voice slightly trembling. You sound nervous, Aizawa chuckled. Mason, what do you see back there? Daniel called out, but there was no response. Mason! A shaky voice echoed from beyond the wall, filled with fear and sorrow. No, please. Not again. Not you all. The teachers exchanged glances, feeling a pang of guilt. Please no. The students in the observation deck looked on in confusion, except for one. Mina Ashido stared at the 9 figures in horror, memories flooding back. What are they doing here? She growled, her usual calm demeanor shattered. Language, Miss Ashido. Principal Nizu's commanding voice rang out from the hall. What are they doing here? She reiterated, undeterred. This is a test to see if he can fight the 9 by himself. They are robots, so there is no danger, Nizu explained. Sir, don't you think that's not a good test? He seems to have major trauma just from seeing them, Ida interjected. They were created by a brilliant mind. They have exact personalities, quirks, skills, and also a safety switch, Nizu continued. The man next to me is the inventor, Mr. Michael Wolf. He gestured to the man beside him. Mina scrutinized him, distrustful. How do you know all that? She asked. I did my research, but ultimately, a magician never reveals his secrets, Michael replied, a glint of purple in his eyes making the students uneasy. It would be too dangerous, he added with a hint of humor. Wait, who are these guys? Ciro asked, voicing the question on everyone's mind. Since you may also face them in battle, I find it fair to inform you all, Nizu said, gesturing for Michael to introduce the figures. With pleasure. Time for the countdown. On the screen, Michael pointed to a tall male, around 7 feet tall, clad in black skin-tight armor, except for his head. He had long sharp claws and a long, skeletal-looking black tail. His short black hair framed glowing teal slit eyes and sharp teeth. This is his quirk is called Xeno, making him look like an alien. Kinda looks spooky, Sue commented. Next, he pointed to Mason. This is 9, Eliphas' special project, also known as the punching bag. The class exchanged looks of confusion and sadness. The next figure was a tanned young man in a clean black suit. This is his quirk is weapon mastery. Any weapon he picks up, he can use at a pro level immediately. Sounds dangerous, Midoriya muttered. Oh, you think? Bakugo retorted. Michael cleared his throat and pointed to a girl with long blonde hair, glowing orange eyes, and long pink nails, dressed in a black and gold suit with a pink flower in her BRT pocket. This is she has telepathy and telekinesis. How I can do it on a robot? The short answer is I can't. She's just there really. She looks kinda attractive, Mineta said. She would take you out in an instant, Hagakure giggled. Michael sighed heavily, looking sad as he introduced the next figure. This one is the most dangerous. This is her power is hacking, She can hack anything and anyone. The group looked at her, a striking girl with an athletic build. Her long chestnut brown hair was tied in a ponytail, and she wore a black suit with green accents and a black skirt. Mina glared at her intently. She's so pretty. Uraraka squealed. Hot, hot, hot. Kaminari blushed. Yaoyorozu placed a hand on Ishido's shoulder, concern etched on her face. Are you okay? She asked. She was the most sadistic, Mina growled, not breaking her gaze. The next two figures were identical twins with crimson red hair and crystal blue eyes. 5 and 4 are hard to differentiate. 5 has the quirk Ice Fist, while his brother 4 has Magma Fist. So it's basically Todoroki without the flair, Sato said. If you want to put it that way, fine by me, Michael chuckled with a smirk. He then pointed to a giant male, about 8 feet tall and built like a brick house, with dull lifeless gray eyes and a bald head. 3 and he has brute strength. Not much else to say. The class stared at him in horror. What is that thing? Kirishima shuddered. If only you saw the real him, Mina muttered quietly, only Midoriya hearing. The next guy is his quirk is called Spirit Blade. You'll see what he does in the match. They looked to see a tall young man with long brown hair and glowing blue eyes, appearing quite ordinary. Yeah, kinda boring, Siro commented. Don't underestimate someone like that, Shoji warned. They can be the worst, Mina added quietly. Last but definitely not least. Hold on. Ishido, have you met these guys? Ida interjected. Remember when I said I never met Eliphas? She asked, her eyes still fixed on the screen. Nope, the class replied in unison, causing Mina to sigh in frustration. Well, I lied about that. I've met all of them. Mason's scars and burns come from that day, the day they used me against him. The day I try to forget, she said sadly. There will be time to explain all that when the test is done. For now, just watch, Nizu instructed. The figure Michael referred to as 2 stepped forward, exuding confidence. So this is what happened to the Great Nine. What a joke. You all left us and became weak, he taunted Mason. Mason clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. Don't worry, once you're out of the way, I'll take care of Ishido for you. Michael and Nizu tensed at those words. I didn't program those memories, Michael said, swallowing hard. He glanced at the glowing green-eyed girl, who was smirking at the camera. This is going to be a problem. She lied. Principal, stop the test. Ishido commanded, capturing the attention of the class and making them stand ready. Nothing like the real thing to test skill. Nizu smirked, leaving everyone questioning him. Just watch and see how strong he's gotten. Tu clapped his hands and laughed. You really messed yourself up that day, just to save. He was interrupted as a flaming blade attached to a chain pierced right through his chest. Metal and sparks flew as the blade burst out of his back. The blades of chaos, nice. He turned towards the green-eyed girl who was giggling. You said the injuries wouldn't hurt. Tu strained, clenching his fist and hissing through his teeth. And you believed me? She giggled. A second blade zipped past the girl and struck the robotic face of, so I'm guessing the ones with glowing eyes are the real you? With that, 3 stepped up with giant strides, cracking his robotic knuckles and flashing a creepy toothy grin. Except you, big guy. Mason looked up, his eyes glowing crimson. The blades vanished in embers, and the bot of 5 crumpled to the floor. 3 charged in, slamming his fists down on Mason. The ground cracked from the sheer force of the monstrous man. Black smoke engulfed the area, and then Mason stood tall, holding a one-handed shotgun aimed at the man's head. I love using the Hellfire shotguns and Wraith mode, Mason chuckled as he pulled the trigger. The machine's head sparked and shattered. Michael, where is one? Mina yelled, finally realizing someone was missing. On cue, a girl with brown hair and mismatched eyes, one blue and one greenish-brown, emerged to attack. She wore a black leather coat, and black tendrils extended from her back. Mason reached for his knife and swung it, aiming for the Adapt's head. Not impressed, Michael, Mason said. The Xenoquirk user sprinted at Mason, claws swinging. An orange glow surrounded Mason, halting her advance. Well, that solved that issue, Mike remarked. taking in the small victories. 10 slashed Mason's chest, ripping his clothing and scratching him. 10 lunged for the kill, bowing down and moving his sharp tail at Mason. Summoning enough strength, Mason reached for his M9 pistol, pointed it at the orange-eyed girl, and pulled the trigger. The bullet passed through 4's head and lodged itself in 7's left eye. She screamed in pain, dropping Mason, who seized the tail and tore it off. He spun the tail around and drove it into 10's head. 8 appeared out of nowhere with a long claymore sword, swinging down at Mason. The boy smirked as a crimson glow flashed. The sword struck the ground as Mason sidestepped. 8 struggled to pull out the sword but failed. Ugh, the robotic voice muttered before a bullet struck the back of his head. He approached the still whimpering 7 and grabbed her hair, dragging her over to the claymore and pressing her head against the blade. The class was disturbed by the sheer brutality. 2 began to feel nervous as he noticed the crimson eyes staring at him. The real him. Hey, 9, I was just kidding, you know. 2 chuckled nervously as Mason drew closer. Mason's veins glowed bright red, steam emitted from his body, and his scara turned black. Sir? Ashido yelled, looking at her principal. All right, I'm going in. Midoriya shouted, turning toward the exit. No! Nizu ordered. The students were taken aback by the rise in his voice. You all have to trust him in this. All right, are we good, 9? 2 trembled. Mason stopped in his tracks and smirked. Then, in a flash, Mason was behind 2, punching the back of his head. The impact sent sparks flying as 2's head exploded into scrap. Or you won't find out, Michael said sadly. One more. He turned to the girl who had been sitting back the whole time. She showed no hint of emotion, just staring into Mason's eyes. Mason, we need to talk, she said, maintaining eye contact. In the control room, every camera showing Mason and 6 shut off. Daniel and James continued to fight, fully displayed. The screens showing the threat went completely black. Just the way she wanted them to be. Half of the monitors in the control room went dark, and the silence became unbearable. They all stared in shock at the blank screens, unsure of what to do. Then the blank screens flashed green repeatedly until the words, "He'll be fine," appeared. The girl's eyes glowed green on the field as she stared into her old friend's eyes. Mason, we need to talk, she said seriously. A long silence followed, the only sounds being the crackling of fire and the distant battle beyond the wall. The girl began to fidget with her fingers, looking uncomfortable. Are you going to say anything or not? 6 pouted. I'm waiting, he replied coldly. Taken aback by his tone, she understood. I don't have much time here, and I thank Mike for this opportunity. I also apologize for the rest. They found out what I was doing, so I needed them to trust me. I need to save you from a curse you don't realize you have. If that makes sense. She stammered, appearing nervous and awkward. I can't explain now. I'm almost out of time. I'll explain in detail next time I see you, so here's the short version. Shigaraki has a deal with a different universe to supply weapons and monsters and protect Griffin Spades. People are looking for him, you need to trust me on this. From now on, please trust me. I'm on your side, as is 8 and a newcomer called if you need guidance. Call upon Siri Wolf, your mother, and the Lord in charge is called Titerax. Eliphas died on Crone. The glowing green eyes flickered into dull robotic eyes. Mason inhaled, forming a triangle with his hands over his mouth. What the afike? He shouted, releasing the triangle into the world. Mason's veins glowed crimson red as he charged toward Six's robotic counterpart, slamming into her abdomen and sending her crashing into the cement wall, shattering it. Daniel was entangled in Midnight's whip on the other side of the wall, trying to escape by gnawing on it. The remaining UA teachers surrounded James. Suddenly, a pile of scraps shaped like a girl smashed through the concrete wall. I do not appreciate what I was just forced through. Mason scowled. The teachers all looked ready for the fight of a lifetime, but Mason's expression shifted to one of nervousness. He extended his hand toward Daniel and James, fiery sparks dancing around his wrist as red-hot chains wrapped around the boys. Mason then sprinted toward the escape exit, pulling James and Daniel along. We still can't beat them though. Why did they separate us? James yelled, a mix of pain and confusion in his voice. I'll explain later. Just focus on running. We can't win this one, boys. Mason said, clearly exhausted. Not so fast, boys. All Might declared, appearing in front of the exit. A crackle of bright orange sparks flickered around Mason's eyes. His face turned to fear as his vision shifted to a dark, stormy day, fire raging around him and buildings crumbling. A tall man in crimson armor with gold accents loomed before him, wearing a sinister helmet adorned with giant horns. A voice echoed in his mind, urging him, "Show them the monster you are." Mason swung the chains, sending the two boys toward the exit. All Might noticed Mason's eyes change from dark to a glowing red. The once white scara turned pitch black. From his right hand, a giant flame erupted, forming a dark skeletal sword hilt. A dark silver crossguard with skeletal wings emerged, and a massive flame ignited to create the blade. The heat was intense, even for All Might. Mason raised his weapon above his head, ready to strike the number one hero. In the observing room, concern filled the air. While everyone was confused, Ashido's expression changed as she recognized the sword. Midoriya and Uraraka noticed her discomfort, and soon the rest of the class did too. Ashido, do you know something about this? Todoroki asked, the only one bold enough to break the silence. Nothing good, she replied, her voice devoid of emotion. The voice continued to urge Mason to kill, flashing images of All Might and a figure named Eliphas. His head throbbed, feeling like it might explode. He swung down with the sword, the heat wrapping around his arm and starting to singe it until a sweet, beautiful voice with an Australian accent broke through. Stop! As the images continued to flip, a new figure appeared. She was tall, with short bobbed hair on one side and long, wavy hair on the other, both ashen in color. Her bright green eyes shifted between glowing gold and red. She wore a white button-up shirt with the top two buttons undone, a brown leather belt slung across her body holding a scabbard with a sword. A bright red scarf fluttered in the wind, and she wore black tracksuit pants with white lines down the sides, along with a black jacket tied around her waist that had angel wings on the back. Mason, stop. This isn't him, Eliphas or Titarax. It's All Might. Your friend. My best friend, she said, breaking him out of his daze. His vision returned to All Might, and the pounding in his head ceased, though his arm still burned. A swirling fire coiled around his arm like a snake. Realizing what he was about to do, he immediately halted, the fire subsiding and leaving a singed mark on his arm. Mason collapsed to the floor, clutching his chest. Team Daniel, James, and Mason passed the exam, the announcement declared. Orange smoke began to emit from Mason's head. All Might leaned in closer to examine the orange smoke. I'm sorry. Tell everyone that the bots were fake. Mason groaned. Nothing to be sorry about, young man. What do you mean? All Might asked. From the exit gate, Ashido and Midoriya rushed to Mason. He started to rise, holding his arm, while Ashido and Midoriya helped him up. Mason lay in Recovery Girl's office, resting and deep in thought. He knew he needed to take action, and soon. Meanwhile, discord brewed within the class. It split into two factions. Todoroki, Uraraka, Ashido, Ida, Shoji, Kirishima, Daniel, James, Yaoyorozu, and Siro didn't believe Mason was a double agent. Su, Tokoyami, Koda, Sato, Hagakure, and Ojiro remained neutral, unwilling to make assumptions. The remaining students Jiro, Aoyama, Kaminari, Bakugu, and the instigator of doubt, Mineta, were convinced something was amiss. As this unfolded, Mason, Midoriya, and Michael Wolf convened a meeting with the teachers. Mason had called for this meeting after resting and requested both Midoriya and Michael to be present. So, why have you called this meeting, Mason? The principal began. I want to revisit the case, Mason replied, prompting an uproar among the faculty. You can't possibly think we'll let you do that, Snipe huffed. We all saw those bots. They were destroyed. How do we know you won't do the same to the real thing? Midnight questioned. It wouldn't matter if I killed them, Mason said, his tone emotionless. What do you mean? Midoriya asked, adding to the conversation. A woman named Kyo Shni has the power to clone anyone she wants, but she needs to know their exact anatomy and have a sample. The twist is that if the person she clones dies, the clone takes their place as the original. She can have 10 active clones and 40,000 dormant ones. It doesn't matter if a clone or the original dies, Mason explained. I know this because she would brag about how our quirks would blend and how our child would be very powerful. Mason cringed, and the teachers shared a mix of anger and disbelief. How do you know it works on them and not just her? Ectoplasm asked. We had multiple testers with different roles. William Miller was the mental and physical tester. Kyo Shni handled biological aspects. Ortha Jest was experimental. Drugov was security. Okabe Ayaka, Asa Enri, and Hasashi Score were in charge of fight training. In all the fights, it was to the death. I've probably faced all of them at least 999 times, Mason sniffled, scratching his arm. I never killed one though. Nor did I kill 6. And how many times did they kill you? Aizawa inquired. Mason looked up, his eyes red. 0. The words sent chills down everyone's spines. But I did lose 1,000 times, which only made them hate me more. I always got away, but in truth, I was beaten to a pulp after each loss. Same with her. She never died and always faced the same treatment as I did. His eyes darken as he chuckles softly. So why are Mr. Midoriya and Mr. Wolf here? Nizu asks, the only one unaffected by the tension in the room. I had an informal meeting with her. So, Michael, how did it go? Mason inquires, his eyes still tinged with red. She requested the meeting. I didn't expect some of the others to show up, he replies. She didn't share much with me, just that I should trust her, Mason admits, leaving out significant details. And do you trust her? Vlad King challenges. What are you implying? Mason growls, defensive. Enough. Mason, answer the question. Aizawa snaps. I'm not sure. During our conversation, she seemed a bit off, and the absence of 1, 8, 5, and 4 suggests it wasn't a group decision. Plus, she outright confirmed that she was caught uploading her consciousness. For now, I'll have to be trusting but cautious, Mason explains. Now, what about Midoriya? Nizu prompts. I want to train Izuku Midoriya personally, with the assistance of Griffin Spades. We've collaborated in the past and have a strong dynamic that could benefit Midoriya, Mason responds formally. As Nizu contemplates everything, a smile spreads across his face. I permit you to train Midoriya and also to take the case back. As soon as Nizu speaks, every teacher except All Might begins to object. This test was to determine if he was ready, and he proved he is. If they can return, it's better to have someone who knows them and the operation. He has already apprehended Arthur, Drugov, and William, and taken down Okabe, Asa, and Hasashi. However, if they cannot be revived, do not resort to lethal measures, or I will personally see you imprisoned, Nizu warns. The room falls silent. Understood. Yes, sir. Mason promises. Also, sir, I need to speak with you, All Might and Midoriya. Privately. Come with me to my office. The meeting concludes as the 4 make their way to the office. What is it that you need? Who is Siri Wolf? I may have made some creative choices, Michael's voice echoed with a hint of mischief. The teachers exchanged concerned glances. I've done my research on them, their looks, quirks, and attributes. Siri Wolf? The angel hero, Archangel? She was a legend. All Might chuckled. She was one of my dearest friends. Let me rephrase the question. What's her story? Mason asked, his eyes narrowing, his voice deepening. They knew much about Siri, far more than the public did, especially the secret she held before her untimely death. Their curiosity piqued, they complied to share her tale. We'll have to start from the beginning. All Might, you should tell the story, Nizu suggested, then turned to Midoriya. Maybe you should wait outside. No. He stays here, Mason insisted, his eyes glowing with intensity. All right, I'll start with our first meeting, All Might said, scratching his disheveled blonde hair. 19 years ago, A young woman with long, ash-white hair tied in a bun and two side strands framing her face stood at the airport, ready to embark on her journey. Her striking forest green eyes sparkled with determination. She wore a gray leather jacket adorned with black angel wings, a black t-shirt with a red sash, blue skinny jeans, and black and red boots. Aviator glasses perched on her nose as she prepared to board a jet. Before stepping onto the plane, she glanced back at her family, her father, mother, brother, and sister. With a bright smile, she declared, "I'm going to become the best hero you can imagine." Then she turned and boarded the jet. "We know you will, Angel," her father replied, his Australian accent warm and encouraging. The flight took about 10 minutes, and upon landing, she stepped off the jet, excitement coursing through her veins. In the next room, the creaking of a bed interrupted her thoughts. Trying to block out the noise, she decided a walk would do her good. Dressed in a blue hoodie, black tracksuit pants, and a red scarf with pink headphones tucked within, she strolled down the dimly lit streets, heading to a service station for her favorite apple juice. Her father often joked that she was an apple juiceaholic. Once inside, she put on her headphones and began to enjoy her music. As she browsed, a magazine featuring bladed weapons caught her eye. Her fascination with them stemmed from her father's lessons about historical knives and swords. Just as she began to read, she felt a tap on her shoulder. A disheveled man in ragged clothes gestured for her to remove her headphones. She complied, noticing the gun he held and the unsettling white powder beneath his nose. His hands trembled, and his head twitched. "Get on the ground," he shouted. "Are you robbing me?" the girl asked, her voice steady. "Yes," he yelled, his demeanor frantic. She quickly assessed her surroundings and noticed two more men aiming guns at a young man behind the counter. Turning back to the first robber, she felt a surge of confidence. "Oh," she said with a slight smile. The man hesitated, his eyes widening as her green irises shifted to a glowing gold. "We've got a quirk user," he exclaimed. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted, sending the man flying through the window and into the street. She moved to confront the remaining robbers, now wielding a hammer crackling with blue lightning. "Who's next?" she challenged, throwing the hammer with a swift motion that knocked both robbers down. Afterward, she casually picked up a 2-liter bottle of apple juice and placed it on the counter. "Just these two, please." The young man behind the counter nodded, pushing the items back toward her. "On the house, ma'am." With a beaming smile, she left the store, only to be met with a sudden punch that sent her sprawling down the street. Dusting herself off, she heard one of the robbers shout, "55% of the world has a quirk nowadays. You should have picked your fights wisely." The man, built like a bodybuilder, looked intimidating. "My quirk is shock absorption," he declared. However, the girl was only half listening, distracted by his exaggerated lips. "I'm sorry, what did you say?" "I didn't hear you over those lips," she chuckled. "You little brat," he yelled, slamming his fists into the ground and sending a shockwave toward her. She braced for impact, but it never came. Instead, she saw a blue cape fluttering in the wind. "Oh no, it's All Might," the thug shouted, panic overtaking him just before he was struck by a thunderous blow. "Do not fear, young lady, for I am here," All Might proclaimed with pride. The girl watched in awe as the #1 hero intervened. The thug attempted to flee, but All Might swiftly teleported behind him, incapacitating him with a precise pressure point strike. All Might turned to praise the girl for her bravery, only to notice her eyes glowing gold once more. Chains of gold suddenly wrapped around her arm, launching toward him. He prepared himself, but the chains passed harmlessly by as he spotted another thug attempting to stab him from behind. Looking back at the girl, he was struck by her smile, reminiscent of his own mentor. "What's your name, young lady?" he asked. "I'm Siri Wolf. I'm aspiring to become a great hero, just like you," she replied, her smile brightening. Then she glanced down, noticing her scarf was nearly shredded. "Oh man, that was a gift from my big sister, Inko." Mason spat out the water he was drinking and began to cough. The others looked on with increasing concern. "Keep going, I'm fine," he managed to say. "So Siri is my aunt?" Midoriya asked, and both Nizu and All Might nodded in confirmation. "You've got a great quirk, kiddo." "What is it?" All Might inquired. "I call it Angel Heaven. But I can't share all the details just yet, Mr. Might." "I'll tell you when I'm interning under your name," she replied confidently, which made him chuckle. "How can you be so sure?" he teased. "You're impressed by my quirk and my skills, and you were waiting the whole time before finally stepping in," she smirked. The newly appointed #1 hero was taken aback by how much she knew. He was no longer just impressed, he was truly amazed by her. "How would you like for me to recommend you for UA?" Her green eyes lit up with excitement. "Really?" she exclaimed. "Yes, but there's a catch," he said, though her expression remained enthusiastic despite the warning. "I will also personally help train you. Then you will intern under my name." If you thought her excitement peaked, you would be mistaken. The girl began to tremble with joy, tears of happiness streaming down her face as she jumped and hugged the #1 hero tightly. "Thank you! Thank you! Thank you!" she shouted, making him smile. 18 years ago, she had passed the entrance exam and gained admission to the most prestigious hero school in the world. As she walked down the path toward the school, she felt immense pride until she tripped over her own foot. She braced herself for the wave of embarrassment that was sure to follow, but instead of hitting the ground, she felt arms wrap around her, lifting her up. "You've got to be more careful than that," said a deep, attractive voice. She opened her eyes to see a boy her age with striking black eyes and long, unkempt black hair that reached his shoulders. She looked at him and couldn't help but blush. "Sorry, I just fell for you," she blurted out. Realizing what she had said, she became flustered. "And no, I mean, I'm sorry that I fell for yo no, I'm sorry for falling." She stumbled over her words, desperate to salvage her dignity before quickly escaping. Unbeknownst to her, the boy wore a slight blush and a smirk. "Cute," he chuckled. He felt an arm wrap around him and turned to see both his friends grinning widely. "I said that out loud, didn't I?" Both friends nodded, their cheeky smiles confirming his realization. Over the years, Siri developed strong friendships with Hisashi Yamada, Oboro Shirakumo, a girl 1 year ahead named Nomuri Kiyama, and her crush, Shota Aizawa. She had liked him since they first met, a fact that everyone knew except for Shota himself. As the end of their first year at UA approached, Christmas arrived. Siri was back in Australia for the holiday, enjoying the summer heat that beat down on the coarse sand while the ocean waves crashed nearby. She lay under a beach umbrella on a gold and red towel, eyes closed, as her family played in the water. The rhythmic sound of the waves lulled her into a state of relaxation until a familiar voice broke the tranquility. "I thought it would be pretty cold down here, young wolf." Siri jolted up at the sound of her mentor's voice, meeting his gaze. Slightly behind him stood Hisashi, Nomuri, and Shota. Hisashi and Nomuri greeted her with wide smiles, while Shota simply waved. Siri felt her cheeks flush at the sight of her crush, a reaction that didn't go unnoticed, especially by her younger brother, Evan. He dashed toward the group, ready to unleash his playful energy. At just 7 years younger than Siri, Evan was a short boy with bright brown hair and blue eyes. "Hey, Siri, is that your boyfriend from school?" he shouted, causing her face to turn even redder. A taller girl swiftly slapped the back of his head. "Typical of you to embarrass your sister, Evan." "Greetings, Mr. All Might, sir. I'm Sarah, and this is our little brother, Evan. As you may know, we are Siri Wolf siblings. It's a pleasure to have Japan's #1 hero visiting our big sister." Sarah smiled at All Might. She was only 3 years younger than Siri, tall with short bobbed blonde hair, light brown eyes, and freckles adorning her face. "Stick in the mud," Evan muttered under his breath. "What did you say, you little rascal?" Sarah growled playfully. "Nothing, you goof," he retorted. As All Might, Hisashi, Nomuri, and Shota exchanged glances, sensing the impending sibling banter, Siri burst into laughter, soon joined by Evan and Sarah. "All right, you two, settle down. No wonder Mom and Dad left to get ice cream without you. Anyway, I want you to meet my friends. The blonde chatterbox is Hisashi Yamada, the lovely lady is Nomuri Kiyama, and the tired one is Shota Aizawa." "We know," You kind of talk about him a lot, Sarah teased with a smirk. So you can tease her, but not me? Siri asked, feigning indignation. I didn't say you couldn't. I just gave you a little nudge, Sarah chuckled. Evan seemed to ponder everything before raising his hand. You hit me and I'll get you back, she warned, glaring at him. Anyway. Why are you all here? Except for Oboro, Siri asked, trying to hide her embarrassment. To surprise you, of course. All Might chuckled. Sadly, Oboro couldn't make it. Also, a free holiday in another country. And to see my best friend. Nemuri exclaimed, running up to Siri and embracing her. Siri couldn't shake the feeling that this would end up being quite the adventure. When their parents returned from the ice cream trip, they were surprised by the unexpected visitors. Her dad became a full fanboy around All Might, while her mom engaged in conversation with Shoto. What about, who knows? As night fell, they decided to call it a day. Just then, Siri took Shota's hand, stopping him in his tracks. She pulled him away from prying eyes. It was time. She couldn't delay any longer. Shota? She asked, her voice shaking as she looked down at her feet. Wolf, if we stay here we might. It's Siri, she interrupted, looking up into his eyes. This may sound cheesy, but I need to say it. Shotaizawa, I like you. Ever since we met, I've thought you were amazing. You're handsome, smart, passionate, and most importantly, a very caring friend. But I want to be more than just friends. So, I ask you, Shota Aizawa, would you like to go on a date with me? She confessed, her face burning with embarrassment. Shota smiled and pulled Siri into a warm hug. About time you asked. Shirakumo told me you wanted to do it about 6 months ago, he chuckled. Of course, I'll go on a date with you. Thank you, Shota, she said, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. You owe me $20, Muppet. Evan's voice rang out. Darn it, I thought she would wait until tomorrow, Hisashi lamented. Siri buried her head into Shota's chest, trying to hide her embarrassment. How many of them? She whispered, hoping it was just the two of them. All of them, he replied, slightly amused. She snuggled closer, wrapping her arms around him. Oh no, she's gone full koala bear on us, Sarah chuckled. What's that mean? All Might asked, confused. It means she clings to someone for a while, Sarah explained. How long? He inquired. The fastest was 1 minute, and the record for the longest was 4 hours on our dad. That was 4 hours I'll never get back, their father chimed in. As the group made their way back to the cars, all Shota could think about was how lucky he felt to have met her. The clouds in the sky faded of all color, the heavens weeping down to the earth and onto a new tombstone. Oboro Shirakumo, the hero taken from our lives too soon. Shota was the most affected, haunted by the inability to save his friend. But that wasn't the worst to come, Nizu added sadly. Siri was his shoulder to cry on, his only anchor to this world now. All Might said, his voice thick with emotion. At this point, Siri was 17, fully qualified and just a step away from graduation. She stood on the rooftops with her mentor, All Might, clad in her new hero costume. She wore a long-sleeved white and gold shirt paired with black pants and white boots. A white and gold jacket adorned with angel wings graced her back, and a red scarf, a birthday gift from Aizawa, completed her look. She had proven her strength by surviving a few tough battles. As she scanned the city through her binoculars, All Might turned to her. Siri, I want you to take my power. She nearly dropped the binoculars, turning to him with confusion. Tashinori, what are you talking about? Siri, I wasn't born with a quirk. I received one from my mentor. It's called One for All, passed down through generations, stockpiling quirks. I'm the 8th user and the first quirkless person to inherit it. I want you to be my successor. I can't, Tashinori, she replied, sadness in her eyes as she gazed at the bright city. What do you mean you can't? I might not be around much longer, she sniffled. I keep having this recurring dream, but it's not like any ordinary dream just flashes. I see a broken heart being pieced back together, 2 tombstones with my name on them, but with different titles. One says, the Angel of Heroes, and the other, the Demon of Huntresses. I can't take this power, nor do I want my children to bear that responsibility. They can help train the successor, though, she added with a slight chuckle. Toshinori blinked in surprise as realization dawned on him. What? Before you go on, we haven't fully discussed it yet. We've just talked about it, and we can both financially support them. So please, no lectures. This is great. I'm going to be the best uncle ever. Toshinori exclaimed, rushing over to hug Siri tightly. And the best godfather, she said, smiling wide as she watched him nearly tear up. I'll gladly be the child's godfather. And don't confuse dreams and nightmares with reality. Nothing will happen to you. You are one of the strongest heroes, and by the time you're 18, you'll be number 2 among Japan's pro heroes. He raised his hand for a high five. She met his hand with a slap, grinning. You got it, dude. Now 18, Siri had surpassed Endeavor for the second spot, becoming the youngest hero in the top 10, let alone the top 3. She found herself in Recovery Girl's office, wanting to keep her PRGNCY a secret from the world, even from Shota. Mason, unable to contain himself, spat out his drink. Don't mind me, just dying over here. So I'm PRGNT? She asked the short nurse. Yes. And because of my power, they are protected by some aura? Yes. Huh. Don't get it twisted, you still shouldn't work even though you theoretically can. How long are you planning to wait before telling Aizawa? I will. Wait. You said they? You're the one who said they, and yes, triplets. Siri's mind went blank. And I need to tell Shota. We only planned for one. That seems like a you problem. Wolf honey, you're a hero, you make a lot of money, and you can take care of them, Chio joked. I know. Ah shoot, I have to hang out with Inko and Hisashi. See you, Chio. Siri said, rushing out of the room. Oh my god, my little sis is all grown up. Inko exclaimed, hugging Siri tightly, nearly flooding the apartment with tears. Ow, please let go, Inko, Siri gasped for air. Finally released, she watched Inko start making coffee. By the way, where's Hisashi? He's out working again. He's been busy, I don't think little Izuku will see him as much as we'd both like. I hope Izuku and my 3 will be friends, Siri said, walking over to the couch. She found the remote and turned on the TV. You know, I always forget Mum is originally from Japan. Now she has a strong Aussie accent and is a huge fan of footy. Same with Dad, but he's always been around. Aren't you a big fan too? Well, yeah, I am. Our team is doing pretty well. I saw them win the grand final against the Demons, so that was fun. You support the Bombers, right? Yeah. Siri cheered, flipping through channels until the news came on. Number 2 hero, Archangel, is rumored to be PRGNT. The 18-year-old hero who has risen through the ranks over the past few years is now reported to be PRGNT due to her lack of work and interviews with her colleagues, the news reporter announced. Really? I've only been taking a break for a week. I haven't even told my colleagues about it, only Toshinori. Stupid media nonsense. Maybe it's a sign to take it easier sometimes. There are plenty of heroes out there. We don't want you to overwork yourself, Inko said. Siri trembled, unnoticed by her older sister, who had been like a mother to her during her time at UA. Siri never stopped having nightmares. They only grew more vivid. She saw destroyed, burning buildings, death all around her, and a man at the center of the chaos. He wore bone-white power armor, surrounded by a dark crimson aura. His face haunted her the most, disfigured and burnt, with bone-like armor on the side of his head, black cracks around his blood-red eyes, and sharp teeth. It was almost grim. Yet she didn't fully understand what that meant. Siri, are you all right? Inko interrupted her thoughts. Yes, sorry. She looked back at the TV, dreading her future and fearing for her children. It felt as though she were cursed. Breaking news. A new villain has attacked Melbourne, Australia. The man appeared out of nowhere in a fiery blast, causing devastation, the reporter continued. The footage cut to a helicopter view, revealing a man who resembled the one from her nightmares, standing in the middle of a scorched symbol on the ground. But something was different. He wore crimson armor with white trim. His face wasn't as disfigured as the one in her dreams. The symbol burned into the ground matches the mark on your chest, Nizu interjects. The one that looks like a key? Midoriya asks. No, Mito, that's a birthmark. I'm guessing it's the Chaos Star, Mason replies, scratching his head. Yes, that's correct, Nizu says hesitantly. The large man notices the helicopter and points a massive sword with a purple glow at the camera. I'm here for the second most powerful being in the multiverse. Siri Wolf, I've come to put you back together. I challenge you to face me or else. A man with scraggly white hair and a black coat steps out of a purple portal, holding a small blonde girl who appears to be only 10 years old. The little girl cries for help, struggling to escape his grip. The man pulls out a weapon, aiming it at the girl's head before shifting his aim to the helicopter. He fires and the pilot goes silent. The helicopter crashes onto the pavement, and a group of men with scars on their faces picks up the still functioning but damaged camera, directing it toward their leader. I will harm the girl. You have 4 hours. His voice is chilling, deep and intimidating even to the strongest of hearts. Inko, filled with dread, looks toward where Siri was, only to find an empty room with the apartment door wide open. Please come back. Siri, you can't do this alone. I'm coming with you, Namuri calls out, blocking Siri from entering the jet. Namuri, you're my best friend, but I need to do this myself. He wants me and only me. Please let me go. Tears well in Namuri's eyes as she steps aside. Just promise to come back. I want to more than anything, but I can't promise anything. Please protect them. Siri sniffs as she boards the plane, hesitating at the door. I'll try with all my might. She's only got 30 minutes, sir, the scraggly man said. Or you and the others go back. I'll finish this quickly, even if her husband and mentor arrive alongside her. The man's voice boomed. Ortha nodded and stepped into the portal with the 2 other men. Archangel will make it. She'll protect us, the little girl cried, trying to calm herself. Yet she wasn't here in the first place. She let hundreds of people die for this. She didn't heed her nightmares. She could have stopped this. He pointed the bolter at the girl. I think I'll save myself a headache and end you now. He chuckled before pulling the trigger. The man was sent backward, slamming into rubble. He looked up to see a furious Siri glaring at him. Her fist burned with a golden aura, and her green eyes glowed like molten gold. The man smiled wide, but the smile faded as he noticed a magnificent pair of white wings sprouting from Siri's back. Sword of Michael, she shouted, her voice echoing with power as a brilliant light forged a beautifully crafted sword adorned with golden wings. The hilt was radiant white with an angelic pattern, and the blade shimmered with a blue glow. She shouldn't be able to do that, a dark voice erupted from the man. I don't even want to be here. You may have a leash on me, but I have some free will. A black sludge-like substance leaped from his mouth and sank into the ground. Nightmare, you coward. Fine, I'll finish this without you, he said, rising from the ground. Blood God, give me strength. One of the scarred men reappeared in front of him. Take me, my lord Eliphas. Test the new powers given to you on me. Gladly. The giant sword pierced the scarred man, blood spilling across the floor. Come at me, girl, Eliphas taunted, flicking the sword to the side and removing the body from the blade. Siri turned to the young girl. I'll deal with him. You just run, I won't be able to go all out with you here. I'm sorry. It may be scary, but I believe in you. Siri smiled before turning back to her opponent. The girl sniffled and ran away. Eliphas readied himself, and Siri charged, sword pointed toward him. He twisted his blade, blocking her jab before elbowing her in the face. She jolted back, swinging her sword around and striking him with the flat side of the blade. I was about to harm a child, and you're still showing mercy. Pathetic. Eliphas shouted. You're right. A monster like you doesn't deserve any mercy, she retorted, raising her hand, fingers curling slightly as electricity sparked around them. He braced himself for an attack when a sudden pain shot up his back. He looked over to see a large Nordic axe embedded in him, electricity coursing through his body. Then he felt a sharp pain in his foot and looked down to see another Nordic axe stuck there, frost covering it and ice beginning to trap him. Stormbreaker and the Leviathan axe are very useful. Now repent. Ciri swung the sword of Michael toward Eliphas's neck. Rain began to fall, extinguishing the flames. Eliphas looked up at the determined Ciri and chuckled. Seems like not every hero shares that ideal though. All Might held onto her right arm, preventing the killing blow, while Eraserhead stood in front of Ciri, hugging her tightly. No, don't. Get out of here, she cried. Aizawa backed up, concerned. He reached up just as the sound of flesh being pierced echoed, and excruciating pain stopped him. They all looked down to see a sword protruding from his hip. He looked back up, only to be struck by a heavy metal fist that sent him crashing into rubble. Eliphas pulled the sword back before jabbing it straight into Ciri's shoulder. All Might shouted, readying a punch, but a powerful onslaught of purple explosions blasted him back. Thanks for the assistance. I've got it now. Eliphas walked over to Ciri, grabbing her wings and firmly placing his heavy boot on her back. More helicopters arrived, circling the chaos. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my message to you all. Your heroes aren't even a match for someone like me. It's pathetic. Be ready. Next time I arrive, your world will be no more, he yelled before leaning back and tearing Ciri's wings from her, feathers and light mixing and spilling everywhere. Ciri bit into her arm, trying not to scream, blood trickling from her mouth onto the ground. He bent down, grabbing her by the hair and dragging her toward the open portal. She glanced over at Shota, tears in her eyes. Shota looked back, tears filling his own as he tried to crawl toward her. She smiled, holding back more tears. Shota, I love you, she yelled before being thrown into the portal. Eliphas entered, smirking as he raised his sword and brought it down toward Ciri. The portal closed just as they witnessed their friend and loved one vanish, leaving the two heroes staring in horror. We could only assume that she died then. I told Aizawa about her PRGNCY, yet I think he already knew. He was broken for a while until he got into teaching. Later, when I asked him to help you out, Tashinori said sadly. The room fell silent. All Might, Mason said, breaking the silence. Everyone turned to the black-eyed male, who looked troubled. She didn't die at that moment, and neither did her children. I remember everything again, the things I was forced to forget. Mason, what are you talking about? Nizu asked, scratching his round ear. Her nightmares of a broken heart were relentless. Instead of just 3, she had 6 children. Then, against the will of both, she had another child. Eliphas had a hold on Nightmare and made them create something extraordinary. That being one, Mason said, slightly panicking. My memories were taken back then, and during the fight with Stain, they returned. Now I remember it all. Mason, calm down and take it slowly, Tashinori said, placing a hand on Mason's shoulder to steady him. Can I have apple juice first? He asked with a slight smirk. This gesture went over the heads of Midoriya and Nizu, but not Tashinori. You're her son, he exclaimed, surprising Nizu and Midoriya. Mason nodded, and Tashinori rushed over to hug him tightly. All right. Please let go, Mason said, gasping for air. Tashinori set him down, eager to hear the new story. I'll keep this brief, I don't want to add more than necessary. I don't know what Eliphas did to make her have 6 children. But out of those 6, my twin and I were off limits. We stayed in the facility while the other 4 grew older. During that time, Ciri read a book on magic that Nightmare gave her and found a way to escape. Let's just say that only half of us made it out. Keisu and my older brother escaped, with Keisu erasing my memories and replacing them with false ones, Mason explained to the best of his ability. Wait, Keisu as in the Vigilante? They're an enigma. No one knows anything about them, Midoriya said, intrigued. Keisu is my older sister, and Michael Wolf is my older brother. My other 2 brothers escaped with Mom and my other sister. The thing is, I still can't remember her actual name. That's completely locked away, Mason said, scratching the bridge of his nose. Why do I have the feeling you don't want anyone to know? Nizu remarked dryly. Because you're right. What good will it do? We still don't have the full picture, something's still missing. Maybe your sister has the answer to that, Midoriya suggested. I'm sorry, All Might, but I won't be able to go to Island. I'll take Griffin and Lachi and we'll try to find her, Mason said. Will you tell them? Nizu asked. I already have, Mason chuckled, jumping onto the couch. From the shadows, Griffin and Lachi appeared, smiling. Sorry for the intrusion. Mason just said to come and not say anything. So the mission is to find your sister and hope she has answers. Mason pondered for a moment before nodding, eliciting a sigh from Griffin. Yeah, sorry about that, sir. Have fun on the Island trip. Say hi to Melissa for me, Izuku. I get to say it now since you're my cousin. Ha! Mason joked to Midoriya, now knowing they were related. The night sky was bright, the full moon illuminating the roads and the stars sparkling above. 3 figures sat atop a rooftop, waiting for their target to appear. All right, Griff, keep your teleport on standby. It may get intense. Astro and I will be on the front line. Got it. From another rooftop, Kaya and the ghost lay in wait. Why does this kid have to be so curious? Kaya complained to her friend, Mongrel, who was cleaning his weapon, ignoring her. And on top of that, we are tasked by Kyo to distract him from finding answers. Mongrel groaned and set down his gun. Kaya, you were a military lieutenant for Atlas. Think for a moment. We have plenty of opportunities out there. You're right. We could send him to another universe, Kaya cheered. What? That makes no sense. What the heck? Mongrel leaned on the railing, slumping in defeat. Footsteps echoed down the dark corridor. Shigaraki sipped a glass of whiskey at the bar, planning his next move. When the door swung open, he looked over to see a well-dressed man. He wore black suit pants and a vest with a white long-sleeved shirt rolled up to his elbows. The most noticeable feature was his dark green eyes and messy green hair. Are you ready for the next part, Deku? Part 1. Arrival. It was a peaceful night in Kamino City, with bright stars illuminating the sky and the crescent moon casting a gentle glow on the streets. A family of 3 walked through a dark alley, the young boy holding the hands of both his mother and father. They were laughing and appeared happy until they noticed a man standing at the end of the alley. They turned to run but spotted another man blocking their path. The men closed in on the frightened family. Drop everything you have, one man commanded in a chilling tone. I like that pearl necklace. It must be worth something, the second man added, pointing a weapon at them. Suddenly, a sweet female voice broke the tension. What kind of scene is this? The men spun around, searching for the source of the voice. Ooh, so scary, the voice teased, echoing through the dark alley as the men looked around, beads of sweat forming on their brows. You two really need some deodorant. I can smell your fear from here, she laughed. I can't do this anymore, man, one of the men stammered, stepping back toward the alley's exit. Don't be a coward, his partner shouted. Before he could escape, a dark figure dropped down onto him. As he lay on the ground, he tried to crawl away, but the figure pressed him down firmly. One down. One to go, she growled. Yeah, right, the remaining man exclaimed, raising his hands as giant icicles formed above him. Impressive ability. It's a shame you only use it to threaten others, she remarked, her gaze locking onto him as 2 glowing red orbs emerged from the shadows. The icicles vanished into a cold mist. The man pointed his weapon at the glowing eyes, trembling with fear. Why can't I use my ability? He stuttered, ping his gun but hesitating. Why can't I remember how to use this? His body shook even more as he dropped the weapon. Why aren't my arms working? Panic filled his voice, and the scent of fear was palpable as she smirked from beneath her hood. In an instant, she appeared beside him and pushed his head against the concrete wall. Turning to the family, who were shivering in fear, she said, Well, you're welcome for the save. Sorry for the scare. Her eyes glowed red before she vanished. As the family regained consciousness, they were questioned by the police. The red and blue lights flashed in the dark night. They have no memory of how they got here or what happened. The last thing they remember is the beginning, then nothing, the dog-headed chief of police reported. How long ago did this happen? Astro asked. 30 minutes ago. Keisu should still be nearby, Tsuragami informed him. She's leading us into a potential trap, Ace noted. Thanks, Tsuragami. We can take it from here, Reaper said, determination in his voice. The three teens leaped from rooftop to rooftop, searching for their target, unaware that two others were tracking Keisu's scent. They halted as they heard whistling from a nearby park. From their vantage point, they spotted a cloaked figure engrossed in a book beside a glowing fountain. Get ready to teleport, Ace. Prepare for a confrontation, though I hope it won't come to that, Reaper said as he jumped off the roof, one of the blades of chaos embedded in the building as he descended. The trio of vigilantes made their way to the park, hoping to uncover some answers. As they approached, they noticed Keisu reading Human and Monster War. Her cloak was a deep brown adorned with a lovely floral pattern. I really enjoy this book. It's quite fascinating, she remarked. Mason opened his mouth to speak but hesitated, his palms sweaty and his heart racing. Keisu, we're here to talk, Ace said, breaking the awkward silence. I expected Mason to speak first, she replied, placing the book on the bench. She stood up, brushing herself off, and turned to face the boys, a kind smile illuminating her features. She removed her hood, revealing long, dark brown hair, dark brown eyes, a long scar on her cheek, and dark circles under her eyes from lack of sleep. Underneath her cloak, she wore a gray denim jacket and black denim pants. Mason smiled, reminded of his older sister. I guess you haven't had time to make a proper costume, he chuckled. Hey, try working 12-hour shifts as a doctor and see how much time you have for a costume. I'm like Daredevil, only a baby doctor who can actually see, she joked back. Wait, who's Daredevil? Astro asked, confused. Oh right, I forgot he's not here, she mumbled under her breath. No one. First question, Keisu. What is your name? Mason asked, eager for answers. That's an easy one. It's Georgia Izolf, she said, a broad smile on her face. Mason grinned widely at her response. What else? I'm sure you're curious for more answers. What do you know about everything? Mason pressed. I don't have all the answers, I'm sorry, she replied, disappointment evident in her voice. All I know is that all of Siri's kids are alive and well. We each have our own lives. Just don't look for the others, they aren't in this world. What does that mean? Ace questioned. Multiple world nonsense, Georgia shrugged. How did you become 5 years older while Michael is 10 years older than me? Mason wondered, scratching his eyebrow. Eli sent us to different worlds on missions, and their timelines moved faster than ours. It's basically timey-wimey stuff, Georgia joked. This is lovely. A beautiful reunion, and the truth is revealed, a cocky voice chimed in from the background. Everyone turned to see Kaya Ray and the mongrel. Kaya, nice to see you with Atlas Traitor, Georgia growled, pulling her hood back up. Mongrel unsheathed his sword, twirling it before pointing it at Georgia. Don't call me that. Fine, Georgia replied. In an instant, she was in front of Mongrel, kicking his sword into the air. She spun around and delivered a swift kick to his gut. The sword fell, embedding itself in the ground before her. Never point a weapon at me again, she warned, flipping to kick Kaya, but an illustrated wolf emerged from Kaya's back and clamped down on Georgia's leg. Kaya snapped her fingers, and a blue and pink portal appeared. The wolf hurled the vigilante into the portal before it closed. Goodbye. Just us now. The three teens prepared to attack, but a massive dragon suddenly crashed into them. They began to plummet toward a building. Lachie slammed into the fire escape, Griffin landed atop the building, while Mason crashed into an empty dumpster, the lid slamming shut behind him. Is everyone okay? Ace called out. All he could hear was Astro groaning. He leaned over the side of the building to see Reaper opening the dumpster lid and emerging groggily. I think I'm going to be sick, Reaper muttered, kneeling over. You'll be fine, Astro replied, rolling off the fire escape and floating to the ground. Ace followed, patting Reaper on the back. I'm good. Let's head back to the dorm. But let's walk this time. I can't handle another teleport, Mason sighed. As the three friends walked down the street, they noticed a news report about the USJ facility. Media trouble in UA as their USJ facility was attacked a few days ago, but the sports festival will still go on tomorrow. Fortunately, all students were unharmed thanks to All Might and the faculty. However, they were unable to apprehend villains such as Tamura Shigaraki and Kurojiri, as well as a student named Deku. Their faces paled. What was going on? The USJ attack had happened weeks ago, and Deku was Midoriya. Midoriya wasn't a villain. Am I imagining things? Lachi asked, staring wide-eyed at the screen. Nope, you're not. We need to talk to All Might about this, Griffin said, determined to head to the school. Don't bother, Mason said, pointing to another TV. The Vigilantes known as Thorn, Ikari, and Russ have joined UA's hero course as students. The news presenter displayed a picture of the Vigilantes, who looked strikingly similar to Griffin, Lachi, and Mason, with only minor differences. That's us, Griffin exclaimed. Yep. We're in a different world, Mason sighed. Just then, blue and red sirens blared as police surrounded the teens. Hands up, Vigilantes, the officers shouted, aiming their weapons at the boys. Well, this is great, Griffin muttered. The boys sat in an interrogation room for 6 long days, waiting endlessly. Hey, Mason? What's a baby doctor? Lachlan asked. It's an expression for a new doctor, I think, Mason replied, raising an eyebrow. But that's the least of our worries. We've been stuck here for 6 days with nothing happening. I'm about to lose it. The door swung open, and the number 1 hero entered. Do you Vigilantes know why you are here? All Might asked, looking at the boys. I apologize for the delay. There was a tragic funeral. Look, if we wanted to escape, we would have by now. We just wanted to speak with you, Griffin said, leaning back in his chair. Sir, this is going to sound strange. My name is Mason Kiyamezawa, this is Griffin Spades, and this is Lachlan Astor. We're from a different universe where Izuku Midoriya is a hero, not the villain known as Deku, Mason blurted out quickly. I want you boys to come with me, All Might said, turning to leave as the teens quickly followed. They walked out of the station and into the car with the pro hero. So you're not questioning the whole universe thing? Lachlan asked, raising an eyebrow. You all look exactly like some of my students. You could be people with quirks that changed into them, but I doubt that's the case. A friend of mine mentioned a large amount of energy in the area where you appeared. He feared it was an army, but it wasn't, All Might explained. That still doesn't explain why you believed us so quickly, Griffin yawned. You all seem trustworthy. Also, the last time I didn't believe someone, they disappeared. He's just having a moment, he's not a bad guy, Mason said. That's not what I meant. The weight of the situation hit everyone hard. When the emergency services arrived, he was gone, leaving only a trail of blood behind. They followed it, but it led to nothing. Where is Inko Midoriya? Mason asked. All Might looked at him with sorrow. Mason stood in a cemetery before a small tombstone. The sky was gray, and a light rain fell, as if in mourning for the boy. She wasn't his Inko, but it still felt like a punch to the gut. Mason clenched his fists. Her health had deteriorated after hearing about Izuku's disappearance. Bakugo comes here often to leave flowers. So does a mystery man, I've heard, All Might said while Griffin and Lachlan placed flowers at the grave. We both know that's Midoriya. I also need to speak with Bakugo in front of the faculty. Can I have a moment alone with Mrs. Midoriya? Mason asked, tears streaming down his face. The others nodded and walked back to the car. Auntie, I promise I will save him, Mason vowed, clenching his fists. Bakugo has some explaining to do. Class 1A and the rest of the faculty are inside. We don't want to disturb them, so let's go, All Might said, walking past the door toward his office. Mason's already gone into the room, Griffin snickered. Mason kicked down the door, and everyone turned to stare at the newcomer. A bright ember light emitted from Mason's arm as a chain shot out and wrapped around Bakugo's neck. Mason jerked his hand back, sending Bakugo flying into his grasp and slamming him down onto the desk. The other heroes immediately went on high alert as daggers surrounded their necks. What are you doing, young man? All Might shouted from the doorway, with Griffin behind him, controlling the daggers with a steady hand. I'll be quick. Mason exclaimed, attempting to activate the blades but receiving no response. He looked up to see Aizawa using his quirk. In a moment of desperation, Mason grabbed the knife from his left leg and held it up to Bakugo's throat. "Hey, if you want to fight, come at me," Mason shouted, only to see a version of himself yelling back at him. This alternate version froze upon seeing the attacker. What the heck? Both Griffin and Lachlan from this world looked equally confused by their doppelgangers. "Like looking into a mirror," Mason smirked. "I'm going to call you Ikari so we don't get confused about our matching faces. You can call me Reaper. And both Griffs can go by Ace and Thorn, while both Lachis can be Astro and Russ. How does that sound, class president?" "I don't think that's what matters right now," Yayarosa's voice cut through, adding to Reaper's confusion. He finally looked up to see the class in front of him. Most of them were there, except for Uraraka, Ida, and Midoriya. In their places were Setsuna Tokage, Itsuka Kendo, and a photo of Ida surrounded by flowers on his desk. Reaper realized the gravity of what had happened and the funeral All Might had mentioned. Reaper clenched his fist and struck Bakugo's cheek. Ace and Astro rushed to pull him away, but he turned to them, his eyes glowing with intensity. "I want you to tell them what you did," Reaper yelled, slamming Bakugo down once more. Ikari, Thorn, and Russ began to charge but halted when Reaper glared at them. The faculty stood frozen, unsure of what to do. They knew he wasn't going to kill anyone. He would have done that already. So what was his purpose here? "What did you do to Izuku Midoriya?" Reaper demanded. Bakugo's eyes widened at the mention of his childhood friend. "And Midoriya? As soon as I heard All Might say he jumped off the school building, I knew it was you. Do I have to repeat what you said?" "How do you know about that mistake?" Bakugo stammered, shaking and sweating. "My version told us about it. Take a swan dive off the roof. There's more, but what matters is that you created a monster in Midoriya." Mason finally released Bakugo, regaining his composure as his eyes returned to their normal color. "It doesn't matter now. All Might." Mason turned to All Might, catching his attention. "Take us somewhere to talk. I can't handle this room right now." All Might noticed the tears falling as he glanced toward Ida's empty seat and where Setsuna Tokage sat. Reaper, Astro, and Ace leaped from building to building, determined to catch up with Mirio and Sir Night Eye. The air was dark and dreary, with droplets of water falling onto the cityscape. It was quiet. Too quiet. Reaper paused as he spotted Mirio turning a corner. He raised an eyebrow and signaled for Astro and Ace to wait on the rooftop. He then jumped down and stealthily approached the corner. Mason steadied himself as he rounded the bend. As Ace and Astro watched Mason emerge, a sudden explosion of colors erupted, shaking the city and creating a massive crater while toppling nearby buildings, including their own. Ace and Astro leaped off the crumbling structure, using their quirks to navigate the debris and land safely, though they both hit the ground with a jolt. Groaning in pain and feeling the warmth of blood trickling down their heads, they noticed two figures nearby. One was a petite girl with fair skin, blushing at the sight of the two vigilantes. Her bright yellow eyes had a feline quality, and her wide mouth featured pointed canines, giving her a unique appearance. Her pale, dirty ash blonde hair was styled into messy buns, with strands sticking out in all directions. She wore a dark blue school uniform with a kansai collar, paired with a loose red scarf and an oversized beige cardigan. Knee-length black socks and dark brown dress shoes completed her look. The second figure was a tall young man with a slim yet muscular build, his spiky black hair contrasting with his light turquoise eyes. Patches of wrinkled, purple skin marked his lower face and neck, extending down past his collarbone. He had several silver piercings in his ears and a triple nostril piercing on the right side of his nose. Dressed in a dark blue jacket with a high collar, matching pants, and dark shoes, he also wore a pale gray scoop-neck shirt and a gray belt with a circular pattern. The black-haired man smiled before glancing at the source of the explosion. "See? I told you that explosion tattoo on my leg wasn't a waste of money." Kaya's familiar voice rang out through the ringing in Reaper's ears. "Yeah, okay," Mongrel replied, sounding defeated. "I appreciate the warning about these intruders." I can handle it from here. Reaper's eyes widened at the voice, and through the dust cloud he recognized the outline of Izuku Midoriya. Struggling to rise, he felt Midoriya rush out of the cloud and pin him down with a stomp on his chest. No, we can't have that. Where are Mirio and Night Eye? Reaper shouted. Well, Toga over there has a quirk that lets her turn into someone by ingesting their blood. That's the Mirio you followed here. Reaper glanced where Deku pointed, spotting the cute girl with devilish features. Waving at him. We needed All Might. He's the one with the power, not Mirio. Dabi informed us of what we did to them after we had to find out the hard way. Deku chuckled. The black-haired male smirked as blue flames flickered to life in his hand. I don't think the kid needs it to be spelled out for him. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I know what you did. Reaper retaliated with a punch to Deku's gut, sending him flying back. Now I see what you've become. Inko would be very disappointed. Don't you dare say her name. I know what I have become. I tried the hero thing. I saved Katsuki from a villain only to be rewarded with a beating. That's when I wanted to end it. I felt worthless until an opportunity arose. Midoriya gestured to the destruction around him, a smirk on his face. In Reaper's mind, something clicked. This was what Midoriya was meant to be, neither a hero nor a villain with morals, but simply a villain. I'm sorry, Inko, Reaper murmured. Still using her name? Trying to guilt me? I'm sorry I can't keep my promise. Reaper summoned the blades of chaos and struck Deku in the leg. Midoriya cried out in pain as his eyes dulled to a lifeless gray. Reaper pushed himself up, tossing Deku aside. You JRK? Deku yelled, struggling to rise. Astro, sorry for the teleport, buddy. I've got a lead on where we need to go. Ace grabbed Astro's arm, and in an instant, they vanished, leaving Ace behind. He smirked at the two villains before an orange glow enveloped his hand. Fireball! A massive ball of fire erupted, engulfing the area. Reaper quickly regained his footing, only to receive a kick to the face. He looked up to see a short girl themed after Neapolitan ice cream, her hair and outfit reflecting the trio of colors. Half pink and half brown, with white streaks, her heterochromia eyes were chocolate brown and pale pink. She wore a white cropped jacket with a pink interior, brown pants, and a multitude of black beaded necklaces. In her hand she held a simple parasol, smiling as she raised a sign. He's still very cute. She dropped the sign, which shattered into a glass-like substance. Thanks, Neo. I'll be sure to join that little trade deal going on. Deku got up and held his hands out. The dull red quickly transformed into a glowing blood red as black and red sparks danced around him. A crackle of black, green, and red energy manifested within his hands. The beam shot from his hands straight toward Reaper. The teen tried to escape but was caught off guard as Toga struck him from behind. Not today, pretty boy, she said with a smile. Toga dragged the knife across his shoulder and down his chest. We die together. The beam drew closer. A flash of yellow, red, and blue erupted as it struck the giant figure. All Might turned around with his signature smile, blood trickling from his mouth, his chest visibly damaged from the blast. Young man, quickly. Take this, he yelled, holding a strand of golden hair in his fingers. Reaper's eyes lit up as he grabbed Toga and threw her over his shoulder. As All Might began to disintegrate, Reaper caught the strand. I'm sorry for not fully trusting you. I hope you guard that power for the rest of your life. He offered one last heroic smile before his form was carried away by the wind. Neo, Mongrel, Kaya. Kill that beefy. Deku shouted. Reaper gave a defiant gesture toward the villains as Ace sprinted up and grabbed him by the shoulders. Ace snapped his fingers, and they were sent flying through space and time, eventually landing in a fountain with a splash. Looks like you guys decided to make a splash, Astro smirked. Yeah, just leave us alone, Ace replied, his face half submerged in the water. Are we back? Reaper exclaimed, clutching the strand of hair tightly. Yeah, you are, Georgia said as she walked over to the fountain. Thanks to Michael, we got a ping back home. I'll explain how it works later. But first, I need to talk with Gio about some issues that arose at the Island ceremony, Michael's robotic voice chimed in from the background. You should all head home before you get in trouble. You've been gone for a few hours now, possibly days in that world. I'll ask for a debrief on a day off. Mason got up from the fountain and walked over to both Michael and Georgia, smiling before hugging them both. I'm glad to have my brother and sister here now. The teens left, and Michael turned toward Georgia. Just wait until he finds out about the others. I hear Deacon and Geo Schnee are going to the Vital Festival to watch the tournaments. Don't worry, Team Blood will take care of business. All Might sat down on the couch with the three Vigilantes. I know this is difficult, but it's not a reason to attack my students. I'm not going to debate my reasons, Mason replied. Suddenly, the door swung open to reveal a tall young man with a muscular build and several noticeable scars on his lower arms. His eyes were a striking blue, oval-shaped with no visible sclera, and he had a round nose. His blonde hair was styled with a cowlick on top, while the lower section was swept back. Mason recognized him as Mirio Togata. All Might, we found Deku. He has a hostage. Please bring him back. I need to speak with him, All Might urged. Yes, sir. Mirio sprinted away. Let me guess. Mirio has one for all, and now you're too weak to retrieve him yourself, Mason said. You'd be correct. I won't ask how you know that, but it seems your All Might trusts you boys quite a bit. Yeah, he does. He'll want us to help Midoriya, so we're going too. Don't try to stop us. We're not following your rules right now. I wasn't going to. Good luck. 3 years ago. Now on to Vigilante News, with Chimin, the news presenter announced. Thanks, Fumiko, Chimin replied with a smile before turning serious for the camera. A photo of a burning warehouse appeared with the caption, Omen strikes again. The young vigilante Omen has struck once more, targeting another criminal outpost. This time, there were only a few casualties, including the hero training instructor Okabe Ayaka. Yet, witnesses consistently described this vigilante as a hero. After being held by those criminals, Omen came in, took charge, and immediately checked to see if we were all safe. A female hostage with bright pink eyes and frizzy red hair stated. He doesn't just take on big operations. He even helped me find my missing dog, Bingo. A young girl with blue eyes and hair added, holding a small orange and white dog. I don't care what anyone says, that kid is a hero. A conventional one, but a hero nonetheless. I'm still going to confront him when I find him, pro-hero Miriko said with a wide smile. Miriko had an athletic yet curvaceous figure, standing slightly below average height at 5 feet 2 inches. She had dark skin, red eyes that tilted slightly inward, long eyelashes, and straight white hair that used to reach past her waist. Her hero costume consisted of a sleeveless white leotard with dark purple trim, a wide yellow crescent moon design over her chest, and a single thick metal plate wrapped around her midriff. She wore purple thigh-high boots and thick white gloves with long cuffs, giving her an overall resemblance to an albino rabbit. Back at the dorm, Mason sat on the couch watching the news. His face bore no scars, just a scrape on his cheek and a few bruises. He scratched the back of his head with his left hand and chuckled. She'll definitely give me a run for my money, he said in a monotone voice. I think I might have a celebrity crush on Miriko. As he watched the witnesses praise the vigilante Omen, he smiled. He wanted to do something meaningful for the world instead of just training for the rest of his life with Aizawa, All Might, and Ashido, whom he referred to as the A-Team. Let's hope they don't discover Omen, he mumbled just as the door opened to reveal Ashido and All Might. Mason sat on his bed, staring at the strand in his hand. His body was still healing from the cuts he had sustained. Thoughts raced through his mind. He shouldn't. He should. It won't work. Not my burden. I was chosen by All Might. Mason closed his eyes, dreading the next few moments. He opened his mouth and placed the strand inside. I'm not sure about this, the mongrel said in a gravelly voice, scratching his chin and adjusting his mask. He and Kaya stared at the giant cages in the warehouse, which housed creatures of darkness. Shigaraki stood proudly behind them, cackling. Kaya sighed and turned to Shigaraki. Mongrel and I know more about these creatures. They will attack anyone. That's the beauty of it. Just don't get in the way of their destruction, and you'll be fine, Tamura Shigaraki replied, walking away. In the shadows, a large man in battle armor towered over the hunched villain. Ready to take back something that once was yours? A sinister smile crept onto his face. The caged creatures thumped against the bars closest to Mongrel. Kaya spun around, looking furious. You didn't get rid of it, did you? Mongrel shook his head. Leverage. The morning was peaceful, with the sun shining over the Rocky Mountains and the green forest trees swaying gently in the crisp breeze. However, the tranquility was disrupted by the deafening sounds of explosions, making it difficult to relax. The students were pushing themselves past their limits to become stronger. For the Vigilantes, their task was to help others as a chance to teach them. Mason and Griffin offered helpful tips to those around them, while James focused on his training attempting to use 2 quirks simultaneously. Lachlan engaged in friendly sparring with Daniel, and Bree trained alongside Class 1B. Aizawa, Pixie, and Mandalay were proud of Mason and could see how far he had come since he started. Dinner was a welcome relief for all students after the brutal training, followed by a sound sleep. Even Mina sprawled across her bed and Uraraka's. Uraraka didn't mind, as she was also fast asleep. The next morning was a repeat, with training just as grueling. The classes prepared dinner for the big event that was planned except for the students who had failed the test. The event was a test of courage, essentially a glorified haunted house attraction. Each class would take turns to scare and be scared. First up was Class 1B to do the scaring. Having to draw our group is ridiculous. Griffin groaned. It is. At least we are in a group, Mason replied as he walked by. Shame we aren't together, but at least I'm with Tsu and you are you, Mina said, jumping onto Mason's back. Well, then you better get going, he said, kissing her on the cheek. She blushed and ran over to her group. A few minutes later, Griffin began to pace. Are you good, Griff? Mason asked, placing a hand on his shoulder. Something seems off, Griffin grumbled. Could it be that black smoke? Daniel pointed out. Sheet! Mason and Griffin exclaimed. Mason sprinted over to Pixie just as a massive explosion knocked the 3 Vigilantes out cold. He awoke to Midoriya's sudden shout. Mandalay! Cutter is safe. As he looked around for Griffin, he noticed he had disappeared. Despite his injuries, Mason got up and headed toward Midoriya. Spinner, who had observed the injured boy, decided to prioritize his respect over his trust for the villains and took it upon himself to ensure Mason's safety by engaging in conversation with Magna. The messy blonde girl lunged at Uraraka, making a sizable cut on her arm. Mina slid in and kicked her in the gut, sending the girl back. Mina smiled confidently as she stood against the crazed girl. Oh, you're pretty, the girl said with a blush. You'd look so much better with a few slashes, though. A grin slid across her face as she liked her knife. Tsu rushed in to attack but was kicked away from the other girls. The girl swung down at Tsu, only to be met with a cold chill and a giant ice wall. Not today, Toga! Griffin yelled. Tsu looked over at her savior, a slight blush on her face. Griffin ran up and roundhouse kicked her away from Tsu. There's one of the targets. Take the shot, Mongrel, Toga whispered into her communicator. Slow him down a bit. I'm not that good at aiming, came the deep, raspy British voice. She rolled her eyes and twirled her knife. Griffin cracked his neck, smirking as he disappeared from her sight. He appeared behind her in a flash and kicked her in the back. She slid onto the floor as Griffin ran up, trying to punch her while she was down. She kicked up and slashed, only to hit air as Griffin flickered away. Griffin felt the air around him spark and flicker with blue energy. He moved his hand toward her, and lightning shot toward Toga. She rolled out of the way, throwing her knife into his shoulder. He raised his hands, drawing on the blue flames around him and blasting Toga with the flames. She burst out, grabbing Griffin by the neck and choking him. Take the shot, Mongrel. Change of plans. Capture alive, Shigaraki said through the earpiece. Griffin elbowed the blonde in the gut before quickly turning and kicking her in the head. His hands clasped together, emitting a giant orange glow. He raised his hands above his head, forming a massive fireball. Toga looked at the flaming ball above him, smiling creepily. Suddenly, a pink and blue portal ripped open, and a leg came through, smacking his hands and making the fireball fizzle out. Kaya Ray emerged quickly, landing on Griffin's back and sending him to the floor. She got up swiftly, slamming her heel into his head and knocking him unconscious. "All yours, Curry," she giggled as the purple mist wrapped around Griffin, taking him away before the girls could react. Tsu ran back over to Ishido and Uraraka, preparing to defend. "Ochako, is your arm all right?" Ishido began to move when a bullet whizzed past her face, stopping her in her tracks as the loud bang echoed through the forest. As Toga charged at Tsu and Uraraka, the frog-quirked girl wrapped her tongue around the zero-gravity user's waist and tossed her away, just as Toga slashed at Tsu's tongue. Before Tsu could escape, the insane blonde threw one of the syringe-like devices from her neckpiece at Tsu, catching her long hair and pinning her to a tree. Before Mina could make her move again, Kaya stood in front of her, smirking with a hand on her hip. "Don't try it. He won't miss this time." She then turned away. "Plus, someone wants to see you. Don't worry, I hope you wipe the floor with that disgusting girl." Mina felt a chill run down her spine until she heard Uraraka yelp in pain as a syringe was stuck into her thigh, sking up blood while she sat on a face-down Toga, who kept whispering "kiss" over and over again. Mina knew it would be certain death if she moved. She could feel the weight of the gazes on her. Toga elbowed Uraraka aside and stood up, spotting a battered Midoriya, who called out to Uraraka. Toga fled, leaving Kaya alone. "Ishido, get away from her," Midoriya shouted as he noticed Mina frozen behind Kaya. "Oh darling, she can't. One wrong move, and she might find herself in serious trouble," Toga gloated. "Don't worry, she's with me now," a voice echoed from the forest. Emerging from the shadows was a young woman with long gray hair neatly tied in a ponytail. Her strikingly beautiful face radiated intelligence and confidence, her eyes gleaming with a deep golden hue. Dressed in a white suit and skirt with yellow accents, clear leggings, and black high heels, she approached Ishido with a creepy smile. "Hello, darlings. My name is Kiyoshini." She placed a hand on Mina's waist, causing her to jolt. "I'll take good care of her," she said, tugging at Mina's hair. Midoriya was about to break free from Shoji's hold to confront this unsettling woman, but Mina raised her hand to stop him, standing tall and glaring at Kiyo. "I've got this, don't worry. We'll find a nice quiet spot for our little chat," Kiyo said, yanking Mina's hair again. "Better get back to Bakugo. He seems to be missing." She giggled and released Mina, beginning to walk away as Mina followed confidently. "Kaya, mongrel. Take care of Nine when he gets here," she ordered. Mina and Kiyo arrived at a clearing in the forest. After stretching, Kiyo pulled a knife from her boot and began swinging it around. "You know, Mina, I'd love to keep you around, but you stole him from me," she said, gripping the knife tightly. "Now I see why Kaya called you disgusting," Mina replied, preparing herself. With a grin, Kiyo charged at the pink-haired teenager, quickly closing the distance. As Kiyo attempted to strike with a vicious slash, Mina agilely dodged to the left. Undeterred, Kiyo unleashed a flurry of quick and precise slashes toward Mina. Mina skillfully evaded the incoming attacks. Using her quirk, she swiftly moved her hand upward, releasing a viscous blob of acid that hit Kiyo's face. Kiyo screamed in pain, dropping the knife before Mina slid in and delivered a powerful roundhouse kick, sending Kiyo crashing to the ground. You might think that would shake an aspiring hero, but not Mina Ishido. She stood there, watching as Kiyo struggled before collapsing. Unfazed by her first victory, Mina began to walk away until a sharp pain pulsed through her ribs. She looked down at the fallen Kiyo before glancing behind her to see another Kiyo with a huge blush on her face. That brutality almost reminded me of my beloved Nine. Mina turned to see another Kiyo charging at her, slashing down her face. As blood splattered on the ground, Mina kicked up, pulling the knife from her side and driving it deep into Kiyo's neck. The one who charged tried to attack again, but Mina flipped back and kicked her in the chin, snapping Kiyo's neck. "Got any more?" Mina growled. She turned to see 6 more copies of Kiyo. Blood dripped from her cut, a deep gash running down her right eye, while she cracked her knuckles, flipping the knife around in preparation. "Come on then," she taunted. Meanwhile, Mason cautiously made his way around, searching for anyone. He stumbled slightly before hearing a loud roar from the left. He turned to see a familiar dragon charging at him. He rolled out of the way as the dragon crashed into a tree, splashing color on impact. "You're learning," Kaya smirked as the color slithered back onto her arm. "Sorry, but we need to stall you." Mason groaned as the blades of chaos sparked into his hands. "I'm not in the mood for this," a bullet whizzed past, grazing Mason's left cheek. "Get out here," he growled. On cue, Mongrel stepped out of the shadows next to Kaya. "Mason, we need to talk," he said. "What?" Mason asked, perking up. "Kid, we need your help," Mongrel replied. "Why don't I trust you?" Mason lowered himself, ready to strike. His mask closed around his face as he scanned the two. "Maybe it's the mask," Kaya giggled. "Show him your handsome face to gain his trust. Maybe tell him your semblance." "Semblance? Not quirk?" Mason asked, studying them. There was a peculiar aura surrounding the two. The masked man had a red aura while Kaya had a blue one, with a slight glow flowing around her body. "You're not from here, are you?" "No, we're not," Mongrel confirmed. "Wait, how'd you know?" Kaya gasped. "While scanning you, I noticed a peculiar aura." However, Mason's observation was interrupted by a loud growl, followed by the appearance of a dozen red eyes peering from the darkness. Soon after, several massive wolves emerged, each adorned with unique bone-like armor and covered in pitch-black fur. "What are those?" "Beowulfs," Mongrel shouted, pulling out his sword. "I actually miss fighting these guys," Kaya smirked, cracking her knuckles. "I think I'll take that." "Truce now," Mason stated plainly, eyeing the beasts. "No worries, kid. My wife would kill me if anything happened to someone like you," Mongrel chuckled. A Beowulf charged at Mason, who summoned the blades and stabbed the beast through the jaw, bursting out of its head. "So you have a wife? The more you learn, I guess. Can we have this chit-chat later? We need to fight these creatures," Kaya exclaimed, slamming her foot down to crush a creature's head. Another Beowulf roared like a bear, charging at Mongrel. The beast, like the wolf, had black fur and bony spikes on its back and arms, as well as a white, bone-like mask with red detailing, but was much larger and stockier. "Freaking Ursa," Mongrel growled, spinning around to dodge the claws as they jabbed into its side. Mason caught a glimpse of a strange gold glow coming from Mongrel's belt. The trio swiftly defeated the Grim just as the ground began to tremble. Suddenly, a massive white serpent emerged from the trees, towering over the others. "When there's one," Kaya exclaimed, swiftly turning to confront a second giant serpent, this one a deep black color. "There is always another." Mongrel got into a stance before a stray Beowulf, its claws tearing at Mongrel's mask and sending him crashing into a tree. With lightning-fast speed, Mason dashed towards the Beowulf, sliding deftly under its legs and delivering a decisive blow to its back. The creature crumpled to the ground, disintegrating into dust along with the other grim bodies. As he surveyed the aftermath, Mason noticed the massive white serpent staring directly at him. Kaya rushed over to Mongrel just as the black snake launched an attack. She grabbed hold of Mongrel and gave him a quick hug before striking out with her hand. The dragon tattoo on her arm suddenly came to life, slithering off and attacking the snake with ferocity. The dragon bit down hard on the snake's neck, causing it to recoil. As the white serpent struck, Mason jumped out of the way and quickly ran up next to the beast, driving one of his blades into its neck. The snake rose, roaring loudly. Mason ran behind it, leaping onto its back to reach the head, where he plunged the other blade straight into the snake's eye before jumping off and hiding behind a tree. As the snake resisted, Mason pulled hard on the chains. With a forceful yank, the snake's head smashed against a nearby tree, breaking it in half and creating a sharp point at the top. The tree crashed to the ground, narrowly missing Mason, who quickly jumped up and yanked hard on the chains, causing the snake to collide with the splintered tree. The snake struggled, roaring before it ceased all movement and began to turn to dust. Mason rolled back onto his feet, sighing before running over to Kaya and Mongrel. You guys alright? Kaya stiffened, quickly blocking Mason's view of Mongrel. We are all good. Better catch up with your class. Kaya spluttered. It's alright, Kaya. We need his trust. Mongrel huffed. Kaya moved aside. Mongrel's mask was ripped at the bottom, revealing a very pale face with a few droplets of blood trickling down and red cracks slithering up his neck. He removed the mask, and as he did, the scratch sealed up. Mongrel tossed the shredded mask aside and ruffled his bone-white hair. He looked up to meet Mason's gaze, his black eyes now blood-red with pitch-black scara. Surprised, kid? His voice was softer yet still coarse. Mason stared in shock. Despite the different features, it was definitely him. You better get going. We'll be here drawing the grim away from your friends. We'll meet you after to talk and find a deal. Meet me at the abandoned asylum at Kamino. I guess that's why your wife would have killed you. You're me, Mason said. Yeah, he chuckled. Anyway, where is Mina? Kaya will go help her, don't worry. Just go help the others, Mongrel said, sitting up and holding his ribs. You can trust me to help her, Kaya said, stretching. If you don't, you won't see next week, Mason threatened before running off. Better go, Mongrel chuckled. Kaya nodded before sprinting towards Mina and Kyo. She arrived to see Mina standing over 9 defeated Kyos. Guess she didn't need any help, Kaya smirked. As Mason sprinted through the forest, he felt a sense of urgency. Eventually, he found himself in a clearing where he noticed a purple portal had opened. From afar, he could see Dabi holding Bakugo hostage and taunting the young heroes. With the villains unaware of his presence, Mason quickly summoned his blades and hurled them with precision towards a tree and a rock. Pulling on the chains, he propelled himself forward at great speed, edging closer to Bakugo with every second. Just as he was about to grab hold of Bakugo, everything screeched to a halt. Mason's left arm had gone numb, and he was thrown off course, colliding with a nearby tree. As he lifted his arm, the realization hit him. His arm, up to the elbow, was no longer attached to his body. A sinister laugh emanated from the portal as Dabi retreated, accompanied by Bakugo. A foreboding steel sword caught Mason's eye, adorned with red runes along the blade and larger purple runes leading to a brightly glowing hilt. The crossguard resembled a skull with horns, while the spiraled gold grip led to a pommel in the shape of a chaos star. And not him. Mason stuttered. The large man stepped out, almost bigger than All Might. He wore crimson armor with a golden trim. His face was scarred and burnt, with tubes entering his neck, and his gauntlets had silver claws. Greetings, friends of my name is Silas Titerax. Everyone froze in fear, unable to move as the large man approached Mason. 9. I'm disappointed. I have given you many opportunities to side with us, but you never take them. You're strong, I'll give you that, but do you have what it takes to defeat me? Mason crawled backward, trying to steady himself against the tree. You're not Eliphas? Mason panted. No, Lord Eliphas was sadly demoted. So now I'm in charge of the operations here. Titerax smiled, dragging the sword along the ground. I find this pathetic. Heroes are all around you, frozen. Not coming to help you. I'll give you one more chance to join us, my boy. He smiled, holding out his hand. Mason hesitated for a moment, a shiver shooting down his spine, legs shaking and breathing uneven. He gulped before staring directly into the man's eyes. I will not. One day, one of the wolf family members will join us. Titerax lifted his sword and quickly swung it toward Mason. Mason braced for the attack but was pushed out of the way, hearing the slicing sound followed by splatters hitting the grassy floor. He looked up to see Daniel's hands out in front, a wide smile on his face and a tear rolling down his cheek. A purple fire burned at his waist as Daniel's top half flopped to the ground, soon followed by his legs. Mason's eyes burned a bright crimson red as the sword he almost used on All Might appeared in his hands, engulfed in raging fire. Titerax bent down and grabbed Daniel's body, throwing it into the purple portal created by Kurogiri. I always knew your limits, boy. 1. On command, Mason's eyes fluttered shut as his heart began to burn and shut down. Mina finally made it to the ground, seeing everyone crowding around Mason. She pushed past them to see him lying there in pain, clutching his chest. She gently pulled him close and sat down, resting his head on her lap as she ran her fingers through his hair. He began to relax as the bright stars and moon faded into darkness for both teenagers. Death is awaiting. Chapter End. The workshop inside Inheritor Industry was quiet. Michael Wolf sat calmly, admiring his latest creation. Although his industry typically focused on crafting weapons and gadgets for law enforcement, heroes, or UA, Wolf had decided to shift his attention towards improving the world. His current project was a prosthetic arm that could be controlled by brain waves. He had already managed to reduce the delay to just 0.4 seconds, but he aimed to make it move and respond instantly to the user's thoughts. After a brief pause, the door suddenly flew open with a loud bang. "Mike!" Georgia exclaimed urgently. The man stood up calmly, seemingly unfazed by his sister's abrupt entrance. "What is it, dear sister?" he asked. "It's Mason. He's in the hospital," Georgia exclaimed, clearly distressed. "What happened?" Michael's expression quickly turned to one of deep concern. "His class was attacked," Georgia explained, her voice trembling. "Why are you coming to me?" "I thought you were the doctor here," Michael queried. "He lost his arm," Georgia cried out. Michael gazed at the prototype arm on his desk for a moment before picking it up and grabbing his keys. "I'll drive," he said determinedly. Amidst the heavy downpour on the rough and gravelly terrain, Mason struggled to maintain his balance while standing in a nearby crater. Water dripped down his face as he tried to steady himself. When he turned to face a figure lying on the ground, sharp, inky black spikes suddenly cracked the earth and shot up, narrowly missing him. Awakened abruptly from her slumber, Mina Ashido's heart raced as she looked over at Mason, whom she had been leaning on before dozing off. He was chatting casually with Griffin, who had recently joined Class 1A. Class 1A was en route to their training camp, and the upcoming days promised excitement and adventure. However, Mina was struggling with a recurring nightmare that deprived her of sleep. The past few days had been tense. Mason, Griffin, and Lachlan had gone missing for a few days. They were said to be resting after a long mission, but the teachers didn't know what had really happened. This only fueled the ongoing debate in class about whether Mason was a villain or a hero. "You saw how he looked at All Might and now he disappears," Jiro argued. Mina rolled her eyes. This had been the main topic of discussion since the end of the exams. She tried to see what had happened the night before but only caught a glimpse of Midnight at the door, looking disheveled and bandaged. The two girls walked into the room filled with students, and Mina turned to the punk girl. "Stop trying to get me to break up with him," she said, exasperated, before slumping into her desk seat. "Class, settle down. I regret to inform you that some of you have failed," Aizawa's voice boomed, causing Kaminari, Shiro, Kirishima, and Sato to lower their heads in disappointment. Kaminari and Shiro had not contributed much during the practical exam. As a thought crossed her mind, Mina couldn't help but suppress a giggle. She felt relieved that she had passed. "However, we will all be heading to the Forest Lodge," he announced. "Remedial courses will be provided for those who did not pass. This will help you catch up and ensure progress." He said this before the boys who failed could even begin to cheer. It had been a hectic 2 weeks for the class. The bus pulled up before any more flashbacks could occur. "Okay, it's time to get off the bus," Aizawa commanded, rising from his seat and exiting the vehicle. As the passengers disembarked, Mason stepped in front of Griffin and gave him a sly wink. As the class stood at the edge, a massive wave of earth suddenly engulfed them, throwing them off balance. After alighting from the bus, Mason approached Pixie Bob and made a sarcastic remark about their ride down. "Fun way down, I guess." She jumped up and down, rushing over to Mason. "How is our little kitten doing?" Pixie asked, wrapping her arms around him. "I'm doing well, Pix," Mason replied with a smile as he returned the embrace. Mandalay joined in and remarked, "You've grown significantly since our last encounter, kitten," reaching up to ruffle his light black hair. A few weeks ago, the dye had faded from both the black and the red streak. Griffin tilted his head slightly. "What's happening here?" "On my busy days, he'd come here, and they would look after him. They got very attached to him," Aizawa sighed. They also tested him, and he broke the record, so there's no point in throwing him down there. Griffin slightly backed away and asked, "What about me?" "Oh, don't worry, I remember testing you when we first met," Mason said with a smirk. Griffin's eyes suddenly appeared blank, as if staring directly into Mason's soul. He glanced at Pixie, who let out a small giggle. All the memories of that incident rushed back into his head. "You've got to be kidding me." Hours later, the class finally arrived. Everyone was slightly annoyed that both boys had gotten off scot-free from the test. After a long-awaited dinner, they went to the spar, which ended with Mineta being his usual self. "There is a short delay. Until I find the correct sequence to eliminate the delay, you will not do any hero work at all," Michael explained to Mason while fitting the silver arm. "And that's Doctor's orders," Georgia smiled, leaning against the wall. Mason smirked. "Thanks, Doctor Who," he joked. "Oi, that's a cover. I can't be going around saying I'm an Aizawa and Wolf. He doesn't need that right now." "I agree with Georgia on that," Michael smiled. "Can I visit the others?" Mason asked, sitting up a bit more. Georgia grabbed the clipboard at the end of the bed and some x-rays. "I would like to keep you bedridden for a bit longer, but I won't. Your regeneration ability did wonders, so the only issue was your arm." She smiled and placed everything on the table. "I'll permit you to visit the others, but if you leave the hospital, I will have to insist you stay put," she warned, her eyes narrowing slightly. Mason felt a bead of sweat on his forehead as he nodded. Mina Ishido was finally released from her room, her body wrapped in bandages with her right eye covered. As she stepped out, she was greeted by most of her classmates. "Oh hey guys," she said with a smile. "Hey Ishido, we're going to see Midoriya. Wanna come?" Kirishima asked, stepping forward. Mina glanced back toward Mason's room. "I was actually going to see Mason." "Well, you don't have to go far," Mason yawned, appearing in the hallway. Everyone turned to him, noticing his new arm, which drew a mix of impressed comments and concerned inquiries about his well-being. Mason shrugged and walked toward Midoriya's room, where most of the class had gathered. The chatter around him faded as he became lost in his thoughts. Midoriya lay in bed, his arms heavily bandaged, with more wraps around his head and a patch on his cheek. Todoroki broke the silence by mentioning that Bakugo and Griffin were missing. Mina could see Mason struggling with this news, so she gently took his arm to offer support, but his focus was solely on rescuing Bakugo and Griffin. Kirishima approached Midoriya's bed, staring at his injured friend. "All right, then let's go get him. I was here yesterday, and so was Todoroki." They discussed All Might's conversation with Yomomo about a tracker she had placed on Inomu. The atmosphere grew tense, especially between Kirishima and Ida. Mason clenched his fists. "Everyone, quiet down." Mason's voice cut through the noise, startling everyone. A chill ran down their spines as they noticed the unusual glow in his eyes. "Why your eyes?" Ida stammered. "Everyone needs to stay here." "It's too dangerous for you all," Mason said, trying to sound calm, but his breath quickened, and sweat trickled down his face. His voice wavered as he clutched his chest. Kirishima stepped forward, frustration evident in his tone. "Why does it sound like you're planning to go? Are you thinking of facing them alone? Or do you believe you can handle it?" Mason snapped back. "I'm scared you and anyone else who goes will die." Mina stepped closer, tears streaming down her face. "What about you? Are you saying your life doesn't matter? You're too injured to go out there. Please, just rest, Mason," Uraraka pleaded. Mason looked down, then turned toward the door. "My life doesn't matter to most people here," he mumbled as he walked out. Kirishima instantly regretted his words. He had always supported Mason, but something had compelled him to say that. Midoriya noticed a faint orange glow around Kirishima's head before it vanished. The spiky redhead was about to chase after Mason, but everyone held him back. "Just let him go," Kaminari urged. A splash of water suddenly hit a passed-out Griffin, jolting him awake as blood mixed with the water. His eyes darted around the dark room, and a sinister chuckle echoed ominously. "Watch your language, young one. It's disappointing that such a quirk comes from a hero. Don't worry, It will be in a much better place, and you'll receive one in return. Let's see if you can adapt. The voice chuckled again. But first, you've got a little problem with your eyes, boy. A bomb and a tracker. Courtesy of the Black Clover Militia. A metallic claw emerged from the shadows. I'll take that before Master claims your quirk. The sound of something unsettling echoed through the room, but no one was there to witness it. Son of a... Georgia yelled, startling Class 1A with her outburst. Michael placed a calming hand on her shoulder. Doctor Who, may I suggest you try not to stress out? How can I not stress? A patient in my care left the hospital without permission. She gritted her teeth. Because you're stressing me out. Mike replied, sweating nervously. Georgia paced around her brother's hospital room, frustrated with her little brother's disobedience. She sat down, lost in thought until she heard the familiar sound of flapping wings. A light tap on the window caught her attention. She opened it to see a figure with messy, ash-blonde hair and golden brown eyes. His hero costume resembled an aviator's uniform, complete with a modified jacket to accommodate his wings. Hawks, what are you doing here? How did you know what room I'm in? She asked, surprised. What? Both boys exclaimed. Siri sat in a golden chair, a hand on her head in frustration. This is the 4th time I'll be explaining this. Probably not the last. Mason Aizawa barked. Mum, you have to realize this is incredibly confusing, Mason Wolf groaned. Both boys stared at Siri, who sighed. Look, it's not hard to understand that you two are brothers from different universes because of chaos. It doesn't matter if it's not hard to understand, it's just insane to think about. Mason Aizawa said, scratching his head. No kidding. Mason Wolf muttered. Siri stood up and took a deep breath. All right, having the same name will get confusing. I'm going to call you Arch, she said, pointing to Mason Wolf. And you, Reaper, she said, pointing to Mason Aizawa. The two boys exchanged glances and shrugged. So we really are brothers? Arch asked. Of course you are. I remember Siri began. Reaper interrupted. All right, we get it. Arch then turned to Reaper. So I have another brother? Hey Arch? Should we share our stories? Reaper suggested. Arch chuckled. I have nothing else to do, so sure. The sounds of sirens echoed through the devastated landscape. Kamino Ward lay in ruins, the wind howling, accompanied by a loud crack of thunder as rain began to fall. A young man lay among the debris, his heart still, his eyes closed, and his body cold. The cameras panned to his motionless form, still stained with blood. No one could tear their eyes away from the screen. Tears flowed, and cheers of victory erupted. All Might had triumphed over All for One, and Mason Kiamazolf had taken down Titerex. Paramedics arrived to tend to the injured. All Might, in his normal form, gazed at Mason's cold body, a single tear rolling down his. At that moment, the media gathered around. All Might pointed to the camera, commanding everyone's attention. Next, it's your turn. Many assumed he was referring to the other villains, but he was actually speaking to Izuku Midoriya. His quirk is still active? A paramedic shouted. Everyone turned to see what he meant. Mason's body was emitting steam. There was still hope. Get him back to the hospital. Now. They carefully lifted him into the ambulance. But not everyone felt victorious. In the Ashido household, the family watched the screen in silence. Mina, tears streaming down her face, desperately wanted to reach Mason. Her father tried to calm her while her mother comforted her two younger siblings, and the older sibling watched intently. Then there was Shota Aizawa, mourning yet another loss. A familiar hand rested on his shoulder, a comforting presence he could no longer see. He sank to his knees, covering his face with his hands. The doors burst open as Mason's gurney was rushed to a room. Doctors were asked for assistance, but most deemed it a waste of time, insisting the more severely injured deserved attention. However, one doctor raised her hand to take on the challenge, Dr. Georgia Wolf. She did everything she could to stabilize him, attempting to restart his heart, but something was preventing it from beating. Then she had to make the hardest decision. Mr. Aizawa, I think it's time for people to say their goodbyes. A man with slicked-back black hair leaned against the door, a smug expression on his face. "Looks like you're going to be in trouble, Doctor. Wasting resources on a lost cause." She remained silent, refusing to meet his gaze. "Good luck, Doctor," he chuckled, walking away. Outside the hospital, 3 figures stood atop a nearby building, overlooking Mason and Griffin's room. "Riley, you need to let me focus," Arialia urged, addressing the figure now named Riley. "Arialia, you need to restart the heart." Riley insisted. "Not yet. His wounds haven't healed," she replied, her eyes glowing green as the tips of her fingers illuminated a holographic heart. "Mal, tell her she's just making it worse." Riley turned to the third figure, Mal, tall and slender. Mal's body was split in color, one side pitch black, the other pale white, with matching hair and dull gray eyes. Shut up, Mal." "Okay." As the two argued, Mal closed his eyes. Inside the hospital room, Mason's wounds began to heal at an accelerated rate. Mal chuckled softly before taking a deep breath. "All right, I can let his heart come back gradually. He'll make it." Mina Ishido sat by Mason's bedside, holding his new skeletal arm without flinching. She brushed the hair from his face as Georgia entered, placing a hand on her shoulder. They listened to the rhythmic beeping of the ECG. Then it registered. "His heart wasn't beating before," Georgia said. Mina tilted her head, tears still flowing. "What?" "His heart is finally beating again. The regeneration worked. He's alive." The air smelled of the sea, dark and filled with the sounds of waves crashing against the docks. Inside the warehouse, it was dim and damp. A large group of people gathered around a large round table. "We are finally together." From Tamura Shigaraki to a broken cinder fall. A man with slicked-back white hair and piercing light blue eyes that glowed in the darkness stood at the head of the table. He had an acidic burn mark down the left side of his face and wore a gray shirt with a purple tie, a red vest, black dress pants, and black shoes. His fingerless leather gloves added to his imposing presence. This man was Shinny Kai, and he let out a sinister chuckle at the sight of the newly broken cinder. "Anywho, this is a special day for us all. We are meeting our allies from the multiverse. It's truly delightful. So who do we have, Ethan?" A deep, ominous voice broke the silence. Sitting on a throne, a young man commanded attention in a pristine white suit adorned with a blood-red poppy pin in his pocket. He twirled a stunning silver blade in his hand, its glimmering shine contrasting sharply with the surrounding darkness. His face was mostly hidden in shadows, but his piercing red eyes glowed with an intensity that demanded respect. His posh British accent added to his regal demeanor. Shinny shrugged, raising an eyebrow. "Firstly, Fallen, my name is Shinny." "My apologies, Shinny Kai," Fallen replied with a chuckle. "Secondly, we have Cinder Fall, Arthur Watts, Mercury Black, Emerald Sustrai, Izuka Midoriya, Himiko Toga. By 2, Tamura Shigaraki, Toya Todoroki, The Mongrel, Kyo Shni, Kaya Ray, and Blood. Wherever he is." "So not everyone. Kyo, where is our Chaos Lord?" Fallen turned his attention to a woman with a clever, beautiful face. She exuded confidence, her dark golden eyes glowing in the dim light. She wore a white suit and skirt with yellow accents, clear leggings, and black high heels. Her long ashen blonde hair was tied up in a messy ponytail that reached down to her thighs. "He is dead. Titarax was killed by Eliphas was killed on Kronos. Until Arthur just gets out of captivity, I'm the acting leader of the Chaos Force," she said, her eyes sparkling at the mention of "okay?" Fallen said, feeling a bit uncomfortable with her demeanor. "Where is Carmen, Shinny?" "She is currently busy," Shinny replied, leaving it ambiguous. "Stealing more souls." Fallen chuckled, standing up. "I will leave the rest to you then. I'll be off recruiting new volunteers." He said this with a chuckle while looking directly into Shinny's blue eyes. With that, he clicked his tongue and teleported in a flash of red light, black feathers scattering where he had stood. Shinny nodded. "Cinder and Izuku, we will hold off an attack on Haven for 2 years. We need support, so we will be patient. We'll have a whole army for our attack. Cinder leaned closer to Emerald and whispered in her ear. Emerald stood up to relay the message. But Salem will reject that idea. Don't worry, we have blood to persuade her. The darkness enveloped everything, but a pair of eyes glinted like gold, piercing through the blackness. A voice, filled with both madness and despair, echoed through the building, sending chills down spines. You know he's right. I'm the only one alive who has ever dealt with a Salem. The man's arms suddenly ignited in bright orange flames, illuminating the area around him. He let out a laugh that was both unsettling and triumphant. I'll make sure she follows my brother's plan to the letter. He continued to laugh. With sinister amusement. Then I'll get my reward in taking down Mason Wolf. Now Shigaraki, Kiyo, and Mongrel. You will try to make allies with the shy Hasaikai. Mason Aizawa will find out about his daughter. His despair comes first, then he'll be easier to manipulate. I'm sure that can be arranged. He'll be an easy puppet once I use his daughter against him, Shigaraki said, scratching his neck. The three nodded. But unbeknownst to everyone, Mongrel smiled beneath his mask, having recorded everything with his new glasses, fitted by Inheritor Industries. That's it for now. We'll meet back here whenever I come to get you. Time is complicated in the multiverse. Wait, Sheenie? Kaya asked. Yo. Why is there a dead guy there with the letters, Jim, carved into his face? She questioned. That was supposed to be, see him, but he moved. What does that mean anyway? Sheenie laughed nervously. It was supposed to mean he's a troublemaker. You are a child, she deadpanned. He was one of the Guardians' council members. I was trying to get info, but he politely declined. Black ooze dripped from his face. If that's all, get back to work. And that's about it, Reap said with a grin. Arch and Siri stared at Reap with looks of disbelief. If I ever find that person, I'll make sure they regret it. Met for a few hours, and you're already being a protective older brother, Reap joked. Siri was fuming. Oh, if I ever see that Kiyo when I come back, I'm going to make sure she knows not to mess with me. Reap and Arch exchanged worried glances. Don't worry, I've got it handled and I'll do it the right way. Not the way they want me to, Reap said with a broad smile. Siri looked concerned. If you say so. Both boys began to fade from this realm. Seems like you boys are ready to leave. Just a fair warning, tears will be ahead. You'll be alive. Alive? What does it mean to be alive? It depends on the definition and context. It could mean something thrilling, filled with danger, or it could simply mean that you are breathing and functioning. It's subjective, because sometimes you can feel utterly lifeless. Impotent. A menacing voice echoed through the dimly lit corridors of the prison, sending shivers down the spine of anyone who heard it. A young boy, no more than 10 years old, lay curled up on the ground, writhing in distress. You're fortunate that Titerax and Eliphas have a plan for you, demon. The boy, labeled a demon, was being punished for his misdeeds. Go to Mrs. Schnee to recuperate, half-born. Yes, Mr. Jest, the young boy stuttered as he rose to his feet and made his way toward Kiyo's laboratory. Once inside, memories flooded back to him. The pain. The fear. Eri, a young voice called out. A little girl with messy, bluish and off-white hair, parted in the middle, almost reaching her waist, stood there. Her wide, innocent-looking eyes were bright red, and a small brown horn poked out from the right side of her forehead. Eri's eyes widened in terror as she looked toward the door. Her heart raced as she saw a tall woman standing there, her presence commanding. The woman was strikingly beautiful, with ashen blonde bobbed hair on one side and long wavy hair on the other. Her bright green eyes glimmered like emeralds as she regarded the girl, as if trying to read her thoughts. The woman's outfit was a curious mix of casual and formal attire. She wore a white button-up shirt, the top 2 buttons undone, revealing a hint of her collarbones. A brown leather belt crossed her chest, holding an empty scabbard at her left waist. A bright red scarf draped around her neck, its vibrant color contrasting with her black tracksuit pants, which had white lines running down the sides. A black jacket, featuring angel wings on the back, was wrapped around her waist, completing her look. Eri's mind raced with confusion and fear as she stared at the woman. Her voice trembled as she asked, "Are you here to hurt me?" The woman approached and knelt, her emerald eyes shining in the darkness, bringing a sense of comfort to Eri. "No. I'm here to keep you comfortable, Eri. Just don't tell him. I'm just an imaginary friend." "Don't worry, my dear," she said, ruffling Eri's hair. "I am here until your dad gets here." "Oh, who are you?" Eri asked. "I'm Siri Izawolf. I'm your Nana." The pink-haired girl's voice echoed through the hallway as she struggled to break free from the grips of Midoriya and Aizawa. Her face was contorted with anger and desperation as she shouted, "Let me back in." Her wild movements made it clear that she wasn't going to give up easily. Meanwhile, Midoriya and Aizawa stood firm, holding her back with all their strength, their expressions stern and unwavering. The tension in the room was palpable as the scene unfolded, leaving everyone on edge. Aizawa reluctantly used his binding cloth to calm Ishido. "Ishido, please calm down," he urged in his usual monotone voice, though a hint of pain broke through his tough exterior. "Please." Mina stopped, realizing her teacher was likely in a lot of pain. She spun around and ran to Aizawa, wrapping him in a hug. Tears flowed freely from both of them. She clung to him tighter. "I need to see him," she choked out. Georgia emerged from the hospital room and walked into the waiting area, where everyone had been anxiously anticipating updates on Mason's condition. "I'm happy to report that Mason is breathing and his condition has stabilized." The atmosphere in the room instantly lifted as people silently cheered, feeling a wave of relief wash over them. The news quickly spread, and soon there were cheers and posts on social media celebrating Mason's recovery. Georgia continued, "Although Mason is not conscious, I will allow people to visit him." Most of the Class 1A students rushed into the room to check on their friend. Georgia noticed Kayama and Aizawa talking to each other. "Aren't you going in, sir?" she questioned. He shook his head, tears still fresh on his face. "No, I'll let him have his peace before I question him." He paused, a smile growing on his face. "And as his father, probably reprimand him," he joked. She gave him a weak chuckle, knowing that one day the Aizawa Wolf family story would need to be explained. She noticed Ishido with her family, crying to them. Moving over, she placed a hand on her shoulder. "Hey, Ishido." Mina stepped away from her family and hugged Georgia. Thank you, Georgia," she stuttered through sniffles. But I can't bear to see him. And not in his state. Not again. Figured he would probably be disappointed if he didn't see your face when he wakes up soon," Georgia smirked. Mina looked at her with a confused expression. Georgia put a finger to her mouth and said, "Trust his sister," with a wink before walking away. The hospital room was a stark contrast to the chaos and turmoil of the battle against Titarax. Mason lay on the bed, his breathing shallow, his body bearing the marks of a fierce struggle. His right eye was concealed beneath layers of bandages. The steady hum of medical equipment filled the room, punctuated by the occasional beep of monitors. Class 1A gathered around the bed, their expressions a mix of relief and concern. Some of them bore their own bandages, evidence of the intense battle they had faced alongside Mason. As the tension lingered, the door burst open, and Mina Ishido rushed in, her cheeks streaked with tears, her hands trembling as she covered her mouth in shock. She tried to push past her classmates, her voice choked with emotion. "Mason!" Uraraka and Kirishima moved to intercept her, their expressions filled with concern. "Mina, please, calm down," Uraraka began before being gently pushed aside. "Easy there, Mina. Let's give him some space first," Kirishima said, trying to reason with her. But Mina's emotions were too strong to contain. She broke free from their grasp, rushing to Mason's side. "Mason, please wake up." Her voice trembled, still terrified at his state, despite George's assurance that he would wake up soon. Mason stirred at the sound of her voice, his remaining eye fluttering open. A weak smile formed on his lips as he struggled to speak. "That I'm here." Mina's tears flowed freely as she took his hand in hers, her fingers trembling with relief and fear. "I thought I lost you. I couldn't bear it." She buried her head against his chest. Mason squeezed her hand gently, his own emotions swirling inside him. I'm sorry, Mina. I didn't mean to worry you. But I had to. The rest of Class 1A watched the emotional exchange, their own eyes brimming with tears as they felt the weight of the moment. You fought so hard, Midoriya said, bowing his head. You are a true hero, Todoroki added. I did what I had to. And it only cost me an eye and an arm, Mason joked, trying to lighten the mood. At least I got my arm back. He looked at his left arm, which felt familiar, though he couldn't quite place it. Ida stepped forward with a smile. Always time for a joke, even when you've faced death. Mason chuckled nervously. Yeah, outran death. He hugged Mina closer, and they shared a moment of vulnerability, the room heavy with unspoken words and emotions. Yaoyorozu began to gather everyone. Well, we'll leave you two alone. She gently ushered everyone out. The door closed softly behind them, leaving Mason and Mina alone in the quiet of the hospital room. I love you, Mason. Please don't ever scare me like that again. Mason smiled weakly, his heart swelling with love for her. I love you too, Mina. I promise I'll always come back to you, and you know I hate making promises. Their fingers remained intertwined. That's why I know you'll keep it. It's reassuring. It was a dark and dreary night in the woods. The rain fell steadily on the branches and green bushes, creating a peaceful atmosphere. Suddenly, a giant wolf appeared, racing through the woods. Its eyes glowed a fierce red, its fur dark and shadowy, and it seemed to wear a bone-like armor. Its growls sent chills down the spine of even the bravest soul. The creature moved effortlessly through the underbrush until a gunshot rang out. The wolf collapsed onto the muddy ground, its form disintegrating into ash that scattered in the wind. On a hill stood the mongrel, perched with a smoking sniper rifle. He raised his hand to his head and activated his communicator. Beowulf down. Just like old times, right, Kaya? He cackled, his voice raspy. And here I thought we left those troubles behind. Kaya giggled over the comms. Better get back to the relic before someone else grabs it. And go where with it? Not like she's here to take it, Mongrel remarked. True. He stood up and began walking to his next position. Besides, it's only the crown. Noth, he stopped dead in his tracks, his eyes widening as he spotted something hanging from a tree in the woods. A banner. A growling red wolf's head with 3 scratch marks. The white fang. Eri finally found a moment of peace in the room. Her cries filled the space until a gentle figure appeared beside her and wrapped her in a comforting embrace. Hey, my dear. Would you like me to sing you a song? Eri nodded softly, snuggling closer. All right, it's a song your Uncle Deacon used to sing to your dad while I was away. Michael sat in his office, completely still, even holding his breath. Suddenly, the door swung open with a loud bang, causing Michael to tumble backward off his chair in surprise. Wolf, I got it done, boss. May Hatsum exclaimed excitedly. Knock first, Hatsum, he shouted. Sorry, boss. I got Griffin's eyes all ready to go, she said, holding them out for him to see. Michael paused for a moment, then picked up the eyes and activated them. Wires extended from them, seemingly eager to connect with the brain. Good job, Hats. A puff of smoke interrupted him as an explosion erupted in his face. I might help you with the finishing touches, Hatsum. Probably a good idea, she replied with a nervous giggle. And just like that. Flick and turn on. With a satisfying click, vision flickered back to life in Griffin's mind. The first thing he saw was May Hatsum's face, her tongue sticking out as she made final adjustments. Next, he noticed Michael Wolf leaning against the hospital doorframe, his purple skin appearing dry and worn, the robotic components in his body the only thing keeping his eyes 2 white dots in dark voids intact. Welcome to the land of the seeing. Hatsum cheered. We made you new eyes. Now, these eyes are my beautiful creations. I won't go into their details, even if I want to. Michael stepped closer, placing his purple hand on Hatsum's shoulder. You're lucky I helped her finish the product. Yeah, prototypes blew up, she said, far too cheerfully. Anyway, The features are that you can see and change the colors of your eyes. That's it. She wanted to add more functions, but I think we'll settle for just the basics. Michael approached the bed, examining Hatsum's work. Hey kid. His voice softened. What's on your mind? Griffin was silent for a moment, rubbing the back of his neck. He blinked as his eyes shifted to a gradient of red and blue, merging into purple around the iris. My quirk was taken. But I think I can still feel my quirk. In the shadows, a figure in a skull balaclava surveyed a base. Kaya perched in a tree, watching as mongrels scouted the area. What does it look like? Kaya asked, cracking her neck before gliding down safely to the ground using her dragon tattoo. Looks like them. Just not ours. Mongrel's voice was tense. Why are you so sure? He glanced up at Kaya. Because he's alive. Leading the pack. And then, the girl he was observing had fair skin and wavy black hair with purple streaks. She sported black cat ears, one of which had a chunk missing, and the side of her face bore a permanent fist-shaped mark from a past encounter. One of her eyes was amber, while the other, on her scarred side, was a pale, blind gray. She wore a dark red top beneath her jacket, paired with black hot pants and a black furred cat tail. Her thigh-length black stockings featured thick fur cuffs around the ankles, and she wore red heels with claw-like metal pieces. Blake. Meanwhile, Mason sat alone in his hospital room, gazing down at his new skeletal arm. He cracked his neck and moved toward the window, looking out.